Okay, hello, welcome everyone to the full Origins set reveal, or review, not reveal, it's a review at this point, for Turn 'em Sideways and the Winning Point podcast. I'm Casanova from the Winning Point podcast, and I'm joined by Mo, or Emotional Everywhere, who you'll see in our comment section, but also if you followed Legends of Runeterra, this was a content creator from that game. He's creating content for Riftbound as well. He's been playing a lot of the tournaments, and Mo, welcome to the channel. Yeah. Welcome to our review of every card in Origins.
Yeah, thanks, man. I'm really excited. I don't know. I don't really have any words for it because it's just going to be a lot of fun, a lot of cards, huge first set. I know they said the set's kind of bigger than the sets coming out, so I don't expect every set to be 300, but oh my gosh, 398 is such a 300 cards.
Yeah. Over 300 cards that you and I are going to go through. So just as like the initial thing for everyone, some of these cards we are going to spend very little time on. It's going to be a quick kind of rating from what our gut check, maybe a few words on it, and we're going to move on because they're just, it's not worth doing like a 5-hour video on this. Maybe someone will, and you can watch that. But ours is going to be kind of our quick takes from what we've played, other card games we've played, what we've seen, and just kind of gut feeling. This is going to be a rating system of 1 to 5. 1 means this card is one of the worst cards in the set. 5 means this is one of the best cards in the set. 2 is like maybe you'd play it, but you really don't want to. It's probably very situational when it could even be good. 3, a lot of your deck is going to be made up of 3s. These are role players. They're pretty good. They're not the best. 4s are your every time you draw this card, you're pretty happy to see it kind of thing. Or it's a situational card that in that situation, it is just so powerful that it merits a 4. And then, of course, right, 5 is like, these are just the best cards in the game. So without further ado, we should just jump into this. We have so many cards to go through. We're going to start with Proving Grounds, and our first card is just going to be Annie Fiery. I'm not going to do the podcast thing of breaking down what all of these do. We're just going to go. They're on the screen. This one's meant to be video form. Sorry, everybody. There's just too much time. So Annie Fiery. Mo, my initial take on this is that this effect is very strong, but I actually think the gear, the tome that has the same effect on it, is actually just better. So I put this very low.
Yeah, I don't see it being more than a 2. I feel like a 1's super harsh just because the card does like do things. Like if you draw it and it sits there, it does things, but like I would rather just play I think it's like 2 mana for the tome or however much mana the tome is, which is much less
energy,
than 5.
But it's still good. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. It's much less than 5. That's all I know. And a power. So.
Yeah. I think we're pretty much in agreement there. I agree with you. I think this effect is way too good to just like call this a 1. Yeah. So I would give it a 2 though, because I just think there's a card that does it better in the same color. So there's just not really a lot of reason to play this. Unless you're Annie, I guess, and it's in your champion zone, then maybe.
Well,
but even then, maybe not. From there, let's go Firestorm. That's our next one. This is also in Proving Grounds. This is very high cost for the effect, which it is a board wipe at 1 battlefield. But I don't know. I think there's not a lot of board wipes, so this is kind of a niche card that you may want to see for like sideboard play into something like Victor. I don't know what your thought is.
I thought it was much better. Okay, I say much better. I thought it went from a 1 to a 2. But that was before I realized that it's only 1 battlefield, so I'm glad you pointed that out because I can't read. I don't know. I just probably don't want to play this card ever. I think if you're any deck that is playing red that wants board wipes, your secondary color is probably better at the moment. Or you just don't care.
I think I agree, and I also just think the odds that you'll need this for a board wipe that you couldn't find an alternative way to deal with that board at a similar cost is really low. And so I think the power level is super low on this for the cost. I might be with you at a 1 for this card. I think it's quite bad. It's really hard to say if it's like one of the worst cards in the entire game. So I could see it verging on a 2, but I'll just throw 1 for now.
Yeah, I agree. I'd rather just be spending 6 mana on like literally any unit and just calling it a day. So.
That makes sense. All right, up next, Incinerate. This is just kind of the very vanilla action speed. Deal 2 to a unit at a battlefield. I think there's just way too many spells that do this better. This is very fine. It doesn't have a power cost, which matters for everyone who's not named Kaisa.
Yeah, so for that, it's at least a 2. like you can urge a 3 in some specific decks, so it's like somewhere in between there. But like I think 2 is very fine. Like you said, if you actively are wanting to kill units, you just have so many cards that do better than this.
Yeah, red has a lot of great removal. I guess it fills a niche where it is like 2 costs. There's not really like other 2 costs. There's like 3 and 4s that are doing more damage. And then there's the 1, the Ray, which is just way better than this because it does 3 instead of 2. But it's a power cost. But like obviously in Kaisa, like the Ray is like literally just a better card.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we can give it a 2 for the sake of any red deck that's not Kaisa. Maybe sees a world where this is a real card.
Yeah, like I played in Volibear, but like that's because I don't want to use a power. But
I'm borderline 1 on this one, but I could see it. I can see the 2.
No, when you start to compare it to that, there's just a 1 mana card that just does this strictly better. I could understand a 1. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. All right. Up next, Green Master Yi. So this is the like late game Yi. When you have 8+ runes, it gets +4. I actually find like in a lot of decks having 8+ runes is like a relatively steep cost. But I have seen this being played in Yi and being pretty successful because I think a lot of the Yi decks are kind of low on like power hunger, which kind of makes this card a bit better. I think like initial take, I would look at this card and I would be between a 1 and a 2, like just like gut check looking at it. But from practice, I think it hovers more between a 2 and a 3. I don't think the card's incredible, but I think it is like decent.
Yeah, I mean everything you said's right. I'd probably put it as a 3 just because if you are playing like Master Yi specifically and you choose this to be your champion, you can build your deck to not use power and be able to play it well. So I think like you can just make it okay. You can make it a 3, otherwise it's a 2.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, I think that's a great way to put it. It toes the line between those 2 ratings, I think. I'll leave it at a 2, but yeah, the 3 if you build your deck to support it makes sense. Up next is Zephyr Sage. This is like very vanilla from the Proving Grounds. I don't think we need to spend that much time on it. It's like vanilla unit. It's fine. I don't think I'm ever putting it in my deck though.
I forgot this card existed. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I guess I'll give it a 1 because I just don't see a reason I would ever play this in a deck.
No, at 6 mana in green, you just don't play this card.
It'd be a draft card, I guess. But this is not a limited revoke.
There you go.
Yeah. So up next is Lux. This is blue Lux. So when you play a spell that costs 5 or more, give it +3. And you can do this any number of times in a turn. Now, obviously, playing multiple cards that cost 5 or more is kind of difficult, so you're unlikely to do it multiple times a turn, but it is notable that you can. This to me is very similar to Green Yi. It's a conditional 8. It's slightly more expensive, but its condition is slightly easier to do, I think, situationally, of course. I also think this is a 2. It's a fine card. I don't think it's very good, but
I think it's a 2. I just think 6 mana for this unit's like a bit. It's kind of your entire turn just to then have to set up for and do other stuff. So like 2 is fine.
Yep. All right. Up next, Garen Rugged. This card I kind of think is just a 1. I mean, I just like it's basically 1? Just a 6 for 7. Maybe it's a 2 because it's slightly above rate. It's like slightly above rate.
I think
so maybe it's
like,
a 2 because of that.
Yeah, I'm gonna say something crazy. I think this is one of the like most hated cards in the game, as far as like that people think it's bad, and it's just like infinitely better than people think it is. It's still just a 2, just because people rate it so low that like infinitely more than like 1 is still like 1.
Yeah,
type
no, I mean,
so it is just a 2. But
so
it is
you're
like
right,
not that
but
bad.
okay, but Mo, but like Zephyr Sage is the same card defensively. Exactly.
Okay.
It is exactly the same card defensively.
But I can't put Zephyr Sage in my Volibear deck, smiley face. Okay, yeah, never mind. This card's not.
Yeah, it's a 1. It is for sure a 1.
Yeah, no, it's
sure
a 1. Yeah. It's a 1.
I don't know why I even fought you. 2 is fine. But
yeah,
like, it's
I don't know. This card's not that good.
Gentleman's Duel. We don't need to spend any more time on Garen Rugged. This card is terrible. Gentleman's Duel is actually a good card, I think. This card is quite good. It's very high costed, but the effect is good. Because it's 3 might for the whole turn, so it's not just on this attack that happens. And then it doesn't have the clause of Battlefield. And those 2 things combined, I think that make this card actually like very strong. And I think in the decks that want to play it, you're very happy to be drawing it every time you draw it, pretty much unconditionally. Like your opponent is going to have units. So this might be a 4 for me, which is pretty surprising in Proving Grounds. I didn't expect there to be like 4s coming out of Proving Grounds, but I think Gentleman's Duel might be around a 4.
Yeah, I wish I'm actually in between 4 and 5 because to me 5 is like best cards in the game, have to include it in every deck you play this like color even, or like maybe this type of deck, or like it builds a deck is how I kind of look at 5s. And I just like look at this card and I want to legitimately play this card in like every orange deck I have except for Master E. And then even in Master E, I had 2 in the sideboard for the longest time. It just does so much and it combos with so many things. It combos a lot with other orange cards or cards that you pair with orange. Like it combos with red cards in Volibear. It combos with good yellow cards in Set, for example. Like it combos with like Charm and green if you're playing Lee Sin. It just does so much that I'd put like a 4.5 or like close to a 5, but it's not like I would build my deck around this. And no, not every deck's actually playing 3 of these, so it's probably closer to a 4.
No, but I see what you're saying. But I do think this is squarely hits that 4 definition in a really good way. So this is a very strong 4. It's not squeaking into 4. It is firmly a 4. It is good. Let's move on. Master Yi, Orange Master Yi. This is just 6 might ganking, pretty high costed. This is like just another definition of like this card is fine. It's not particularly good. It's just fine. It enters ready, so that's the most important part of it. I kind of see it. I see it, I guess, as like it's still kind of just like a 2, maybe a 3 for me, because I just think there's like better cards at your high cost curve in orange. Not a lot does exactly the same, right? Warwick's lower costed.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like an accelerate. It's a 6 might accelerate unit. So if you look at it as a 6 might accelerate unit, it is just strictly on rate, except that it has the ganking keyword, which can happen sometimes. The only benefit to this card compared to other bigger cards in orange is it costs 7. And a lot of orange decks aren't doing anything on 7. And a lot of things cost 6 or 8. But yeah, I put it at like 2, to be honest.
I agree with
maybe
2.
A 3, but 2.
I'm happy with 2 personally. I don't hate the card, but I don't think it's that good. Up next is Purple Annie. We were talking about, hey, maybe you would play Red Annie in your champion zone, but it's also possible that you would actually just play Purple Annie instead. This is just like a return a spell from your trash to your hand, so it's just draw a card, but you get to pick which card it is, as long as it's a spell you've played during the game. I actually think this effect is very good. I don't know that it's good enough for me to put Annie in decks, but if you're playing an Annie deck, I do like this card as the card in my champion zone. This one still toes the line on like a 2 or a 3 for me. I think maybe closer to a 3, because I do think that this recursion effect is very good.
Yeah, I would just strictly put it at a 3. Like any purple deck I play, I'm almost always considering one Annie if you think about how purple decks like to play, except for like your weird like Ramp Misfortune type decks, right? Like you're not getting any spells back, but like your Yasuo decks, your Teemo decks, like these types of purple decks that play around spells, even like if you play some sort of mid-range or control like Jinx and any type of deck, there's absolutely nothing wrong with just going rebuke something and then in the late game and you get back rebuke and you just like cheese points that way.
Yeah, especially because I think in Riftbound, I think there's a lot of strength to playing like 1 and 2 ofs, especially sideboard, but also main deck. So these kind of selective recursion effects, I think, are even better in Riftbound, especially if your deck does that. So yeah, exactly. I like 3. Let's move on to Flash. This was a card I was pretty hyped for when it was revealed. I haven't tested it as much as I should have, considering I think that this card is very good. It is just friendly units, and they did reveal another Chaos card that does this effect to only a single unit, but it is either side, and it's hidden, so it also can be reaction speed. And I think that lowers the value of Flash, because you don't really want like 4 copies of the effect. It's weird, because I want to rate it just objectively on its power level, which makes me want to put it just at like a 3, where this is like a fine card. But because of the existence of the other card, it might be a 2. I'm going to say 3, because I think power level wise, I actually think it's a 3 power level.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. I do kind of tend to rate cards more combined in the whole set. So like I have a hard time doing objectivity when like if you told me later down in the reveals there's a 1 mana remove 2 friendly unit or move 2 friendly units to your base, right? Like it's kind of hard for me to care about this card at all. I will say I'll put it at a 2. It's close to a 1 as far as like I'm never putting it in any decks except in 2. I am putting it in just very specific combo decks, like in my Yasuo decks or any purple deck playing purple Yasuo. You can use this as a good combo card, and that's kind of it, though. I think
that makes sense. I think reaction speed is nice. I do think there are niche worlds where the friendly text is actually just like what you want anyway, and then this card is like slightly better. But I do agree that those are way more niche. So yeah, I could see the 2. I'll take the 3, but I think that's probably wrong. Let's go Blast of Power. Talking about cards that got power crept by reveals. Blast of Power, kill a unit at a battlefield. Pretty high costed. However, its counterpart Vengeance, which was revealed that just kills a unit, does have a steeper power cost, and that is a very real cost difference. Right. So I think there's a lot of testing that needs to go between the 2, but I think on average, I'd prefer to just have Vengeance in my deck. And then I also may have Hidden Blade as well, which does this effect at Hidden, which is a lot cheaper. Now, downside of letting your opponent draw cards. They are all 3 different cards. I will say that. They're not strict increases in power, decreases in power. They are different effects. But yeah, if we're going with that existence of Vengeance, this one starts to get closer to a 2, but I think it stays in 3. I think it's still powerful enough it stays in 3.
Yeah, you're putting it in 3?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd also just put it in 3, and I actually don't even lean towards the 2. I think it's just a 3, because the decks that want to play Blast of Power typically aren't playing Vengeance for a reason, whether it's the power cost, whether it's like being okay with it being 6 mana if you're like a Lux type of deck, so the like extra mana doesn't hurt when the power could hurt a lot more. Also, the biggest thing is that this is an action, so it's like a combat trick, whereas Vengeance isn't an action. So Vengeance you have to only play on your turn. Blast of Power can be some sort of combat trick. Bait your opponent into attacking into you, be able to Blast of Power it, and can be cool. So I really like it as a 3. I think many yellow decks that want to control the board can play this card.
It's a great point. I've actually talked about like strength of Sona and stuff, and this is another like really strong point for Sona, where you're getting all your runes back at the end of the turn, and then you've got a way to kind of dump them.
Yeah, all right, like I'd rather play this in the green decks that play Sona than Vengeance.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so Garen Commander. This is the Garen that you probably do end up playing, but it's just worse Darius. Strictly. I think Garen really got the short end of the stick in Proving Grounds. Like to me, this card is actually a 1, and yeah, I guess that's considering that Darius exists. But yeah, this is just a 1.
I mean, even without it, Darius existing, like
it's still bad.
6. Yeah, it's still bad. It's still not good. To get on rate for a 6-might unit, you have to have like 2 other units with you, and yeah, it's just not very good. There's not much else to say.
All right. Up next, Lux. This is a relatively unique effect. There's not a lot of like mana rocks in the game. This is reaction speed, just add 2 that can only be used on spells. Comes in on turn 2 that you can play this Lux out. And then you can just leave it backline as a mana rock, which is pretty decent ramping, especially in Lux decks that care about big spells, but also any order deck that wants to play a lot of spells. And they added a lot of these like unique spells that just generate units. So you can play, it's really reminiscent of lore Lux decks, actually, where you would play these big spells that give you units instead. This card to me actually reads as quite good, but it's more like a 3. It's just like an easy 3 for me.
Yeah, I was actually teetering closer towards 2 to 3 because I don't know how often you're actually playing this card, because in the yellow decks that exist now, like you might play this in Leona if your deck is super spell heavy. It essentially just reads like play a spell for free every turn because a lot of your spells cost 2. Yep. So like, is that worth investing a whole nother card though, is a good question. Like Victor doesn't really want to play this. There's just like a lot that goes into building it. It fits into like exactly Lux type decks or spell heavy yellow decks, which don't particularly exist right now. So
yeah, I think the future potential on this card is great.
Yes, 100%.
but I do agree with you in this set. It's pretty much exactly Lux that wants to play it and no one else.
Yeah, we can look back at this in a year from now and be like, wow, we rated it a 2, and just be so surprised.
Yeah. Okay. Recruit the Vanguard. This is exactly what I was talking about, right? This is 4 recruit tokens as a spell. It's 6 for 4, but it's action speed, so it can be played when someone is attacking into you. It has a lot of combo synergy. There's like a Trifarian War Camp or whatever, which has the +1s. So then this is actually just like eight might coming into play. Action speed during a fight. So I actually like this card, I think, a lot more than you would expect. But I'm not sure if all the combos are there, if it's worth putting into that many decks. I think Victor can really abuse this with like his signature spell. I think it sits squarely in a 3 for me. I actually like this card a lot.
Yeah, I actually also like this card a lot, which I'm not surprised you like it as a person. Just like I've never heard anyone else talk about this card in good ways. So I also put it at a 3 just because of the action speed. If this card didn't have action speed, I'd put it like a 1. But the fact that it has action speed, it's like it's so much playable, playable. Because you can spread out where the units go. You can put like 2 on one battlefield, 2 on the, like assuming you control both battlefields, you can just like randomly put 2 units on each or something like that. You know,
it's pretty sick. At action speed, I'm fully with you. On that.
Yes,
yeah. Next up, Vanguard Attendant. I enter ready. 6 for 5. Bad. I mean, this is it's technically on rate. It is, but it's accelerate. But you don't get to decide if you're accelerating it. So I think it's bad. It's a 1.
It's a 0. Like I don't know. It's a 1. Yeah. You just play any other 6 might or 6 cost unit in yellow X, or you just play any other 5 might unit in yellow X.
All right, we've got our first legend. We're gonna kind of compare them with other legends. I think is gonna be the goal with these other legends as we see them. This is not unique colors for Annie, because Jinx is also in these colors. I think as of right now, I prefer to play Jinx if I want to play these 2 colors, even though they are very different decks in what they do. Because I think, objectively, I do think refunding 2 runes is a very good legend ability, actually. I think especially if you're spell heavy and you want to be playing a lot of action speed stuff on your opponent's turn, you get to develop a unit, still have runes up to make sure that you've got tricks. But there's not a ton of combat tricks in red purple outside of like its bounces and kill spells. It's not a lot of pumps. And I think that if this was on a green legend, this is crazy. It's like insane on a green legend.
Yeah.
But on red purple, it's pretty mediocre. I think it's maybe a 2 or 3.
Yeah, I'm actually leaning kind of like towards the opposite, or I'm thinking of 3, maybe close to 4. Because the thing with Annie is I think she's just like one of the best aggressive decks in the game, like even compared to Jinx. Because the way I look at it is, like you said, there's not a lot of tricks that red purple plays. They kind of just play their units, they attack you. Jinx gets the benefit of drawing, like a couple of extra cards, which kind of makes up for not having tricks. So you kill my unit, but I'm going to draw an extra unit, which makes up for it. What Annie does is it lets you attack, and then you hold up 2 mana for some sort of like, maybe not get excited, but yeah, any push spell, any bounce spell, any kill spell that you want to play. And those are kind of ways to protect your units, or at least stop your opponent from attacking you, which makes it almost a better aggro deck, in my opinion. I don't know about when things get refined and all that, but just seeing my aggro deck be able to play a unit, but then also have mana now for interaction, like other cards we'll see like fight or flight and these push type spells, makes it seem pretty solid to me.
I do think over the course of the game you end up getting a lot of value. I think I'm convinced to give it a 3 for sure, like hard 3. Like I don't know about 4 still, but it's definitely not a 2. It should be a 3. We'll go to her signature spell, or signature unit actually, which is Tibbers. This is kind of just like better than Firestorm, and then it has a big body. It's not exactly better because it's all units at battlefield. So if you control one battlefield and your opponent controls the other, it's a little bit worse, significantly worse if your units would all die to it. But Tibbers is interesting, very high cost, but it's a bomb to play for sure. Yeah,
it's one of those where it's like you can't afford to play around it, and oftentimes you just don't, and you just say like, I'm not going to play around Tibbers. But then sometimes they play Tibbers, even if it only kills like 1 unit. I mean, people play Snapvine. Of course, Snapvine only costs 5. This costs 8, but this is also bigger than Snapvine. and has more potential. Like the ceiling is much higher than a Snapvine. So I'd give it like a solid 2, like probably a solid 2. I'd put it at least like 1 in my Annie decks probably.
So I mean, it could also be Soul Gorgered and Harrowinged back, which is like Soul Gorgering it back is definitely very compelling. Because that's like a lot of stat value. It's a lot of power, but like at that point in the game, probably who cares? You're just like pushing. I think its ability to be brought back is really intriguing to me. But when I look at it just as the unit and just the nature of like 8 cost bombs, I think I'm closer to you on this being a 2. It's a little bit too niche. And very often you're maybe playing 1 copy in your Annie deck, and then you might run some amount of Soul. You might be on a reanimation deck, but you're still not going to run that many copies. You just want to get 1 in the bin. Yeah. All right. Up next is Yi. It's very funny because this deck has been extremely dominant. I'm still going to like hot take rate this extremely low as far as just a legend ability. But this is with the colors included, just being green orange
correct
does make Yi quite good. But I'm gonna look at the legend ability mainly for my rating here, and I'm going to put Yi as a 2. I think the legend ability is not impressive. I think it's not very good overall. I think what it does in the meta right now is very strong. If you just look at the podcast that's either coming out soon or came out just a second ago, depending on when this video goes out, I have like a longer take about Yi and where I think he is. I agree. This deck is one of the best right now. I don't think that will last very long whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just like automatically putting this at a 4. Like I'm inclined to put it as a 5. I legitimately think this is one of the best legends in the entire game. One, because of color style, and I like to take that thing into, account. So I'll put it at a 5. I'll say it's the first 5 legends we have. And the ability to me reads like, we were talking about Annie and we said, hey, what if we gave a green deck 2 mana? Master Yi is effectively giving you 2 mana, but also not even asking you to use a pump spell. Because with 2 mana, Master Yi is casting like Disciplines, or he's like 2 mana, give my unit +2 is on rate, basically. Yep. And Master Yi is just doing that for you without you having to actually have the card out of your hand. So it's giving you that value. Obviously, you don't get the literal 2 mana advantage, like you're not stunning things, defying things, like you can't do all of that. But that just like raw stat value of it is pretty good.
It's decently nice. There's the downside of it has to be single unit, which is I think fine in a lot of green decks. They're okay with that kind of style. And then also just like no offensive capability out of the legend, which is again that not every legend, like Ari also doesn't have like offensive capability. It's not like every legend does everything, right? I just think that it's overblown because of we're seeing a lot of the results with it. Because also we're gonna go to signature spell next. I think these are fine. I think it's cool that you have him at a 5. I think it makes sense with how dominant he's been. I'm not like shocked by that. I know this is my hot take, like being the Yi hater. But you look at like Highlander signature spell. I've never seen this card being like played in Yi decks.
I've never put this card in my deck. No.
I think the effect is quite good. It might just cost a little too much. And then also for Yi, because he has trouble conquering, you want to be spending every point of like energy on making sure that you don't lose your hold. And Highlander concedes the hold. You're actually recalling the unit, and then you would have to retake. So while this effect is incredibly good in decks that can retake, like Leona really loves Zonya's Hourglass because you can just give up the pumps or whatever they used to take it, and then retake with Leona getting the stun. But like with Yi, that's not the effect. So Highlander doesn't work as well in him. So I would put this card at a 1 because it's only allowed to be played in Yi. If it was allowed to be played elsewhere, this is a great card.
Exact same thoughts. Because it's just only a Master Yi card, I'm putting it at a 1. Like I'm sure Lee Sin would like to play this maybe over Hourglass even, or at least in tandem with Hourglass. Like Leona would also love this, but it just doesn't fit what Master Yi's wanting to do. It doesn't help Master Yi with what he's wanting to do, and it just doesn't do anything.
Yeah. All right. We'll go on to Lux. Her ability says draw a card, which I'm gonna overrate because I like it a lot. I also think her color combination is good. I think we've seen it with Victor. I think Mind Order is quite strong. And I know I didn't give Yi the bonus of being orange green. But I think in general I would put Lux closer to a 3. I think the ability is just kind of it's fine. It's good. I think card advantage is really powerful. I like the card advantage more than the +2, so it's slightly better than Yi for me. So it goes to 3.
Sure. Yeah, I'm gonna put it at a 2. It like can lean towards 3 if you want. The thing for me is that while drawing a card is cool, I'm also a card gamer that prefers to just win games. So I like drawing a bunch of cards doesn't win you games. And like you said, blue, yellow, like order mind, right? Or is
Yeah, order mind.
Yeah, order mind is one of the best color combinations in the whole game. And it's one of the best because it has a lot of card advantage just kind of built into the cards.
That's true.
And the colors. So you don't necessarily need to draw one, and it forces the deck building tax is the biggest thing for me about Lux. So I put her at a 2, but I could see it be 3.
No, I think that's kind of fair. I think like you don't have to put any card draw in because she has it, but also some of the good cards do kind of draw you cards, so you just are like not playing some cards that were already pretty good. Next up, Final Spark. This is Lux's card, costs 8, deal 8 to a unit. It's at action speed. It's basically the same as the 6 kill a unit, except for it doesn't say battlefield, because I would just read 8 as essentially it says kill a unit. The fact that it's not at a battlefield does make this strong, but the fact that it costs 8 makes it a little bit less strong because that's just an incredibly high cost. For me, that puts it at a solid 3.
Yeah, agree. Solid 3. Then you basically hit everything on the head.
Yeah. All right, Might of Demacia, our boy Garen. I'm gonna give him a 1.
Poor guy.
I know it says draw cards, but like that condition is not a very good condition. That's a 1 for me, baby.
Okay, I'm not gonna go too in depth. I'm gonna put it at a 2 just because anything that says draw 2 can't be that bad. Smiley face. And then also any deck that's orange can't be that bad, and then any deck that's yellow can't be that bad. So like, surely you could just put orange and yellow cards and he can be playable. But yeah, I don't know.
And I saw someone do that. I don't remember who tweeted it, but someone was like trying to make Aaron work, and it was like, oh, they're just playing a bunch of really good orange and yellow cards, and then they're winning a couple games. So
there's another champion or another legend we'll see up here that is basically the same thing. You just play their colors because their colors are good.
Yep. Signature spell, Decisive Strike, give friendly units +2 this turn. While this is a fine action speed spell, somehow they decided that this should cost 5 energy and a power. Which Grand Stratagem, which is +5, is 2 more power and 1 more energy.
Okay, but surely that's not in the yellow or orange colors.
Yeah, surely that's not an order card. Yeah.
Okay. Well, surely it's not action speed, right? Like Decisive Strike. Like Decisive
no,
Strike's
I mean it is
speed,
action speed though, but
okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's a 1.
I don't know why this card is printed. Yeah, it's a 0.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I just don't put I don't even want to put a star on the screen.
All right. So that's Proving Grounds. Poor Garen. It actually does feel like the rest of the Proving Grounds decks are like pretty reasonable, and you could probably find a deck that works out. Obviously, Yi having a lot of tournament success right now, but also there was like a Lux that top 8'd one of them, and I feel like Annie's not really like that bad. Her colors are good. I think her ability is pretty good. So it's kind of cool to see that the beginner product should at least allow you to like bring a deck that can fight, and we'll see if it ends up actually being meta staple, but. We're going to move on to the main set, and we're going to start with Engi or Fury and just make our way down. We're going 1 to 298 or whatever. Like, we're just going one after the other. Blazing Scorcher. This is Mighty for Volibear. It's optional Accelerate, which makes it better than other ones. It is a dragon, which does technically matter, but I'm not sure if it matters yet. We'll see one day, maybe. This card's fine. It's a 2. It's maybe a 3. It's fine.
I was gonna say I look at this card as like the most 3 definition card I've ever seen.
Yeah, just on like, rate, fine.
Just on rate has a keyword that like makes it slightly like cool. It like is never bad because it's just if it's early you can just play it as a 5-mana 5. If it's late, it has Accelerate. This is just like an okay card that I would put 2 of in every red deck.
You're right. Mighty does help it because like you look at Volibear and it's like it suddenly actually has like there's a real reason to play it, so maybe it is a 3 because it actually does have decks that has a real reason to play, tangible reason to play it over other cards, like a non-power 5. Sure, that's fine. All right, Brazen Buccaneer up next. as you play me, discard a card as an additional cost if you do reduce my cost by 2. So 4 for 5 is good with discard. 6 for 5 is bad. It's a 2.
Yeah, it's a 2. It's like it's a 2 in every deck, not named Volibear. It's like a 4 in Volibear if you draw it on turn 1, and then a 1 in Volibear if you draw it after turn 1. Like, I don't know. This card is just so all over the place that 2's great.
2's great. Chemtech Enforcer. Assault 2, when you play me, discard 1. It's not a, like, 2 play me effect, so you could have an empty hand and play it. It's an above rate attacker, and then discard in some decks is actually a positive. I do like to try and cut this card from Jinx when I can. I think there are better cards to play, but it's really hard to just like hate this card. It's very fine because it's a turn 1 play that is going to attack into anything that tries to defend that early, and it should win. So with that said, I'd probably put it at a 3.
Yeah, unless
he gets to defend against this. Yeah, he does get to defend against.
I'm just teasing you. Yeah, I mean 3, perfect 3. Again, it's just like you said, it's good. Card is good. You play it if you can cut it because there are better cards you do, but that doesn't happen enough because every deck plays it. So
yeah, exactly. We want to play all 4s, right? That's the idea. This is very much a 3. Cleave. This is, I mean, Assault 3 is a pretty good thing to give someone for 1. Like 1 for 3 might is good. It's very good for like Legion. So Darius, if you want to play aggressive Darius, this card is pretty good. When I've seen it played, it's not impressed me as much as I thought it would, but I also think that the card just statistically is very fine. And I also kind of wanted to just give it a 3 as this is playable. But part of me also leans to 2, but that might be because I haven't played enough Darius. Have you played this in Darius? Is it really good in Darius?
It's really good if you need the Legion effect. The thing with Darius is like, because oftentimes your deck is fairly cheap, you don't play a whole lot of expensive cards, that once you get to the mid to late game, alongside the Darius giving you an extra mana, you don't really need a 1 mana spell to activate it. Except for his signature spell, which is why I'm giving this a 3, is because it's an action. You can play it on your opponent's turn. So yes, you lose out on the assault, but it action speeds makes guillotine now just to kill anything because it's also an action.
Okay.
So that's cool. I would never put more than like 2 of these in my deck, but it's kind of cheesy. It's like kind of reminds me of Shin, which we'll get to, where you fall for it game 1, maybe it loses you the game, but then in games 2 and 3, you can play around it and it becomes significantly worse.
Yeah, I think this card is very fine. It's another card I would like to cut, and it's a bit more situational. I think for that, I'm actually gonna give it a 2, but I think it's very close. It's very close to being a 3. Disintegrate, deal 3 to a unit of battlefield. This is draw 1, action speed. If it kills, which is a big if actually. I found more and more. As we've gotten more red spells, I've gotten lower and lower on disintegrate. I don't know how you feel about it.
Yeah, I mean, you know the saying "big if true." Like it's a really big if this card draws you one. Like it just doesn't happen. 4 mana for 3 is fake. We have 1 mana deal 3. Like get this boomer card off my screen. Like,
it still says battlefield, right? Like it's
true. It also just says battlefield.
Yeah, it's been like power crept by its own color significantly.
Like 4 times.
Because it's action, not reaction. You can't also just like kill your own thing in response to something to like just get a draw. And even if you could, I mean, it's 4 cost for draw 1. So yeah, I actually, God, am I gonna put disintegrate at 1? I might put it at 1. Yeah, I'll put it at 1.
It's just there's so many cards that do better than this. You have 2 mana deal 2. Like we just saw 2 mana deal 2. Why am I paying 2 extra mana for 1 damage?
Yep. All right, Flame Chomper's up next. This card is phenomenal in Jinx. It's really really good. I mean, it's just like fits perfectly into what you want to do when you're playing with this card. For like what it does in the decks, that it's good. I actually kind of want to put it at a 4. When you get the really aggressive starts with Flame Chompers, like you run people over. Like you actually just run people over when you get this in the right setups. And then at worst, it's 3 for 3, which is fine. It's not good, but it's fine. So I'm gonna put it at 4. I really like this card in Jinx. I would never play less than 3, unless my deck has no discard outlets. But I don't really see a reason to play Jinx with no discard. So
yeah, I'm putting it at 4. Whether you're playing the aggressive version and you high roll this on turn 1 with the assault guy that we saw earlier, it's really good. there's a lot of mid-range decks, mid-range jinxes running around with like reanimate packages and stuff that their entire deck is nothing but discard cards and draw cards. And it's just a free unit. It's a 0 mana unit. Yes, it costs you 8 power, but it's like effectively a 0 energy unit.
Often you have red seals in Jinx as well anyway.
Yes.
Like, because you're churning your deck so much. So, yeah. It's very good. Get Excited is up next. This card is situational for sure. Fury Rune is very high for me, by the way. Fury Rune, that's fun. No,
I don't know how many I'm putting in my deck, to be honest with you. But
Get Excited is this is a very good card. But it is situational. It requires deck building costs, right? Like you need your curve to make this card not like bad-ish, but it's also action speed removal that is fairly costed, and your opponent doesn't know how much damage it's dealing until it's actually dealing the damage.
Yeah, that's the really big thing about it.
I'm pretty high on it. Whenever I put it in my deck, it's because it's going to be good in my deck, and for that reason, I will put Get Excited at 4.
Okay, low key, I think I'm gonna put it at a 5, just because of what you said. Of like, if I am playing Get Excited, it's going to be absurd. It's going to be like an extremely above rate removal spell at action speed for some reason. Like, again, your opponent doesn't know how to play around it, so like I'm gonna.
If you're playing it, you want the discard as well, anyway, right? Like you want,
or you don't care because you have
it's doing.
Dazzling out. So it's like I have infinite card advantage because I'm drawing a unit off of my Dazzling Aurora, and then so I'm gonna play this in Volibear, and my opponent doesn't know if I'm about to discard a 6-cost Buccaneer, an 8-cost unit, or a 10-cost unit. You know, they just have no idea what number to buff or play around. So. I'm just gonna put it at 5 because when you do play it, it's usually in a deck where it's absurdly.
I've wanted to hold back 5 so much.
Yeah,
but I've convinced you to convince me that this is probably
yeah. I was like, your logic is exactly kind of my logic, but you just put it way better, so I didn't have to.
All right. Cool. That's fine. Yeah, Get Excited is great. Up next is Hextech Ray. This card is definitely a 4. In specifically Kaisa is it? I mean, it's not even a 5. It's not one of the best cards in the game, but it is extremely good. It's still just a 4.
Yeah, I would put it at just a 4. And like even potentially lower, like a 3 3/4, if anything, just because 3. When you are using this to kill a unit that is 3 might or less, it is obviously extremely good, especially in Kaisa. When you're using it and you're looking at a 4 mana or 4 might unit, I'm just like, have to use this and then another guard, and it becomes significantly worse.
Or you need Tome in play or something like that, right? But like you need something else, which is it's actually why I've like been getting higher and higher on Tome. But like that's besides the point. But this is exactly what Kaisa needed. It's what took Kaisa from being a deck that people were not playing very much of, thought she was not good, and then like this and a few other things were revealed, not just this, but a few other things with it, and suddenly I think Kaisa has been looking like a very strong deck. It deals with a lot of stuff very easily, so it's a good card. Legion Rearguard is next. This was the quintessential 1-drop in every single red drop deck for so long because it was the first revealed. The flexibility of it,
the only one we had.
Exactly. The flexibility of it is nice. Like Accelerate existing on it as something you can do is nice, but the card is not particularly good, and there are kind of like better early drops for a lot of archetypes. I just see it as a 3. It's really hard to rate these early drops because a lot of them are just they don't do anything, but you need them. And I think that anything that's like 2 for 2 but has something else that it can do that actually feels meaningful is pretty reasonable. So I'd just give it a 3.
Yeah, I look at 2 for 2s in general as like 2s for me, unless they have like a really good thing. But Legion Rearguard is easily a 3 and kind of breaks that mold because of Accelerate specifically. If you're going first, you just play this as a 2 mana 2, you're on rate, you're happy, you have a 2-drop. If you're going second and you have 3 mana, you can still play this, but now it's accelerated and you've just started your points gaining by aggro. So like it's very much a 3. It's very good.
All right, up next, Magma Worm. This one I think everyone underrated for a very long time is feeling like a Timmy card because you come from a lot of other card games and it's like, wow, pay 8 and then and then it does something next turn, maybe. Has However, as the volley decks got a lot better and, more cards got added because the starter deck was pretty terrible, this card seems very good. Just making your stuff come in ready when you are online so consistently and so quickly is pretty good. It doesn't really fit in any other deck but volley, but I do think it's strong.
Yeah, I mean, I have the same take. With 8 mana on Volibear, you can play this card on like turn 4. Often, like turn 3 is when you usually start playing 8 drops. You go second, play 5 drop, get mana, blah, blah, blah. Like turn 3 is when you play this. So if you're playing this on turn 3 and then turn 4, you can slam out like a Volibear and a Nivea, like any of your big units that you're wanting to play and have them come in ready with Accelerate, essentially. It's really good. I'm still probably only putting it at a 3, just simply because it can't be played in any other than one deck, and even in that one deck you would still rather draw other cards. Like
it's not your best card in that one deck either. I'm with you. It's a 3. I think people underrated. People would have like put this at a 1 if we were still at starter deck territory, right? Sure. I think everybody's wise up to the fact that Magma Worm is good, but I do think 3 is very reasonable. Nox is Hopeful. I like this card a lot, actually. I think it's a really great Legion effect. It's just 2 for 4. It's just math. It's good stats.
Good stats. Flesh and Blood players love this card.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, 100%. It is good. It is good math. Flesh and Blood players like good math. Still kind of just sits at a 3 for me, though. It's not better than that. It's just stats. Doesn't do anything particularly interesting.
Definition of a 3. It's a staple in the decks it's played in. You would rather have 4s, but this is much better than any 2, so just play it.
Pouty Poro. This is 2 for 2. Gets Deflect. Deflect's a good keyword, but it's a better keyword on like real threats. I think you're happy to clear this with unit combat. So this is, I mean, it's weird with these because it's like 1 or 2. I'm not even sure like what I want to give it. I guess 1 because I think there's just like a lot of better early drops that you can play in the decks that you could play Pouty Poro. So it's a 1, I guess. It's not that horrible of a card, but I guess it's a 1.
Yeah, I'll put it at like a 2 just because I still feel like 2 for 2 plus not being a vanilla can't be that bad. And that's kind of like my floor. It's like if you're a 2 for 2 with a decent ability, that's fine. If they have to use an ability or skill on it, obviously that's good. Most people don't because it's so small.
Yep. Sky Splitter, this card is messed up.
Yeah, this card's illegal.
It can't be denied because of the 8 base cost. That was one of the things that just like completely changed the game on this card, where it's like it's often being played as a 0 energy 1 power deal 5, and even when it's not, it's like 3 energy
3
or 2
3 at
and
most.
And the thing is it's not even just Volibear that like gets to play this so egregiously. It's like Kaisa also plays this really well because she doesn't pay the power cost either, and she often plays it for 2 or 3. And
I've
5
had
is a
Jinx
good
decks play this against me. Because like Purple Jinx is a 5. If you attack with the 2 drop, your 2 drop is a 4, man. That just turns this into a 4 mana deal 5. That's a rocket. Like this is
when
just
Red Jinx is swinging in. Red Jinx is swinging in. Like it costs 2. Yeah, I mean it's a 5. Sky Splitter's a 5.
Yeah,
this card is great.
This card is amazing for the same reason that like Get Excited is amazing, except this has a significantly lower deck building cost than
it does.
Get Excited has.
Yep. It's less range of damage, I guess, but it doesn't matter. Farron, this is a 4 for 5 with a power cost, and then it just has kind of an Anthem effect. I haven't really seen the Anthem come out with this card very frequently. I do think 4 for a Mighty unit is kind of nice. I know a lot of Volibears were using this for a while. I think this card is very medium. It's not super good. There's not a huge reason to play it.
Yeah, I'd put it at 2. Like maybe it was a 3 if Dazzling Aurora didn't exist. It could be a 3 because every Volibear deck wanted it because you could go first and still have a turn 2 play with 4 mana. That's Mighty and be happy. But now you just don't, like no one plays it. No one plays this card.
Yeah. Yeah, I like struggle because I kind of want to give it a 3 because of that reason, but I do think it's a 2 because it's not happening. It's just not really working. It's not doing what it wants to do. So I like it as a 2.
Fair. I think if Red Anthem decks were a thing, it'd be cool, but
yeah. That one, like Farron is likely to change in rating with like a lot of stuff coming out. Like a Red Anthem, sure. That's pretty good. Dangerous Duo. This is another Legion card. When you play, give a unit +2 this turn. Before there were more reveals, I was playing this card in Jinx and actually liked it. Because I felt like it was just paying 3 for 5 because you were just getting 5 might when you played it, right? However, I think there's enough cards now that you don't really need this, and its effect is not good enough that I necessarily want it in Darius either for its Legion effect. I guess it's okay. It is still pretty good math. I just think it's probably a 2. I think there's better cards overall, but I don't think the card is that bad.
Yeah, it's just a boomer card. I would almost just put it at a 1 because I feel like any deck that you would want to play this early unit type effect in, you could probably find a better card for that usage of mana.
Yep, probably so. Yeah, the big idea behind it was Jinx, you'd like to draw it when you were drawing 2 later, when you had an empty hand, and you draw 2 cards, right? And then you would get this, and you get value. But yeah, as I said, better cards now. 2 makes sense. Iron Ballista, this enters exhausted. Tap to deal 2 to a unit out of battlefield. So these gears are really hard to evaluate because it's like permanent value that you can get every turn. And I do think that this one's value is quite good. And there's a lot of decks that it would be good against. It can ping someone to reduce it to make it so that your other spell can actually clean it up. It can just clear off recruits. It does a lot, and there's a reason it comes in exhausted, because I think if you could just deal 2 the turn you played it, this would be a no-brainer, put it in my deck. I think I'm going to give this one a 3, Mo, but I would not be surprised if this card is like actually just very good.
Yeah, I'm definitely putting it in a 4. I think it borderlines 5 simply because it helps Kaisa with Kaisa's number 1 problem, which is my spell in hand doesn't do enough. Like, it just barely, like, all your 6 damage spells don't kill the big 8 might units. All your 4 damage spells don't kill the 6 might or 5 might mid-range units. You're like, we were talking about the 3 mana or the 3 damage spell for 1 mana doesn't kill the 4 and 5 might units. Like, all of your spells are good when they're good. Like, they're good against that exact number. But as soon as a unit is just 1 more number than what your spell does, you are significantly behind because of the fact that you now need a second card, whether that's running a unit into it to make it weak or kill it, or obviously Tome's different, we'll get to that, but if you don't have anything like that, which this card fixes because it's permanently every turn, your 1 mana 3 is now 1 mana 5, your 2 mana 4 is a 2 mana 6. It's just stuff like that is makes it really good.
I think it's really strong. I think I think you may be right at the 4, but as I said, I'm gonna do 3 for now, and I'm not shocked if that card's a 5. I'm not surprised if that card goes up. Noxus Saboteur, 3 for 3. Opponent's hidden cards can't be revealed here. It's a great tech piece. If Teemo's the best deck, you're playing this card in your sideboard. Because it's statted fine. It's not amazing stats, but it's statted fine. So I will just say 3 because it's great, but it is super situational. And it's never going into a main deck as like 3 copies. It's just a good sideboard option.
Yeah, 3 is perfect. And the decks you want to play it in, it's either because Teemo is broken or overly played, or your Teemo matchup is really bad, so you need to play this to beat it. And this card will just solo those matchups for you, like by itself.
All right. Raging Soul is up next. This is a card I haven't gotten to test with, but I actually really like it in theory. It's if you've discarded a card this turn, it has assault and ganking, and it's just a 4 for 4, so it's on rate with no power cost. And I actually think in aggressive decks this is pretty reasonable as an attacker. I don't know where I want to fit it in decks because there's a lot of other just good cards, and deck space is really contested. So I'm curious if the types on it, Shadow Isles or Spirit, are going to make a big difference later on, and this is a card to just watch out for. For now, to me, I haven't gotten to test it, but I think I have to put it at a 3, where it is just normal. I was thinking 2, but I think it's a 3, because it is just, it's on rate with an upside. But I could see this card being very strong.
Yeah, I think 3 is probably perfect. It's one of those cards where you are only playing this right now in like very specific Jinx decks that are built around half of your cards or X amount of your cards are discard cards, and the other half are discard payoff cards, whether it's when I'm discarded, draw a card, when I'm discarded, play me for free, all those types of effects. And so this is just half of that stuff. So you're just going to put it in your deck because it fits the deck, and not because I'm not drawing this on my Jinx deck and being like, oh my God, I won the game.
All right, up next, Scrapyard Champion. This was in the like initial Jinx trial deck, and it was kind of I thought it was kind of an all-star in that deck because just finding more ways for refill is pretty good. But the more I've played the like more refined Jinx lists, actually like playing a 5-drop that just like draws me more is not what I want from like the top end of my deck. I want the top end of my deck to be like, this thing is like 30 power, not actually, but like this is just like a huge amount of might that I'm putting on the board. I've seen it with the Dravens. I don't like the Draven as much. I'm more of a fan of like the Darius top end. They're like Red Darius with the Ready Me stuff. And I think that you draw enough cards that this Legion effect is not as exciting, because if you've activated this Legion effect, discarded 2 and drawed 2, you probably are out of energy. So you actually can't play the cards that you drew, and now you just turn off Jinx for the next turn. So maybe is this like Darius refill if you're like out of cards? Because for Jinx, I don't think you want this anymore.
No, Darius is yellow, so you just have like card draw stuff from yellow stuff. But you hit it pretty good, where if you have the Mana 2 Legion and then play this, you draw 2 cards. You're net neutral on cards, so the logic of like, I'm playing this to draw cards on an empty hand and Jinx just doesn't make sense, because you're going to start your next turn with 3 cards. If you had 1 card in your hand and you go to the next, you also have 3 cards. Yeah. So you just play, I would rather play Mist Wraith than this for the might. The effect is kind of whatever. I'd rather play Draven over this for the might. Like
the other side is if you actually want a Grave Fill and discard, then this is like better. Sure. But I think there's other ways to discard that I think are a little bit more effective. So I'm gonna put this at a 2. I don't think it's like a horrible card. I just think that it's not like that good overall. It's not that worth.
I'd probably put it closer to a 1. I just don't see any deck playing this card. I just think like every red deck right now would rather play something else for this amount of mana.
That's fair. Sundisk. This is Legion tap. Next unit you play this turn enters ready. I saw a lot of people really liking Convoke in set. I never really liked that card, but this is like Convoke just on the board. It's not for all your units. I guess that's the difference. It's just 1. I think readying units is very strong, but this was one talked about on the pod recently with Pastry, that it's like, it feels like it could be either very strong or kind of unplayable. And I think I initially will lean towards kind of unplayable, and I'll get to see myself potentially be wrong. But for now, I'll put this as a 1. I think I don't actually like how this effect works and like wanting to take the turn off.
Yeah, I think like most of the red decks don't even need this. Like if you are wanting to play accelerated units in your red decks, you can just play good accelerated units in your red decks. The only deck I've seen play this where the effect actually looked not even decent, but like actually good is Kai'Sa randomly. Like Kai'Sa would randomly just play like a 1 or 2 mana spell, tap this, and then now their 6 mana Kai'Sa's coming in accelerated and stuff. And it's just like stuff like that like looked really good. You still have to have kind of specific board setup to do it, and this, you don't want to draw this card late into the game. So I'd also probably just put it at a 2 just because it has potential, and I'd much rather it be a 2 than a 5, because if this card is a 5, we're gonna be in probably some trouble.
All right, up next is Thermo Beam. This is action kill all gear. This is an effect that you need to have exist in each color. This so far, I believe, is the least efficient, worst way to kill gear with the costs. It is your board wipe for 4-player, which is very funny. So for your 4-player decks, you can dust this off, but we're not talking about 4-player here. We're talking strictly 1v1 as far as these card ratings are concerned. I'm going to give this a 1 because I don't think this will be your card of choice when it comes to finding answers to gear in whatever deck you are playing.
Yeah, pour one out for Kai'Sa. It's a 1. Kai'Sa just loses to Aurora. You can build the worst Aurora slop deck in the world and you'll beat Kai'Sa because this is their option, and like no one's going to play it. So unlucky.
Yeah. Is there no other gear removal in red blue?
Blue has literally 0. It's the only region that has 0.
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe in that vein, Kaisa's supposed to play this in the sideboard against Aurora, but it's tough.
Yeah, because then they one mana. They just 1 mana, take it out your hand. Smile.
All right. So Unlicensed Armory. This is a discard outlet to basically have sets legend ability on a stick in red. You have to discard for it, so it's not free. That is part of the cost, is that you discard. But I think that's fine. I think a lot of decks want to discard anyway.
Yeah.
The effect is good because you have a lot of assault units, and so being able to take and then kind of recall something after it dies, like when it trades on the assault, it's good, but you can't use it defensively, which makes it worse. I think it sits at a 2 for me, but gear are really hard for me to evaluate because they stay on the field the entire time. This effect is objectively good, but I think the way that you have to play around the effect in the decks that you're like kind of playing around, it's not as exciting for me. Maybe Kaisa likes this. I don't know. Interesting.
Yeah, I'd borderline put it a 1 if it were just me. Like when I read this card and I saw it wasn't a reaction, I saw it had to be on your turn, it had to be proactive. The only way you get value or can guarantee value is if you are crashing your unit into their unit. Because if you're doing it proactively, saying like, I'm going to attack with my Jinx and you now can't spend removal spell on it. You know, me, I'm just going to say, okay, I'm not going to spend a removal spell on it. Like, nice card and stuff. However, I've heard other people say that it's very good. I have a friend, Kuvira, and they've built decks not around this card, but discard specific decks and said this card's amazing. So, like, I'm not sure. I'd still put it at a 1 myself, and
I could see
maybe it's a 3. Yeah.
I'm sitting at a 2. I think I'm underrating gear a lot in general. I think gear is the one thing that I think a lot of people will underrate. I think I'm underrating. But I would. It's like the biggest cards to watch for me are gear. Void Seeker's up next. This is deal 4, draw 1 unconditional. Therefore, pretty good card. 3 for 4. It's not like the most amazing rate that exists on any of the removal spells, but it is certainly on rate and completely fine. Bread and butter card for Kaisa. It sits at a 4 for me. It's not one of the best cards in the game, but I think you're playing 3 copies of this in the decks that want to play the spell.
Yeah, I'm going to put it at a 3 because I think you play 3 copies of this deck or 3 copies of this card in every one of your decks until we get a card that's just better.
That's better?
Yeah. Sure. Like the card's not bad. Like that's so funny. When we first saw it, everyone was like, wow, this card is so good. Like compared to every other red spell we have, it's amazing. And then we kind of got all the rest of the cards and it's just got a lot less crazy.
I don't know. It cantripping means I don't see it getting replaced for a while, but I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So,
fair.
Anyways, Blind Fury up next. Each opponent reveals top card of their main deck. Choose one and play it, ignoring its cost, and recycle the rest. This card's hilarious. This definitely playing some like for fun 4-player. This is a lot of people are gonna play this card. I think in competitive play, it's unplayable. It's a 1. It's random. It's crazy.
It's a 1.
It's a 1.
You cannot come up with a way to make this card good.
No, it's a 1. It's a 1. 1 for sure.
1v1.
Brynhir Thundersong is going to be our next one. This was the community card kitchen art from Lore, which is, I think, really cool that it gets to be on a card that I actually think is very good. I think this card is underplayed, and it does require somewhat specific meta, but not that specific. Almost every deck does want to play somewhat on your turn, and as a top-end finisher for aggressive decks on the turn that you're going to go for the double conquer to end the game, there are not many better things that you can play. Just denying your opponent the ability to interact when you have lethal on board is incredibly good. I'm going to just actually give this a 5. And I know that's maybe a little crazy, but I think as we play the game more and more, the decks that can make use of this effect, this card is going to be your bane. You are going to hate to see this card hit the board every single time. So I'll give it a 5.
Yeah, you know what I just realized is like we kind of gave Saboteur a 3, saying, oh, great sideboard card into Teemo, blah, blah, blah. This card is kind of just like better Saboteur because it just says your opponents can't. You can't play hidden cards. You can't react to this card being played because that's not how the stack works in this game. So if your opponent has hidden cards, they can't be played. But then on top of that, none of their cards can be played. If you play against a Master Yi, and they just like you're sitting there with 4 mana open, 1 unit on each battlefield, you just play this card. They just can't do anything as long as you can get over the +2 from the legend ability, right? Then you're fine. This card's amazing. It's probably a 4. I could see it being a 5 for sure once decks get refined and built better. One of the best aggro top end cards in the entire game, like for sure.
Yep, I full agree. Up next is Darius. This is Red Darius. This was the old king of top end in red, in my opinion, for anything that's not like a ramp deck, like Volibear or whatever, right? This is a really great top end card. When you play your second card in turn, give me +2 and ready me. This can be the second card you play in a turn, I believe, and come in as a 7 and ready, which is very, very good. 5 for 7 ready. We've talked about a lot of cards being like their might being less than their energy cost, but they come in ready, and that's like on rate and fine. This is just above rate and good. And then this effect is like static, so it can just keep happening on future turns as well, which is just very good. I think Darius is a 4 for me. I think this card's just great.
Yeah, I think 4 is pretty good spot. It also just can trigger on your opponent's turn. So if you have 2 action spells or reaction action spells, like whatever combination, you can just play them on your opponent's turn, and then all of a sudden your Darius is +2. And so you kind of pumped your Darius while also playing 2 spells on your opponent's turn. So have fun with it.
All right.
Yeah, 4. Like, I agree with that for sure.
Up next, Draven. My might is increased by your points. I saw a lot of people messing around with Draven early on, but when I think about top end for red decks, my hot take is that Draven is... Okay, 1 is unfair. It's a 2. I actually just don't think Draven's very good. I think there's just like a lot of better ways that you can play. Draven's better for like holding. And yes, when you're playing like 5 for 8 or whatever, when you're pretty late in the game, that's kind of strong. But I'd rather like slam the door with Bryn here or with Darius. And I just don't think that this card is nearly as good as top end.
Yeah, I look at it as like they kind of fulfill different roles in the sense of the can't play cards. I'm never going to pronounce that card's name right, but your opponent can't play card you were just talking about is one really good way of top end, which just says, I have enough might and board to have lethal and win from here. So I just have to stop you from interacting with me. Darius is like I need to interact with you now type of thing, but the first card doesn't really work unless you have the might and have the lethal, which Draven helps with. So I put Draven at a 3. I think like Kaisa really loves him. I think Jinx decks probably have better top end overall, but a lot of red decks can just simply play this as like a 5 mana 8 very easily.
I think that's fair. All right, Falling Star up next. This spell I think has been absolutely cracked. Whenever I've seen it, I think this was one of the another one of the biggest additions to Kaisa decks. But I've also seen like a few Jinx decks play it. I think the power cost is maybe a little high for Jinx, but it is just good removal. Deal 3 twice to a unit. Doesn't have to be at a battlefield. This one's a 4 for me. I don't quite see it as like one of the best cards in the game, but I think this is an incredibly strong removal piece for red that will exist for a good period of time. I don't think this card's getting cut very easily.
Yeah, I'm inclined to make it a 5 for the reasons of like in Kaisa, it's just very much a 5 if we're saying every deck is Kaisa where you get a free power, right? Like just 2 mana, 1 power for this card's broken. But then also the other red decks, like Volibear can play this in the sideboard just because he ramps a lot. Other decks can just play it because it's just very good if you need it. It's one of those where if you're playing it, it's probably for a good reason.
That's good. Red Jinx, I think Red Jinx is very good. Her cost to her power is just great. I think easily a 4. Does everything that you want in the deck. Can be accelerated. Optional is actually just so good. If her cost was like 4 instead, this card's actually just worse. But I think it being 3 is just so strong. In every variant of Jinx, whether you want to be discarding for reanimate, whether you're just kind of the aggressive low to the ground Jinx, no matter what, you want to play this card. So it's great. It's in every Jinx deck. It's a 4.
Yep. 4 is great. It's just in every like red aggro deck, I think. Like I just think you just play it as a nice like 3 mana 6 or sometimes a 4 mana 6 accelerate, and it's good.
Yep. Raging Firebrand. When you play me, the next spell this turn costs 5 less. The way cost stuff works as well is like you look at it before reductions. So there's like very interesting stuff, like even Sky Splitter. You could have like a small thing in or just this in. It would make Sky Splitter free because they add together. But I haven't really seen much use out of this card. I think 5 cost spell, like there's not a lot of spells that cost that much that you're trying to play like after playing a very mediocre body.
Yeah.
So I think it has a hard time fitting into decks. It has some decent longevity, like scaling into the card game, where if you find a reason to have a lot of spells like that and maybe more dragon synergies, then this card could be reasonable. For now, I will give it a 1. I wouldn't play it at all.
Yeah, I'll give it a 1. I'm not paying 6 mana for a 4 with an effect that's basically useless.
Yep. I'll give it a 1. Tome up next. So this is where we get closer to that, like we were talking about, what was it called? The Iron Ballista earlier. Mm-hmm. This is like a similar effect, but slightly different. This says the next spell you play deals 1 bonus damage. So this is going to be better with things like Falling Star that are hitting twice. It's insane with a Cathian Rain, right? Mm-hmm. But obviously that's a very late game spell that you're playing. So it's interesting because I don't know that you'd want to play both because that feels like a lot of gear. But if we try and look at this one just in a vacuum and what it does, I also think it's very good, like the Ballista. But I'm also really hesitant to give it more than like a 3. Because it's once per turn. It's just the next spell. It's not every spell, like what Annie would give you. But
right.
Also, I do think this is better than Annie. Just playing it for cheaper and getting it on board. Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna just stick 3. I'm gonna stick 3.
Yeah, I'll put it as 3 because I put Ballista as a 4. I think they're actually extremely similar in the sense of they help you make card do more than it should. Like it helps the Kaisa problem because it's a gear and you can use it over and over and over again. However, it doesn't work with ability, so it doesn't work with Ballista. So typically you have to play one or the other. And out of all of the cards, except for, I think, exactly Falling Star and exactly Acathia, the unit has to be on a battlefield anyways. So Ballista is just going to be better because it's just +2 instead of +1.
All right. Up next is Shakedown. This is, deal 6 to a unit for 2 unless the controller has you draw 2. I still think this is good because it's got reaction speed as well. I think it's a strong spell. It's interesting, though, because it is giving your opponent agency to be like, no, my unit does not die. In fact, my unit's fine, and you can have 2 cards. And playing the long game with the card advantage, it can be okay, but sometimes I think Shakedown is just going to lose you the game because you won't have a different spell that could have potentially cleared. Reaction speed, though, is great. The fact that you can respond to something and basically force them to draw 2. So if you're happy playing 2 mana draw 2,
yes,
then this is amazing, and conditionally it kills the unit. I think this card's good. No,
yep.
I think it's good. I think it's a 4. I think this card's really good.
I think it's a 4. It's just 2 mana draw 2. You put it in any red deck where it's a 2 mana draw 2, and then like sometimes accidentally kills a unit that your opponent can't let you draw 2 cards on it. Like if you're at 1 card in hand when you play this, your opponent doesn't really want to let you draw 2 cards, so they might just say kill their unit, and then the last card in your hand's a banger anyway, so you kind of just like win. Or you're at like a mid-sized hand and they just let you draw 2, and 2 mana draw 2 good.
All right, let's go to the next one. It's gonna be Tryndamere. It's kind of felt like Tryndamere has been outclassed by some of the other big things that people have been doing. It is an alternate win con, which is kind of valuable. It's fine costed, not really that great costed actually, because its effect is conditional on you already winning. So I will give Tryndamere a 2. Actually, I think Tryndamere is just kind of outclassed by other big things.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it a 3 because right now a lot of decks aren't holding. So what that means, or not playing to hold, so that means they typically just have one little guy there just so they can get their conquer point, right? And we actually have a fairly decent amount of ways to either give Tryndamere accelerate or pseudo accelerate or ready him to get him ready. If there weren't enough of those effects that you're playing, he's kind of like closer to a 1, but the fact that he can come in readied and just accidentally get you that extra point, and he's an 8 might body, so it's really hard for your opponent to attack back into him. I take that. I think it's a 3.
Yeah. I think that's fair. All right. Up next, Vayne. This one sparked a lot of discourse when she was released of people thinking this card was like unplayable. And then, I don't know, I was on the side that I thought this was good. I believe you were saying that you also thought Vayne was quite good. Yeah. I'm curious if your opinion still holds up. For me, my opinion of Vayne actually still does hold up. I actually think it's still a good card, but I don't think she's like incredible. I think she's a 3, a very easy 3.
Yep, very easy 3. 4 mana, deal 5 to a unit with conditionally better than that. That is how I look at it.
Up next is Vi. This card is, I still think, great. It's a recycle outlet. It's an early drop that you can play, right? You can just play it if that's what you found as your early drop. That has a lot of late game finishing power by just recycling the entire stack of your trash to give a ton of might. Because of that, because of the way Vi functions and being such a flexible card, I really like Vi. I'm gonna put her as a 4. I actually think this card is just really, really good.
Well, I actually might give her a 5 because she kind of does everything. Yeah. Like, she's just a 2 mana 3, which is above rate. Like, yeah, she recycles a power, but a 2 mana 3 is just above rate. You're going to beat most other 2 drops. If you're going first, you pay 2 mana for a 3. You attack. Your opponent can't swing into you because yours is bigger. Then you have ganking, so you can swing over. It gets you extra points. The late game, if you draw it, it's a 2 mana 12. And purple decks, you give it haste or you give it a accelerate with some purple cards. It's like, I think this card's all over the place. It's amazing. Does everything.
I think that's fair. Up next is the easiest 5 of my life, Mortal Phoenix. I think this card's goated. I still do. There was a whole episode about this when it first was revealed. I stand by what I said then, even with all the cards revealed. I think it got better even.
Yeah, it's a 5. Red decks got good removal. Like, not just good removal, they got a really good removal. And when you got a lot of really good removal, Phoenix is better. And it will only get better. It literally cannot get any worse than it is right now in set 1. So.
Yeah, what's even crazier too is like initially it was like, oh, this will be good in like niche decks. No, it's good in every red deck every time.
Yep,
this like goes into every single red deck.
Yep.
All right, great. Cool. Cadrigan. This is like it's like kind of win more, but it is a draw outlet for Volibear, and I think Volibear misses drawing, so sometimes this is like a 1 of. But the card is just like very fine in my opinion. It's very much like a 3. It does good things, but it is somewhat win more. Doesn't get you back into the game. It doesn't do anything. Stat-wise, it's actually kind of bad, but it's still a body that's 9, which is always good.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a 4 just from playing Volibear. You kind of do need this to win a lot of games because you need cards to win games. When you're playing Aurora, units aren't really the problem. Unit size isn't the problem. The reason Aurora gets really broken in Volibear with Cadrigan is because Cadrigan draws you 8 cards in your hand, or like 4. Not even 8. Like, that's excessive, right? But let's say it's like the second flip. So it draws you 2 cards. If it draws you into 2 spells, that's what you need. Is you need spells to win the game. So being able to draw into your Gentlemen, into your 0 mana Sky Splitters, your Get Excited, like all this stuff, is how you actually close out games well and like lock in the win.
That makes sense. Oh, that seems great. Red Kaisa. God, I think this card is amazing.
Yeah, I think it's amazing.
Is it just a 5 or is it a 4? It might just be a 4. It's not like the best card in the game, but it is very good.
It's the easiest 4 of my life for sure. Yeah. I don't think it's a 5 because it's not like winning you games, but it's definitely close. Like, it's definitely helping you win games by just saying, "Here's my unit. It's in my champ zone. On turn 2, I just play it accelerated and get a point."
Yeah.
Get
a point, get a card.
Good.
Yeah,
get a point, replace itself, which doesn't actually replace itself because it's from champ zone. So you draw from the card.
First seal of Rage. What's funny is this is actually one of the best seals, but that's just because a lot of the red decks have an easier time using seals, especially Jinx. We've gotten to the point though where people are more and more kind of figuring out where they want to put seals. And most seals for me are actually like kind of 1 or 2s, but they're always very situational. I think red Seal of Rage is a 3. I think they're completely fine.
2 playable seals in the game, and this is one of them, and it's a 3 for sure.
Yep. All right, next is Red Volibear. I've seen the damage it causes is exactly a 1 of in the champ zone for Volibear. It's a 4 for that for me. It's not one of the best cards in the game, but as the 1 of in the champ zone for Volibear, which is the point of this card, it's just good. It's really strong to play it once a game.
Yep, I'll give it a 4.
OP.
Yeah, Deflect 2 is like insane. Yeah. Like, I deadass am contemplating just sideboarding more, just because you can be greedier and win the mirror matches by being greedier, and then also your Kaisa matchup is already winning, but this just makes it even more winning because they just cannot ever in their life deal with this card in a reasonable manner. So,
all right, we get to move on to Calm now that Angie is done. We'll start with Charm,
what a card to start with.
I think you've played decks that like Charm a lot more than I have, so my opinion on Charm like kept dropping, and then I played a few decks that actually specifically want to play Charm as removal, and I think Charm might be a 5.
Yeah,
because of those decks. It's just kind of 1 mana removal, and that's
for no reason, by the way. Like
it's very
it's so funny because you play the only green deck that doesn't love Charm,
doesn't like
because
Charm.
You want to attack. Every other green deck is a 3 of Charm, and like maybe you're 2 Charm with 1 in sideboard, but like that doesn't really exist. Like just 1 mana kill unit, good. No more to say.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Let's move on. Clockwork Keeper. This is another like 1 drop that I actually like a lot, because its conditional thing of you drew it in the late game is it just cycles itself, which I actually think is very good. And it's, I think giving a 2 like a 1 drop like this a 4 is really hard, but because I'm just comparing it to other, I just want to compare it to like the other 1 drops or like 2 drop whatever in the game right now. So I actually think this one is a 4 because of the nature of it cycling when you draw it later in the game, so it doesn't hurt you as much as a lot of them do.
Yeah, easy 4 like could push a 5 potentially. I would not be surprised if some people felt it was a 5, because if you pull up any green deck list right now, this card is in it. At least
3,
a 2 in it. Like 3 of in most of them. Like maybe a 2 every once in a while, but the card's good. Like amazing.
Defy. This is like our only counter spell. It's incredible. It's tough because like you probably don't want to play 3 because you'll flood your hand with them. But sometimes you do want to play 3. It fits in sideboards or it fits in main decks. It's a 4.
Yep,
it's a 4 good card. Yeah.
1 mana, stop your 4 mana champ spell, your 4 mana ramp spell. Your like if I go first in a green deck and you're playing Aurora and I play or I just pass and defy your ramp spell and you lose the game. Like that's fun.
All right. Going on to the next one, we've got On Guard. This is a very cheap pump. I have felt it hard to find room in decks for this. However, Master Yi, of course, likes this because it's just 1 for 2 in Yi because you only ever have a single unit there. So it is just strictly above rate in Master Yi decks and any other deck that wants to play single unit holds. So I think the card is good. I will just give it a 3 because I do think that this is still... It has the same problem that, like... what was that? I can't remember the Demacia card that gave +1/+1 in lore, where that card was, like, really good, but...
Oh, just like the 1 mana card?
Yeah, but it had the deck building cost of you had to put that in your deck as a card that you were using as a slot. And I do think that On Guard kind of has the same issue, but I do think that it is a card that's probably worth playing in enough decks that it warrants at least a 3. It's not worse than that. It's definitely good.
Yeah, I'd probably put it as a 2, just because I don't know. I don't want to put this card in my deck. I have to. Like, in Yi, it makes sense. Every other green deck, if I have to put it in my deck, I just, like, ran out of good cards. I should probably be playing a different deck, is, like, the answer at that point.
Yep. Find Your Center. This is another, like, ramp card for green. It's very reasonable because of its additional effect, where if you draw it late in the game, it just becomes strictly, better. Cycles for 1 energy and gives you a rune back. But I've also, this is another card I found a lot of trouble finding space in a deck where I actually want it. And for that reason, I'm going to give this one a 2, actually. I think it's really hard to find space for this card.
Yeah, this card's either like a 1 or a 2, or it's like a 10. And I'm saying that because the only deck that plays this card would be Green Orange Aurora. And if Green Orange Aurora is like a real deck, then it's going to be an absurd deck. So I'm just going to put it as a 2, because right now it's not absurd. It's not a very good deck. It's going to be somewhere in there.
Meditation. This is ostensibly reads draw 2, because I don't think you would ever play it as a draw 1 unless you just needed the like +1 ping on a Raven Bloom or something of that nature at reaction speed. This is another card where I've struggled to fit it because it's like, okay, it draws cards, but what if this was just another card when I drew it? a good card. And I think that's been the struggle. 40 card deck makes it really hard to fit filler cards that are just cycling when there are so many good options that you actually want to fit. Because of that, I'll give Meditation a 1. I just can't fit it. I mean, I think the card is, it's maybe better than a 1 sounds, but I think it's a 1.
Yeah, it's a 1, and the reason I was going to go into is what you said. 40 cards decks are so small. I would rather just play good card. You're not playing a 60 card deck. You don't need to find cards that find you your good cards. You can just play 39 good cards. Because really, it's a 39 card deck too. It's not even a 40 card deck. So,
this one we can basically just it's 1. It's a just vanilla card. It's a 1.
Yeah, it's a 1.
And then Rune Prison.
With the caveat of there not becoming a card that exists that says like cards
Spirit,
with no text get plus whatever.
Sure. Yeah. Of course. Yeah. Rune Prison. I mean, I think this card is very good. It doesn't go in every green deck because sometimes stun is not as useful. Not all green decks are created equal when it comes to stun. For Leona, it's a 5 actually. Like it's genuinely insanely broken. For most other decks, it's a 3. It's a playable card that you probably don't want. So I will just stick it in 4 because I think that when you want it, it's amazing.
Exact words. Perfect. And Leona, it's a 5, and every other green deck, it's a 3.
Yep. Solari Shield Bearer. Haven't gotten to test this yet. As I read it, it's a 3. It's fine.
Yeah, it's a 3. You put it in your like Leona decks and maybe some green decks, but probably not. Damn, 3's good.
Yep. Stun's a strong keyword, right? So it's worth the fact that it's not on rate, but it's...
Stun is a great keyword.
Stalwart Poro, one of the better Poros. I think Shield is one of the better keywords that you can get in the early game. But still, at best, it's a 3.
I'd put it as like a 2. I think in Master Yi, it's like a 10, but it's a 2 and every other deck. So.
Stand United. This is buff a unit, buffs get an additional +1 to friendly units this turn. It's like kind of unique with Lee Sin, where the second part of the text is really good. But I've found a lot of trouble actually like fitting this card and it feeling good. There's so many good cards that you can play as combat tricks in green and orange and just like every color that I think this card kind of falls to the wayside. The bonus of it is when you can buff something multiple times, like green Lee, where this gets really crazy, but I just don't think it matters. So I'm gonna put this as a 1. Yeah, I don't want to play this card.
Yeah, I'll put it as a 1 with the asterisk of you put it in 3 of in your green Lee because it turns into 3 mana +10. In every other deck, it's a 1.
Yep. All right, Sunlit Guardian. This is actually really well statted and has the tank keyword, which I think is an undervalued keyword in general. Though I'm not sure when I want to actually play this in my decks. Is the interesting thing. It's
this card will like be the reason Ari is playable. Like in Ari, this card is amazing.
It's great in Ari.
Every other deck, it's not really good enough.
But stat wise, it's very, very good. I think if tank is a keyword that you really want, this is actually maybe the first card you should look for, not Tarek. I think Tarek's too expensive. And this like won't always die when it's attacked into. It'll make breakpoints really awkward for your opponent. So I think this is a 3.
Yeah, 3 is fine. I agree.
Wielder of Water. I'm actually pretty impressed with Wielder of Water in general. Going second and playing Wielder in any green deck, I actually think is quite good. It's very soft to removal that hits base, but it's really just red removal. It's just like Falling Star or whatever it is. The deal 3 to 2 units, or to a unit twice. Wielder is still not better than a 3 for me. I know in Master Yi, this card can get really crazy, but I think it doesn't get better than a 3. However, I'm more impressed with this card in general. I think it's a pretty strong card.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the opposite end where I'm putting it at a 3, but I actually think it's gotten a lot worse because it's only a 2 unless they're attacking into you. So any deck that has any amount of interaction, which is all of the good decks, can just kill this while it's at 2, and it will see it at 2. So like Ari takes advantage of it. All of the red spells can start killing it at 1 and 2 mana.
That's fair. That's a good point. Still ends up at 3, but that's fair. Adaptatron. When I conquer, you may kill a gear if you do buff me. This is tough at 4 cost. Obviously, like tech to kill gears is going to be important in general in this game. We've mostly seeing that with Dazzling Aurora, but there could be plenty of other gears that tend to be a problem that you want to have tech for. I think if you have the option to play other tech, you want to. I don't think you want to play Adaptatron. If you're forced to, you do it, but I think this is actually a 1. I think it's really hard to actually make use of this. It needs to get the Conquer through. It's tough. It's a 1.
Yeah, I'll put it at 2 just because it says kill a gear on it. So like that can only be so bad unless you cost 5 mana and 2 power. But like, it's not good. I would not ever play this card. Yeah. I'd rather just find other ways to beat the Aurora.
Block. I was just talking about tank being something that's potentially a bit undervalued in general. And this is plus it's shield 3, which is a lot on a hidden spell and tank.
Yeah.
The problem is the inflexibility of this one. If you're not a defender, this doesn't help. So if a spell is just cast when there's not a combat going on, not good. Doesn't really do anything for you. The inflexibility is paid for by it being very above rate. It's really good. Yeah. So I think end of the day, I actually like this as a 3, even though it's a little inflexible. I think that the text is quite good.
Yeah, I think it's a 3. I think one of the most underrated cards in the game. Do you typically have to pair it with a second card, which is usually bad, except for this card is good enough to make up for that. Like, it is just so above rate that having to pair it with a second card is fine.
Yeah. All right. Over to Discipline. This is a 5.
Yeah, it's a 5.
Every single green deck pretty much plays 3 of this.
Everyone.
It cantrips. It's a reaction. It
pairs well with the battlefields.
It's incredible. This card's just amazing. Eclipse Herald. I've tried this in Leona, and it's kind of okay, and you got more stun, so this card got better, but it's not like an amazing card. It's a decent top end in specifically Leona. I don't even know if you play it in Leona, though, because there's other good top end, so I would probably give it a 2.
Yeah, I'd give it a 1 because you play this in one deck, and then that one deck doesn't even want to play it. So
yeah, that's fair. Mask of Foresight. This is so funny because in the podcast we just recorded, Pastry talked about this card a lot, and he was like starting to sell me on it when I saw this card, and I was like, this thing is useless. But I'll just go with my initial take that this is a 1 because I actually just don't want to play a gear to then do this effect.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really funny. It's just like a 1 in any deck not named Master Yi, and then it's a 5 in Master Yi. So I don't know where to put it because I play Master Yi. I'm playing Master Yi in tournaments. Like I would like to put it as like a 3 and 4, like somewhere in the middle.
And that's fine. I think putting it at 3 or 4, like because of its use in Yi, I'm just going with my gut check. Pastry convinced me on this card. I no longer think this is necessarily a 1, but I'm gonna give it a 1 for now, and we'll see how it goes.
I look at it as like this is potentially just lease an ability on a stick.
Yeah,
like just permanent.
Poro Herder. When you play me, if you control Poro, buff me and draw 1. This set, you're kind of required to play Poros in a lot of decks. And because the green Poro specifically is decent, Poro Herder gets better. I think this card has no longevity. I think this card maybe sees some play in this set and then never again, unless there's a Poro deck later on, which there will be surely, but I'll give it a 2 because it's not actually that garbage. It cantrips, it's fine stats, but I don't like it. I don't think it's good.
Yeah, and decks where both Poros are good and we're still playing Poros, this card's like a 4. Like this card's like a 4 in Leona. If there was an orange Poro and the orange Poro was playable, this card would be like borderline 5. Like you would just put it in so many. Like in the orange green decks would be great, orange yellow or green yellow decks would be good. It's like a 3. It's fine. It's like slightly above rate and does stuff, but you have to pair it with another card that's like, all right.
Reinforce. I've looked at Reinforce, and I think this card is probably amazing, but I have not seen the deck build that wants to play Reinforce yet. So this one might be a bad in Origins, and then one day is a very good card. Because I think the effect is good. Just tutor from top 5 decks cards, like a 5-drop, right? Or probably a 4-drop is also reasonable because you're tutoring it, right? Which I think is really good. But as of right now, I don't see a deck wanting to play this card. The deck that I think would want to play this card would be Lux, and Lux can't play this card. So I'll give it a 1. Editor's note, next set, this might be really good.
I'm close to giving it like a 3 because you can play this in like a combo Ari deck where you're just like digging for Ari, take an extra turn, score 4 points out of nowhere, and like do that. But like, is that a real deck right now? No. So like, it's a 3 because it's a not bad card stat wise.
Yep. All right. Go to Spirit's Refuge. This to me has the same problem as Stand United, where I just think the effect is like not that good initially. The thing that is good about this for like Lee Sin is just like everything now has deflect forever, which is really annoying for a lot of decks to deal with. I guess the problem being that it's a gear and it's slow initially to play. And if you see it right away, it's great. If you see it super late, it feels really bad. I don't know. Maybe it's a 3 because I just think you probably do want to play this in some decks.
Yeah, I probably would have given it a 3 to a 4 before we saw the rest of the cards because this deck solo beats Kaisa. It beats purple really well. It basically says if you want to interact with my units, you have to deflect. Deflect is already like an okay keyword, like to good, but it when it's stacked up or when on all of your units is when it gets really good. But you just don't need it. Every green deck that is like a green-orange deck, you just have better tools to beat the decks this is good into. So like 3 is fine.
All right. Windwall, 4. I mean, there's 4. One other counter spell, but I think it's just good. It's a 4.
Yeah, it's a 4.
You probably can't play 3 copies, but that's fine.
Yeah.
Wizened Elder, when I'm buffed, I'm another +1. So +2 from buffs. I think it's like too vanilla to be super good, but it's like fine in Lee because it's above rate. Like it's just gonna be it's like 5 for 7 because you have to pay an extra. Yeah. So it is just above rate, or 5 for 6, which is
it's a 5 for 6, which is like okay. Like
I just don't know that that's worth actually playing. It's like too vanilla, so I'll give it a 2.
Yeah, exactly.
Green Ari, to me, Green Ari is a 3. I think the card's fine. It's kind of built around, but I think alternate win con is very good. And if your deck is already good at holding, this is a way to like accelerate the game or catch up from a one hold standstill. If you're behind on the race, this wins you the race. So I think there's like reasons to play Green Ari.
Yeah, I'm kind of going to put it in 2. I think if the card is not good enough to be put in like the Master Yi deck, which is solely built around holding, then it's probably not that good.
Yeah. I mean, there is the other side where you can't put multiple units, and this definitely wants to stand behind things, but stand behind things like Blitzcrank, which when I hold Return Me to My Owner's Hand is a pretty steep ask. It's charm on a unit when you already are holding a base, which is good, but then you hold again, and then Blitzcrank goes back to your hand to potentially charm again, which is good,
that your opponent can play around.
You're minus a lot of tempo. So as I think Blitz is a 2 for me. I don't
put it as a 1. No deck is playing this card. Yeah. Like you're going to be to make this card good, you are going to be so ridiculously ahead that any card in your deck that costs 5 mana is good or looks good. I should say.
Caitlyn, this is reverse tank, so you have to be assigned combat damage last, and then the tap to kind of shoot at things. Which is good, but I also found that this was another like very win more card. It's really hard to like get Caitlyn on board and then start tapping her. Like 1 turn to play her, 1 turn to move her to a place, 1 turn to tap. If you already control, you get to play her there and then start tapping her after that. But I feel like on paper this card sounds really good, and then it just in practice never was. I don't want to give her a 1, even though I'm not seeing decks playing her right now, because I do think that there is power here, and it just hasn't found the right home. So I am going to give her a 2 because I'm not seeing the play happening, but I think the power exists.
Yeah, I'll give her a 2. I think when either we figure out how to build it correctly to play her, or when something happens to make her playable, it'll be very good.
Yeah. So. Last Stand. This is a really powerful effect, but then it gives temporary. This is way better in combination with the tank keyword, which is severely underplayed right now. Therefore, this card is not seeing any play at all. So for that reason, it's like somewhat unplayable, but the effect is really good if you have tank as part of your strategy for playing a hold deck. Power level wise, I probably just want to give it a 2 again. It's might just be a 1, but yeah, give it a 1. Toss it a 1. It's got some power, but yeah.
I'll give it a 2. I was playing it 1 copy main deck in my Master E deck before we got all the cards, but then we kind of just got a whole bunch of really good cards, so it's not needed. The effect is really good. No one plays around it, though stat-wise it's really good. It's just like power crutch.
Mage Seeker Warden. When I'm at a battlefield, opponents can only play units of the base. Battlefield spells and abilities can't ready. So it's like anti-ready tech against like orange, and I just think it's too undercosted. The effect doesn't actually shut your opponent out enough to be worthwhile. So I would put it as 1. I don't think you can really play this card. Maybe there's a deck one day that this hard counters that it'll come in as a sideboard, but I don't see
There's a deck one day that plays this, and you're going to be playing like Ensnaring Bridge from Magic the Gathering, and then like you just don't get to play the game because your opponent can't play the game, and it'll be not fun. But until that card exists, and hopefully it doesn't, this is a 1.
Yep. And there we go. Party favors. Each other player chooses cards or runes. If you choose cards, you and that player draw. If you choose runes, you and that player ramp. This is a 4-player card. I'm gonna give it a 1. It's I don't think you can put this in your standard deck.
It's a 1. I've read the card 7 times to try and understand it, and each time I interpret it, it's still bad. So.
It probably goes in every green deck for 4-player.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Because fun. You just get so much value. But
yeah. Sounds cool.
Solari Shrine. When you kill a stunned unit, you may exhaust this to draw 1. I actually think this is like too slow for Leona, and that's the only deck you would consider it. So I think it's a 1.
Yeah,
but I haven't tested with it. I need to put it in a deck and try it, but I think it's a 1. My gut says 1.
Like why once a turn? Why right?
Yeah. Sona. I think this card is actually a 5. Yeah. I am very high on Sona. I think this card is amazing.
Yeah, I think it's a 4. I think it gets significantly worse when you don't conquer on turn 1. But if you conquer on turn 1, the card's like a 6 or a 7. Like, it's absurd. Yeah. It just has a slight condition to make it a 6 or a 7.
Yeah. Up next is Taric. Shield and tank. Other friendly units here have shield, so it has Anthem as well. Pretty good for hold decks, but I don't think people are really playing it. I think Taric is a little underexplored. I think people have just like not even tried to put Taric in their deck to see if it feels good. Because number-wise, it's pretty reasonable. Tank, underexplored keyword. But I don't think it's that good. So I will give it a 2. But it's close to a 3 for me.
Yeah, I'd give it a 2. I think like maybe it's playable, but probably not.
Tasty Feyfolk. This has a death knell that's pretty nice. Channel 2 runes exhausted and draw 1. And this is more for decks that like use a lot of power, I think. So this is just giving you buffer. It's extra runes because you can't play it till 7, right? It has accelerate for some flexibility, though I don't think you're going to often accelerate the Tasty Feyfolk. And I find it hard to fit this as top end for a lot of decks. So because of that, I have to give it a 1. Yeah. But I think the effect is pretty neat.
Yeah, I think it's a 1. I don't think it's playable.
It needs maybe more Death Knell synergy or something like that would reduce the cost, right? Something that like
yes, and you can play it not on when you have a bunch of mana.
Yasuo, Green Yasuo specifically. I actually think Green Yasuo is very good. I think sometimes people struggle to fit it into the deck because of the 2 power cost, making him just very expensive. But his effect is great for anything that can move more often. So you can move him to like both locations. Or if you have just like other ways to make moves happen. Good with Leona stuns, good with a lot of different synergy pieces, good with buffs. I like Yasuo. Green Yasuo is a 4. I actually think this card is very good.
Yeah, I think he's a 4. I just think he can't be a 5 because green decks are already expensive with all of their spells costing power, so he's not a curve card.
All right. Up next is Zhonya's Hourglass. Any deck that doesn't need to permanently stay holding and actually has really good conquering. Which in green, which can be Lee Sin or Leona. It can be Ahri. Ahri can do some decent conquering stuff with blue Ahri. Hourglass is very good. So I would put Hourglass as a 4. I think that this is a great card in a lot of those decks.
Yeah, 4, fairly close to 5 even, but yeah, 4. Perfect 4 level.
Lee Sin. This is going to be green Lee Sin. Buff me, I can have any number of buffs. The fact that this Lee Sin, I think, finds some purchase in other green decks, specifically Leona, because she can spam buffs with the stuns. But then also just in Lee Sin, this is a house. I think this is actually also a 4 of a champion. It is your end game bomb that you get to play on turn 2 going second, which is awesome.
Yeah, the fact that it infinitely scales, it's a 4. Like, you can just play it on 2, sit there and scale, and then decide, okay, I'm ready. Swing it.
All right. Up next is Green Leona, or Leona Zealots. This is a very, very neat card in general, I think. I think it's good. The conditions are interesting because the first condition, like if they're within 3 of victory, I enter ready. So then it's like an above rate accelerate, which are already good. And then the extra text of stun units have -8 might to a minute of 1, means that now your stuns are actually just kill spells so long as you have a unit. So I do think she's good. It's hard to play a lot of copies of this Leona, and Yellow Leona tends to be the better partner champion because you want to play it on 2 every single game. And I don't think any other deck can play this except Leona.
Yeah.
So because of all of that, and it's like not the best Leona, it's probably a 3. But it is good.
Yeah, I think it is your Leona champion simply because you don't want to draw it. And then having the Leona is like the odds of drawing a 3 of Leona by like the turn you need is fine because you often don't even need Leona on 2. But yeah, it's a 3. It's like fine. You're not winning the game or overly happy when you have it, but the fact that it's champ zone makes it not a lower than that.
All right. Up next is a Mystic Reversal. This is our other counter spell. It is like better counter spell. Reaction speed, gain control of the spell. You may make choices for it. So sometimes it is infinitely better. Sometimes it is barely better. Sometimes the spell that you're redirecting isn't even like usable and it's strictly worse. And the cost is so steep on this one. 3 power, 4 energy, but it is a counter spell, so it's hard to rate it too low.
Yeah, I'd put it at 4. I actually think this is my hot take. I think this is better than Windwall. I think you should probably just be playing Windwall because Windwall is like more of a sideboard card than a main deck card anyways. So if you're going to sideboard in a counterspell, it's probably for specific matchups or reasons, and this card's kind of just could be, I think, better than regular Windwall. So.
I think that's a really cool take, yeah, because I agree that Windwall is purely a sideboard card, and so this could just be better in that way. I was going to give it a 3 because I felt way more situational. Windwall is just like always good counterspell, whatever. But you've convinced me on 4. It should be even with Windwall in what I rate it in that way. So it should be a 4. All right, Seal of Focus. This is green seal. I don't know, 1 or 2.
Yeah, it's like a maybe 2 because green sucks. Like green has to have power cost, but like if you're putting this in your deck, your deck sucks. So
yeah, I agree.
I don't know.
And then White Flame Protector. I know you have said that you feel like people underrate this card. I don't know if you've tried it since and changed your mind on it, but for me, I don't like the cost on this card. I think it's too much. I put it as a 1. But I'm curious if you ended up liking it when you tried it.
Yeah, the issue is I'm playing a 39 card deck. If I was playing a 45 card deck, a 50 card deck, 60 card deck, this card's like easily a 3, borderline 4. Like the power to mana, like the value you get is absurd. I just don't have enough cards in my deck, and I'm not putting this in over like any of the pump spells in my deck. So
Green Dragon deck of the future. This is a banger probably, but
yeah, for sure.
Dragons just don't have enough synergy pieces yet.
Correct.
Moving on to Mind, we got blue, we got Consult the Past. This is just draw 2. Basically, it's like draw 2 for a power. Sometimes you can do like a little bit more with it. I think this card is good, and we end up seeing a lot of like the tournament decks that are playing blue, playing like 3 copies of this. I feel like if you have any kind of combo you're trying to dig to, or even, I mean, it's not even necessary that you need to dig to combo because it's just efficient, 1 power for 2 cards, or an extra card basically. I think it's like worthwhile. I don't think this card is like insane. I actually can see this card getting cut pretty reasonably a lot of the time, but I do think it's good, and so I think I'll give it a 3.
Yeah, I'll give it a 4 just because most blue decks are going to want to be playing a card like this, and right now it's just not bad. The only thing is like you don't want to play for it at 4 mana, but oftentimes in the blue decks, you have other really good hidden cards you could be wanting, whether you're in blue yellow and you want to hide like hidden blades, or you're in blue red and you're just using other blue like hidden tools. So yeah, 4 seems very good. I'd be happy putting this in my blue decks.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that it does end up having the synergies with like Raven Blue and Student and stuff as well. I think that's one of the big hits for it. Also, is just that it does other things. But moving on is Eager Apprentice. This one has also looked like it shows up in pretty much every blue deck, not to the level of Raven Blue and Student, because Raven Bloom is a turn 1 play, whereas Eager is only turn 1 if you're going second, or else it's a turn 2 play. And it doesn't curve beautifully on turn 2. But this is the one that reduces all your spells if it's out of battlefield. I think this card's very good. I'd put this card at a 4. I do think if this was like a 2-drop, it'd be a 5. It'd be insane, but I think it is a 4. I think it is really good in any spell-heavy blue deck that is going to want to cost, especially multiple spells per turn. But even just casting one spell, it's like good enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a very solid 4. Any blue deck that wants to play a lot of spells, like you were saying, is very solid, making all of your 2-cost spells cost 1. I mean, you're just halving that number, and cutting a number in half is great. Like, imagine any of your favorite units, and then you cut its mana in half, and it's just like any 2-drop becomes a 1-drop. You spit up your hand, and it's funny. So,
yeah, especially in decks like Ari, where it's like a lot of their tricks are at 2 because they're in green as well. Yep. Like, it makes it so you can now play 2 tricks at 2 mana instead of just 1. Next up, Fallen Comet. This is like a bread and butter card for blue now as far as removal is concerned. It has the add a battlefield clause, but that is made up for with the fact that it is action speed, and the damage to cost is actually like very good. I'm pretty impressed with Fallen Comet. I think 6 kills a lot of important units. A lot of things are kind of at 4 or 5, so 6 kind of just picks those off, even catches them if they have a buff. So I like Fallen Comet a lot, especially because blue doesn't have a ton of amazing removal, but it has this, which is one of its better ones. I'd put it at a 4.
Yeah, I think it's a 4. I think 6 is really nice. The breakpoints in this game are like 5 is a really good breakpoint because you beat anything small. Like 5 is called like the mid number. Like if you're a mid-size unit, they're mean 5. So 6 is nice because your 6 units beat all the 5s. Well, now this is beating all of those 6s as well. So you beat 5s plus a buff, like you were saying, and then now you're also beating the 6s that beats the 5, which is super solid at action speed for sure.
Jeweled Colossus. This is a pretty vanilla unit. Mo's looking at it like he's never seen this.
I've never seen this card before.
Know this is a card. It has Vision and Shield 1. I think in general, it's hard to find a place where you'd want to play this card. I feel like it doesn't do enough. Looks to me like it's a limited all-star as far as just like being very well statted, and it's comes down kind of in the middle of the game as just a big unit. But I don't think it's really CC playable. I would put it as a 1. Vision is neat, but there's just better ways to get the Vision keyword out. So it's a 1 for me.
I've literally never seen this card before, so this is like a first take on the card. I'm understanding why I've never seen this card before. I don't really know when you would play a card like this. The stats aren't actually even that bad.
No, they're good.
But it's like, yeah, like the stats aren't bad. It's just I could be doing a lot more. So I'd put it as a 1. I don't think you can put this in constructed.
Once we start playing 5-cost cards, they just need to do more than this. They can't just be like that stat.
My misfortune is giving everything accelerated or ramping me a mana.
All right, Lecturing Yordle. This has the tank keyword. And then when you play me, draw 1, so it just kind of cycles. I actually feel like I like this card, but I have not seen where I want to put it in a deck. It's like one of those weird cards where it's like, in theory, I'm kind of happy with the idea because I actually don't think its 2 health matters that much because it has tank. Like it's gonna make it so you come in with like a 4 trying to clear something that has 4 life, and now it's like, well, 2 of your damage has to go to this Yordle, and it can't actually break through. So it's kind of annoying in that way, and then it cycles. So I kind of think this card is fine to good. I'm not sure where I want to play it, but I do want to give it a 3 because I actually think this card is like super playable.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it a 4. Because I think it's a staple. So maybe that's more of a 3. I just think that literally every blue deck is playing this card or should be playing this card. Like whether you're a spell heavy control blue deck or you're like a unit swarmy, like the Victor style blue decks, you just play this card. It's like fine statted. Like as far as the actual might number, it's less than what you would get from a 3, but tank keyword good. It replaces itself. So you're up in card advantage still, which is good. And yeah, it's just a very solid staple.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense to me. No, I like it. I like it. All right, going up to the next one, we do have Mega Mech. This is just a vanilla 7 for 8. For me, this is just a 1. Once again, you're probably happy to see this in limited, but other than that, not going to be a very good card.
Make this card like red or orange, and I'd give it a 2 probably. But yeah, it's a 1 being not in red or orange. So cool. Like you have Sign In or Thousand Tails, whatever. Like why?
Yeah, I keep calling it Sign In too, but it's you can do a lot better at this cost. Orb of Regret. This is just kind of like Ari ability, but on offense on 1 unit, but it's for 1. Because it's like only on your turn, I just feel like I don't really want this card. I feel like maybe there's just better things that I can be doing overall. It is a gear, and gear are always very interesting because you get it in play and it stays there the entire game and does the thing over and over again. So it can generate a lot of value, and I like value, but this does not feel playable to me. This feels like a 1.
Yeah, I'd probably put it at 2, just because I can see Ari wanting to play it because Ari can't attack well, and so this kind of helps you on offense. But if you're having to dedicate cards to help you on offense that badly, like you can probably just play a pump spell when you're in like the green colors. You can play removal spells when you're in the red colors. I'm going to put it at a 2 because I think gears are good. Like, I think just being a gear can make it not the worst thing, maybe. But, yeah, barely.
It helps Foxfire, I guess, offensively.
Sure. Yeah, offensively.
I mean, Pit Crew, when you play a gear, ready me. Readying things is good, but I don't know when you're going to want to like play this for 3 and then play a gear on the same turn. It just doesn't feel that good.
No, to me, it's like a 1 because it's like a card you have to play, and then you have to. I'm looking at it as like you attack with it, then you play your gear, then you untap it and you bring it back, and then like Nutty scenario, you have a second gear and you can attack with it, but then like you can just play better cards. If that is like what you're wanting to do, you just play like Purple Jinx or like just some other unit that has a clause.
It's not like a 3 for 3.
Yeah. Or like even just play the orange color. The entirety of the orange color readies things. So there you go.
Yeah, I think I'm inclined to agree. It's just a 1. It's just not good enough.
Man, blue sucks. Blue sucks.
Yeah, blue gets a lot of 1s, but maybe we undersold some of the ones we gave 4s. I think this card is good, by the way. I do think the power cost is not nothing on Rex. Dealing 6 to enemy unit at a battlefield on play. So this is basically getting your Comet effect, but then you're also getting a 6 might unit. A little bit more of a cost, of course, right? It has 2 power on it and additional energy. I have played with this with Reanimator stuff in Teemo, and it was kind of nice with that. I didn't love it, though, and in fact, I recently cut it to just play more Comets. So, I don't know. Not in love, but I do think this is a super playable card. I kind of put this at a 3, where I initially thought it might have been a 4, and I think that it's just a 3 for me.
Really, I'm kind of more inclined to give it a 2. Like, this card's just so expensive that for what it does, that if you are needing it for either effect, you can just do better, but you're getting giga taxed because you're trying to combine them, like you're trying to close your deck space up by combining them into 1 card. So instead of having to spend like 4 cards to have a unit or a way to deal 6 and it take 4 cards in your deck, you can just play like 3 copies of this and it does the same. It's just like worse Snapvine. The argument is people go like, well, you can react to Snapvine's might, or Snapvine kills itself if you pump your unit, but Snapvine also only costs 5. And is in colors that can give it haste essentially or accelerate, where you can untap it, play it immediately. Like you just do so much more with a Snapvine, which we'll get to once we get to the orange colors, than this card. And it's just so expensive.
All right, up next, Smoke Screen. This is at reaction speed. Give a unit -4 this turn to a minimum of 1. The power cost is, I think, pretty real on this. However, Kaisa does get to ignore that power cost, which this is pretty interesting in her deck. In combination with any kill spell, this is like a way to take a big unit down. You know, you never really want to be using 2 spells to kill something, but if it is a big unit and you get to use Smoke Screen plus like a small kill spell, it's not actually that bad to 2 for 1 in that kind of scenario. I think it's I think this is pretty good because just the effect that you're like -4 for 2 is a lot. It is just very overstated, and because of the overstat nature of it, my initial take is to give it a 4.
Yeah, I'm actually going to go even crazier and just give it a 5. I think this card is like 2 mana deal 4. So if you compare it to all the other deal 4 damage cards in the game, this is kind of just cheaper than it, I believe, because I think even the one, the Kaisa spell is like 3 mana, a power, deal 4, but it replaces itself. But the fact that this is also reaction speed, so you can do it in response to challenges, snap vines, like all these other things, makes it better than just deal 4 as well. You pair this with a unit, whereas anything that's an actual like 2 mana deal 4, and then let's say they have an 8 might unit, you have a 4 might unit, or like a 5 might unit. You can deal 4 to it, run your unit, and you still got 2 for 1, which kind of sucks. But this, because you remove the unit's might, your 5 will now kill it. So it's just a 1 for 1 when you pair it with a unit. So I really like that. I think this card's probably one of the best blue cards, like period.
All right, up next is Sprite Call. Play a 3 might sprite unit token with temporary. I mean, this is a lot of people were really high on this card early on, and then I saw a lot of people like playing it and then cutting it. I know some people are still super high on this card. Pastry Time really like Sprite Call, thinks it's very good. Whenever he talks about it, I get higher on this card, and then I play it, and it's like it's good, but it's kind of more just okay. I do think getting 3 for 3 like haste to run into something is just good. And then it can be hidden, so it's flexible defensively. Because of all that, I do think it is a 4. But this card was maybe like potential to be a 5, and then just is not a 5 in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm in the exact same boat. Which I actually think sprites in general are like really strong. Like I said, a 3 for 3 or just a 3 might accelerated unit is very good. The fact that this lets you take over battlefields as early as turn 1, and then you can hide stuff on it if you are playing a hidden type deck. So maybe you hide a second Sprite's Call, you can react to the temporary trigger, summon another Sprite's Call, then you do get the hold point, which is pretty cool. And then again, just having units come in ready on a spell is super nice because you can resurrect it with things like Annie, Kaisa. Very solid 4.
All right, go on to the next one. It's gonna be Stupefy. This just -1 in cantrips at reaction speed. This felt like a staple for a long time. I've seen it be a bit of a struggle to actually fit this in decks nowadays. It's just like any of these 1-cost spells, you kind of want them to do a little bit more. And even though it cantrips, it's like, I could fit some better spells into my deck. It costing 1 is good because holding up only 1 energy to be able to do something is pretty nice. And I think Stupefy can make decks. I just like don't love it as much as I used to. So I think I'm going to give it a 3. Even though I think the card is still like super playable. I think you can play it in your decks, but yeah, I just don't love it.
Yeah, at 3 sounds good. I'd lean even weaker sometimes. I think it's one of those cards where no one's going to really play around it because you can't afford to play around 1-cost cards often. And then if you do play it in like a game 1 scenario and your opponent gets blown out by it, they will just never get got by it for the next 2 games. So it's kind of just like a all right card at that point. So yeah, 3 is fine. I think you played, but you can probably find better cards. It's like your 38th, 39th card in your deck.
Yep. Kind of cool as a one of. Cantrips, and like when you draw it, exactly as you're saying, you just kind of get somebody. Watchful Sentry, draw 1 on a 2. I mean, I like 2s that do something else. However, this 2 has 1 might, which is a real downside because it just loses to every other 2 basically. Yes. Except for the Omen Hawk or Watchful Sentry, whatever, or not Watch. Yeah, I can't remember. It's Omen Hawk. Soaring Scout. Yeah.
Soaring Scout. Would have never
draw 1's great, and this can like conquer early as an early drop. So this card is fine. It is very playable again, but it is not as good as I would like hope. However, if it was 2 for 2 might and had this effect, it would just be a 5. So
yeah, not even close.
It's a 3 because of that. It's playable. I don't love it.
Yeah, I like hate this card. I think it's one of the most overrated cards in the game. Because the thought is, well, you play it on turn 1. Like, I'll give it a 2. Like, you play it on turn 1, you conquer something, and then it replaces itself when your opponent kills it and conquers back. But it's like, you're putting cards like this in your deck, so what do you do when you just draw it again? Or you draw it on turn 4, and you just have this,
horrible.
like, poopy 1 might guy on turn 4.
Yep. The upside is like Victor gets to use like Cull and stuff with it. There's like other side effects of having it, but it's not much better than a recruit. So next up, Blast Cone Fae, another hidden as a unit. I think hidden units are pretty great too, just because of the fact that like they play around spells destroying your unit and then you losing the hidden, because you can just react, reveal it, and usually you lose like the effect of it, but you still get to hold on to the point and you don't just like lose your hidden card. And so I think any hidden that is a unit gets some like plus points for me because of that. And this effect is actually quite good. I think it's a 4-point swing on defense, which is quite good. You can just hard cast it. You probably won't with this one, but you can. There are spots where it is actually reasonable to hard cast. I actually think this is a 4 as a hidden. I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm pretty close to giving it like a 4.5, but yeah, 4 is like very good for this card. It's just a 2-mana 4 on defense, and then even on offense, it's a 2-mana 4. Like it's a 2-mana 2 that immediately deals 2 damage to a unit out of battlefield. Makes your attack easier, which is nice, and it's better than deal 2 damage because now your 3s kill whatever 4 you're looking at.
All right, Energy Conduit. This is actually just a mana rock in blue. I have not experimented too much with this. In theory, great when you play it going second and you just play it on turn 1. This is like card has got to be phenomenal in those kind of cases. But I would hate to draw this card like later on in the game. It feels really like clunky to play past the very, very early game. I had it in a deck for a second and then immediately took it out because I would just rather like have another good card or something else to like stabilize the early game.
Right.
So because of that, I'm going to just put this as a 2, which is crazy because I think mana rocks are usually just like good. But I'm going to put it as a 2.
Yeah, I'll put it as a 2 right now with an asterisk of whenever we find the combo deck that is only playable because you can ramp into it with stuff like this, or you have the extra mana from stuff like this, then it's like a 7. It's like a 20 at that point. But until we like figure out what that combo deck is or get those cards, it's a 2.
Yep, that makes sense. Garbage Grabber. I think this card is very reasonable as a draw engine. However, you've mentioned it before already, like blue has a lot of draw opportunities. And so oftentimes cards are not your issue in blue. Your issue in blue is certainly not just having enough cards. But I will say for like some reanimator decks like that are just trying to put a bunch of stuff into the trash, sometimes having an outlet to not ever give a burnout point is quite good. The problem is you also have access to Mundo in this color that can do the same thing and is probably better at doing it. I think this card for me ends up being a 1, but it is close just because draw 1 is a pretty good effect. But I don't love it.
Yeah, low key, I think this is the exact same card that we just looked at. Like it's just 2 cards in a row that do the same thing. It's a 2 right now. It's actually like I think just 1 mana draw 1 is good, right? But blue has a lot of draw. However, as soon as we find that combo deck that blue plays where you're going to want the mana rock ramp and then you're going to want 1 mana draw card to find your combo, this card's like one of the reasons that it's super good and consistent. So right now it's a 2, and then next set or a year from now when we look back at this and laugh, it'll be like, a 20.
What's funny is I've been playing mostly a blue combo deck right now. These cards I've like tried and not loved, but it's not the blue combo deck that like maybe wants these, right? Yeah. And I think you're right. I think it's possible. Gemcraft Seer, talking about combo decks, this is absolutely a combo card. There is currently a combo where this does work very well. It's just, is that combo deck good enough? I'm not sure if anyone's found the exact refined version, and I'm talking about playing Seer Karma Victor, where it basically turns all of your recruits into Scry 1, and then they're actually just 2 might recruits, which is very good as an engine once you have it online. The question is it a good enough deck to actually like compete in the meta? I'm not sure. But I do think that Gemcraft Seer enables some cool stuff, and giving everything vision is pretty nice for tailoring your draws. So I will give Gemcraft Seer a 4 as like a combo card. I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, I'll give it a 3. I think you can like just put this in any blue deck, any Victor deck. I think as soon as you find that combo deck that again goes with like even the cards before this. But if you just put this in a Victor deck with the Victor Karma Seer, just with Victor on 6 mana, you play this card, you play the Legion card that makes 2 tokens, and then all of a sudden you just put 4, 5, 6. You put 8 power into play if you have a Karma in play, and you got to scry 4 times. So it's like, how does your opponent deal with that? It's kind of silly.
All right. Mushroom Pouch. Start of your beating phase. If you control a face down card on battlefield, draw one. I think there's just better ways to draw one.
Yeah.
There's just better ways.
I coped so hard on this card because I built this RE control deck that was like a hidden control deck thing. And then I was like, why am I trying so hard with conditional blah, 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 when like at the very baseline, I can just play the trash grabber and do 1 mana, draw 1.
Yeah.
It's just like, this card's horrible. It's just a 1. Like, I don't care.
And it's like... I believe this is just once per turn as well, because like this is if you control a face down card, so it's not like per face down card, so it's like not like you draw 2 if you control both battlefields. Yeah, it's bad. It's 1. It's a 1. I don't know if this card is playable. I don't think that can go anywhere.
Yeah, that card's playable. We're down bad.
Yeah, Portal Rescue. I think this card is phenomenal, by the way. This card, I think, is incredible. It's already good, and it just gets better as more cards release. Portal Rescue is actually a really easy 5 for me. Now, it requires you to build around this. It's not just like put Portal Rescue in your deck because this card's broken. It's like, this is broken when you get on-play effects combined with it. And that's not that hard right now. There's a lot of really easy ideas. Reanimator stuff like Soul Gorger, Thoughtseize Dragon, Harness Dragon. There's plenty of stuff you can do. Go look. Just look at the card list and see what you can do with it. This card's amazing. Yeah,
this card's 5. It's just exactly like how I was saying Get Excited is a 5, where the decks you put this in, it's going to be extremely broken. As soon as we get a blue-orange leader, if that's a thing, then this card's going to get banned. Like, I don't know. This card's kind of illegal in blue-orange with all the orange play effects.
All right. Raven Blue Student, this is another easy 5. This is just like maybe the best. It's just the best 2-drop in the game. I actually don't think there's a better 2-drop. I think there's some that are close, like maybe the green guy that lets you draw, which is really cool. But this is like definitely better. It is just the best 2-drop. Sometimes this just can hold a place on its own because you place like 2 spells or something with it. One of them's a pump. Suddenly this is like a 6, and you're like, okay, good luck.
You just like accidentally cast Disciplines on it, and it's a 2 mana 5, and it's like, what do they do about that? You know, like if this card was green, it'd be a 20. Like if Master E could accidentally play blue cards, you would put this in Master E, and he'd just never lose the game ever. And so like, it's a 5. It's a super easy 5.
Card's amazing. All right, let's see what's next. Retreat. I think Retreat is good. Because it just like refunds. It is in reactions, so like they use a spell, you trade your retreat for their kill spell, and you get to keep the more valuable card, which is the unit. You do have to replay it, right? But it also has some cool combo potential with like readying effects. I don't think it's like an insane card by any means, and it again with the 1 cost, it is a real deck building cost where it's like sometimes this card just rots in your hand and is not very good, and it's like a draw late game that is really bricky. But overall, I'm pretty happy with the concept of Retreat, and I think Retreat is a 4. I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's a 4. It is kind of just 1 mana save my unit, and then it's like technically 0 mana save my unit, which is kind of silly. It's like negative 1 mana even. Like you just get an additional mana. Like even if this was just 0 mana, like a power, it'd be like super broken. But it's like it gains you mana overall. It's 1 mana save spells are good.
Singularity deals 6 to each of up to 2 units. This does not have a battlefield clause on it, but it does cost 2 power. That's a very real cost, right? It's a very expensive spell. However, I do think you tend to want 1 to 2 copies of this in any like controlling blue deck, because you need, at least in the sideboard, it's at least getting in the sideboard, because any deck that has like backline focused units that you have to deal with those backline units, 6 usually gets there, and this can deal with multiple backline units. I think it's a pretty good spell. I'm going to put it as a 4. I think it is good. You certainly want, 1, maybe 2 copies. Maybe it's just in your sideboard, depending on what deck you are. But it's good blue removal.
Yeah, it's like as close to a 5 as you can get without being a 5, just because every deck wants it. You are always happy, usually always happy when you draw it into so many decks. It's good, but it's not a card that you win like multiple of. It's not a card that's can win you the game in some spots, but it like single-handedly does not win games if you just keep drawing them over and over again.
Yeah, double drawing it is pretty bad, and especially with the power cost. Sprite Mother. We were talking about sprites being pretty good. I think that this card is very underrated on its release. Like, I actually just don't see people like shoving it into decks yet, and I think that it will see more and more play because I think it just does a lot of really good stuff at 4. It's like gives you a permanent 3 might body, which is fine. That's solid, whatever, and then also gives you the sprite effect. So you're just kind of getting a lot of value for your energy here. And I think that it's pretty worth playing because of that. The power cost is never fake. Like, anytime you see a power cost, you do have to think a little bit before you just jam it in the deck. But I think this is a pretty easy 4 for me. I don't think it's going to reach 5. I think this card is not good enough to be a 5, but I think it's a 4.
Yeah, I agree. Super easy 4. I think if this card is underrated at all, then it shouldn't be. It's amazing. 4 mana 6 is really good. 3 Accelerate's really good. If you play it in base, you can just immediately attack with it for 3. Maybe you kill something like a small something, but then you still have a 3 might body at the end of it. Like if there was a 4 mana card that said 4 mana, deal 3 damage to a unit, and then put a 3 might body into your base, like everyone would play it. And this is kind of just what that says. And you get a point sometimes. Like, I don't know. That's
sometimes you get a point. Sometimes, sometimes you get to clear something.
For sure.
Yeah. The downside, instead of it being damage, is the sprite starts a combat, so it can't just like deal 3 and then you ping something. But you can always do the ping first, right? There's a lot of ways that it just works. So it's good. Ava Achiever. When I saw this card revealed, I rated it highly. I think I'm pretty down on this card now. I think that the body is too small at 5. Even though like the effect is reasonably good, you are paying a power to play a hidden card on offense instead of defense. I do think if you're trying to play that much hidden in your deck, you probably do play Ava Achiever. So I'm gonna give her a 3 because I do think that she does kind of need to go in some of these decks, but I actually just don't think her effect is good enough most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, look, I just want to give this card a 1. Like, this card is so bad. Like, many of these hidden cards cost, like, 2 mana, man. Like, you don't need to cheat it out for a power when they cost 2 mana, and a lot of them aren't even that good on offense anyways. Like, you want to be playing hidden cards on defense, typically, so.
I think it's fair. Convergent Mutation, this is going to be, like, a pump in blue. It's kind of a pump. It works really well late game. It's pretty rough early game because nothing has a lot of might. But it is reaction speed as well, which is good. Reaction speed to dodge kill spells is pretty important. I think this is gotta be playable because like you get stuff like your late game, you have like a Mundo out, and then you get to just turn something else into a Mundo for the turn, which is good. I just don't know when I want this because it feels like I'm going to be able to play something better in my like supporting color instead of playing this in blue. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, this is a weird card. I don't know. I'm going to give it a 2 to be safe because I don't want to give it a 1 and then it end up being like really good. Because I mean, at the end of the day, 2 mana gives something plus 4 might is like really good. But you have to do quite a bit to get to that spot usually. And then the tax of actually putting this in your deck instead of like a unit that has 4 more might is like, I could just put a 6 might unit in my deck and be similar.
Think if it read, choose a friendly unit, increase its might until it equals the might of another unit instead of another friendly unit, this card would be great. I think this would actually
this card would be amazing.
Arguably be a 4, maybe even a 5.
I'd put it at a 5.
What the text read. Yeah, if that's what the text read, I think, maybe it's a 5. But because it's friendly unit, I think it's a lot harder to use. I think the card is super awkward, and it's not like a game where you can actually kill your opponent, right? So usually you could use this like as evasion. You have the big thing, it gets blocked, and the little thing gets to grow and deal the damage. That's just not how Riftbound works. Yeah. So I think it's a. I'll bite the bullet and say it's a 1, and if it's good, like fuck me. Like
very fair.
I think it's a 1.
I mean, it's a rare. How bad can a rare be? It's gonna take up the rare spot. You'll get a shiny owl
If we could play this in Runeterra, that card would be great.
Oh yeah, that card would be awesome.
Yeah. Mundo, I actually think is phenomenal. I think this card is very good. I don't know if I want to give it a 5 though.
Yeah, I think it's just like
5.
The most 4-card a 4-card can be, and like the same reason Singularity is a 4. Like you just want to put this in your decks, like the decks that are going to want to play like maybe the slower decks or decks that need top end to win. So not Victor basically because you're playing Stratagem. Any not Victor blue deck, you need this because green blue doesn't have big units at the end. Purple blue doesn't have big units at the end. Like you struggle. The 8th point in Riftbound is the hardest point to get. And so that's when you need these big units like this. Like you need ways to win the game.
Yeah, the recycle outlet is also good in like reanimator stuff. So purple has that top end and then kind of wants Mundo anyway. And the only time he's like really bad is if you can't get enough like cards in your trash. But by the time you're playing like an 8 cost, he's at least going to be like a 10 for the first turn.
Yeah.
Which is not nothing. It's pretty good, especially if you can use it for a hold. So I like Mundo. It's a 4.
Yeah.
All right.
Like an 8x8 is pretty on rate, right? So like anytime you have more than 2 cards in your graveyard, or your trash, it's good.
Yep. Echo. This is one that I actually think this card is pretty good, but I have struggled to see like a lot of great use out of it. I think the Death Knell is hard to use super properly, but I do think the Echo card that came out, Time Warp, as well, is a pretty interesting use case for Echo. Running it in somewhere and trading and then getting all your runes back and time warping to like win the game is something that's very real, but I haven't been seeing it done too frequently yet. And I'm not sure if that's because it just doesn't work in practice, which is possible. But even just as a 5/5 accelerate that has this Death Knell that is situational, I do think Echo is a unit worth playing. And I actually will give Echo a 4.
Yeah, I'm actually cooking a deck right now. I think Echo's a 4. This is Super Secret Worlds winning tech, where you play this like blue-yellow combo deck that I've been mustering, right? I've been cooking. And so you just play Echo, and then you have Malzahar in play. And Malzahar lets you kill a unit to add 2 power of any color. So then you can just like play Echo, immediately kill it with Malzahar. But the kicker is you also have a Karthus in play. So you get the Death Knell twice. So you like float your mana or whatever, and then you untap it with the first Death Knell. In response to the second Death Knell, you tap your mana out again, and then it untaps it with the second Death Knell, and you've just like tripled your mana and gotten 2 power for free.
So you just have like 20 mana and 2 power, basically.
Yeah, and you can like play like a second Echo or something. I don't know. Like
okay, I mean that definitely is like a time warp deck. Like you're trying to time warp to win is 100%. Yeah. Okay. That's pretty cool. I think that's sick. Like, I forgot that you can do that in reaction speed, so you can do it in response. That's
because you can float. So I'm gonna give it a 4 because I think it's solid and it's there. Just anything that like the thing is we saw Echo and we were like, okay, so they were just not putting take an extra turn in the game because Echo is like basically take an extra turn except you don't gain points is what people thought. And then they showed us take an extra turn, so we were like, oh, okay, well Echo is just kind of like silly because it just lets you double your mana sometimes.
Oh yeah. Heimerdinger. This guy I actually think is pretty good, and he just gets better and better with like more gears and like other things that can tap entering the game. It's often weird because it's the same problem as Caitlyn, where it's like playing him and then he's not ready, and then you have to wait till the next turn and then tap him again to try and actually do anything. Ends up being like a real issue sometimes. But I think that Heimerdinger has the legs and the potential to just be a 4. I actually just think that this card is definitely like good enough. I don't think it's there yet. I don't know what deck I want to play him in, but I think Heimer has like pretty good potential.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it as a 4 because like hear me, I've been in the kitchen cooking this world's winning tech where you can tap Malzahar to get power and then kill things, but you're also playing a mana rock. And then both of those are tap abilities. So then you have this Heimerdinger in play. I think he's fine. I think he's a 4 for sure. I just think people haven't experimented enough with him. But everything I'm talking about so far, like no meme, is just when this combo deck works eventually, it will be silly. And like all these cards
I think that it's fine because we're rating the cards like somewhat in a vacuum in the sense that it's like we think that this card could break the game at some point, right? Like it's not like we're saying, oh, this card right this second is the best card in the set,
Yes.
and you should go play it. It's just like,
Buy it
I think
out,
this card
TCG
is good.
player.
The text on this card is good,
Yes.
right? And here's another card where the text on this card is very good. This is Kaisa Evolutionary. I think this was like, oh my god, this card is a 5 when it first was like shown and everything. I think we found enough cards that are good enough that it's not as insane, but I still think this effect is powerful enough that this is a 5. I think this card is really good.
Yeah, I'm going to put it as a 5. You put... I assume you're going to put good spells in your deck to start with, so then casting good spells for free on a 6-might ganking body is good. So that kind of card just kind of speaks for itself. Very good. Free card's good.
Very strong. Here's Malzahar.
So I've been cooking this
combo
deck,
piece.
by the way. World's winning tech.
With that said, I mean, I see the combo potential for this one. Power is definitely showing up on any big game-ending combo spell, and so you're going to need power. The question is are those combo spells actually game-ending? Therefore, you don't need power because they're game-ending, right?
Yeah.
So is Malzahar actually that good? So with that in mind, I'm going to give Malzahar... Oh, you could just kill a gear? Never mind, it's a 4.
Yeah, you can kill a gear. You can kill anything. So basically, this unit replaces like all of your seals. Even in like a Victor deck. Like if you just play Victor, Victor decks are playing seals right now because you need to get to these big spells and stuff that cost a lot of power. What Malzahar does in these game-ending aspects is it doesn't make you recycle your mana for the cost of like some shitter unit that you're killing or some shitter gear that you're killing at that point. So you can like play sometimes 2 really big spells that you just shouldn't be able to play in the same turn. Or what it does is it just like lets you loop big spells over and over big cards turn after turn because you're not recycling a bunch. So I like it as a 4.
Yeah,
I think
makes sense.
this card should be played a lot more.
It's actually really cool. I've been playing with like Scrap Heap in some like Teemo decks already, and I think that there's potential that this card actually should fit in the deck that has Scrap Heaps in it because you actually do play it out and draw, and then you kill it with Malzahar and you draw again, which is very good. Progress Day. It's actually, look how they massacred my boy Mo.
Yeah.
This Progress Day was like one of the best cards in lore. It's so fun to play.
Yeah.
And I think you see draw 4 and it is really exciting and you want to draw 4.
Yeah.
But you could just not. And you could spend the 6 to do a lot of other things on your turn. And blue is like the least card starved color.
Yeah, so you can kind of just pay 6 mana to win the game instead of drawing 4. Like imagine you're in this like kind of middle board state and it's kind of close, and then you just go Singularity, kill half your board for fun, and then like you just take over. Or you could draw 4 cards. I mean, you know, who's to tell which one is better? So I'd give this card like a 2. Maybe barely.
I think it's a 2 because I can totally see it as a one of in decks that are a little lighter on card draw as just like a refill at some point in the game. It's like a very good top deck if both players are like in an attrition battle. Then like you find Progress Day and you'll probably win you the game. So I'll put it as a 2. Promising Future's a 5.
5. Yeah, like no, like deadass. I'm so glad you said that. This card's a 5.
I'm not
this
kidding.
card is
this
insane.
Card's a 5.
So I'm
card
cooking
is
this
so
deck
broken.
that's gonna win Worlds. You know, this card's just absurd. Like I don't know, man. I don't know. What
I've talked about it on the pod. The deck will get linked somewhere. It's not complete. It is not fully cooked. It might not even work in this set. This set might not be where we can do it yet. But I've been playing a Promising Future deck that the idea is if you come from Fab, you know what pitch stacking is. You are recycle stacking your deck so that when you play Promising Future, it hits Time Warp and you end the game. And that is exactly what like you're trying to do with this card.
No memes aside, in the deck I've been brewing, whether it is good or not right now, obviously I don't know where I'd be playing it. But that is one of the main game plans is you do just fish a whole lot. I play other ways to stack your deck really quickly and pitch stack your deck really quickly. And I'm a Kano player. My first deck was Kano. The first thing I learned to do in this game was pitch stack before I even knew what the cards were in this game, right? So I just like can memorize the entire deck and then know when to play my Promising Future. And then you just loop 2 turns in a row and you win from 2 points out of nowhere. And you just like go from 2 to 8 and your opponent can't play the game. And it's like, what do you do?
It's really great. It as of right now, it is a Teemo deck that you want to play this in because you can also do things like stack your Nocturnes with Mundo, like you recycle them after you play them early game next to your Time Warp, and then Promising Future, Time Warp plus three Nocturnes, and then just like end the game. It's like the sickest combo deck that currently exists. But right now, I think there's still questions on how to make it competitively like viable. But I think it's insane and it'll get there. All right, sign in, 1,000
Sign
Tug
in.
Watcher.
Yeah.
This is another 5 for me. I actually think this card's incredible.
Yeah,
I think this is one of the best top end cards in any color, and it's great in blue.
Yeah, it's so crazy. I feel like I just like gaslit everybody watching this video when we started on blue because all the cards sucked and were 1s and 2s, and then now we're just hitting 5s back to back to back. The effect on this at the floor is just absurd. Like at the floor, this is just 7 mana kill something at a battlefield. Because yes, it doesn't like literally kill it, but you just run your units into it. The ceiling is like 8 mana. You attack with a 7, you're giving your opponent stuff -9 or something. It's like a 16-point swing for no reason. It's just absurd. Yeah.
It's another way to end the game with your promising future as well.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Yeah, that is one way you could do that.
Probably not, but
maybe you've been cooking a deck.
No, I've not been cooking a sign in promising future deck. But Victor, this blue Victor, I see a lot of people end up just on yellow Victor still. I think blue Victor has potential to be really good, but it does feel like the order side of Victor has been a little bit better, and the recruit spam in that way to set up Grand Stratagem has been a little bit easier because a lot of the yellow units that create recruits are actually just very good. So you might as well play yellow Victor with those. So because of that, I'm going to put blue Victor at a 3 because it feels like he actually is the worst Victor, which I was wrong in my initial take when this was revealed. I thought that blue Victor would be better.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is like really funny is it is definitely the worst Victor. In Victor, like you just don't play this card in Victor at all. But even in the decks that play a lot of spells, like if you look at Lux, like these spell heavy blue decks, whatever those are, if you play this against me, I'm making it my goal to just give you the fewest amount of windows possible to play recruits. And then like some decks just don't care about the power in recruits. Like, I'm going to give it a 2 because like Arya is not going to care less about getting a 1 might recruit because she defied something. You know, like that's just not helping her game plan. Kai's the same way, not helping her game plan. I don't know how you play this card is the answer.
Yeah,
for
makes
my
sense.
answer. Yeah.
Makes sense. All right. We've got Wraith of Echoes. This was an all-star from the Victor trial deck because it's like infinite draw engine, but it is the first time each turn, which is each player's turn. So it's kind of like 2 times per turn cycle. Yeah.
Oh, I was about to give this card a 5. Not really a 5, but
it's not infinite draws, but it's 2 per like cycle. I think this card is very good, but it's interesting that I've not seen it in that many of the Victor decks that have been going around. Because I feel like it kind of should have a place, because you are going to just draw a lot of cards. But again, they haven't had issues having cards because everyone's playing like Consult the Past. So I think it's a 4. I think the card's actually still 4?
Good. Wow.
Yeah,
I'd probably give it like a 2 or something. Like my issue with this card is it's just so expensive for an effect that you just don't care about because if your goal is to draw cards, you can do that. Now I will say if they would have eroded this to say your allied or friendly units have Death Knell draw 1, then it'd be much more playable. But I don't know. I don't know how you play this card ever in blue when you have 0 mana draw 2 existing.
Yeah, I mean, I see that. I kind of want to cut the 0 mana draw 2 sometimes though.
Yeah,
and maybe
it being a 5 might body is good. A mid-sized body is very good.
Yeah. Blue Ari is a 5 for me. This we ranted and raved about this on the pod when this was revealed. I mean, this is just like in Ari, this is just like a 3 for 6 on defense, 3 for 5 on offense.
Yeah, for fun, by the way. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's just math. It's just math.
Yeah, it's 5. Every Flesh and Blood player loves this card. Up until we got the final like 60 cards on that Friday, the 18th, I rated this as just the best card in the game.
Yep.
After that last day, we got some really cool orange cards, but yes, I put this card as like the best card in the game because it is that
it's still
good.
up there.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's still nearly
just
for
the best.
sure.
Yeah.
It's top 5 easily in the whole set. 0.
Blue Seal is a 1, 0, bad.
0.
I just don't like seals in general. I want to not play seals.
Yeah.
I think that really we said it earlier, there's only like 2 colors that really can even play seals. I think it's red. I think what did you say the other one? Green hates them, but they have purple,
green
I think, can play them.
Green has to play them. Yeah, purple can play them. Yellow, you love to play it in Victor, but that's more of like a deck building cost, and because you draw so many cards is the reason why red and yellow are so good with seals. Just a tiny tangent is decks that draw a lot of cards are good with seals, which you would think, oh well, blue draws a lot of cards. The thing is like in those decks you don't need the seals. Like Ari doesn't care about blue power. Kaisa does not care about blue power. Victor does not care about blue power. Like, you're just not playing the blue power hungry cards.
Yeah. Maybe one day this becomes a lot better, but it is not good for now. Yep. Teemo Strategist. I actually think this card is really good, mainly because Teemo is in purple, and this is a Nocturne reveal that also has upside. Yes. It is also deal 1 to an enemy unit for each, so any plus effects also do kind of work on this. And make it do a lot more damage, which is not something that I see done ever, but it is just like a note for future on this card. It has some like additional upside that can happen. I think it's good. I think it's pretty powerful because you can hide it. The cost, like you can ignore the top left cost because you're never just going to hard cast this. You're always hiding it. Yep. I hesitate to give it a 5, but I might give it a 5. I think it's really good.
Yeah, I think 5 is very reasonable. I'll give it a 4. I just look at it as a pure number standpoint. It is at the floor a 2-mana 2 that surprises your opponent because it's hidden. So they could play awkwardly or attack awkwardly into it. And because the effect happens every time he defends, is if your opponent attacks trying to play around a push, like they think, oh, you have a hidden push, and you flip a Teemo, well, now you're just going to get double value on Teemos. And if you don't know what a push is, it's going to be like a fight or flight spell or something that pushes your unit off the battlefield. And it gets a bunch of value at the ceiling. It's like a 2-mana 7, which, like, why? Like, I don't know.
Yeah. And usually you're not going to play that many hidden cards, but it is hilarious if you hit a bunch there. Time Warp, because of the implications of this card, it's a 5. It is just like, this card reads win the game a lot of the time. You can argue, like, oh, it's such a brick because of the cost, and it just like sits in your hand. But like, I think most decks that are playing this are playing it with ways to set it up, or they're playing with ways that they can rummage. So at worst, you just rummage it and you get something else. So a rummage is like a draw discard, basically.
Yeah, it's the easiest way if you don't know how to evaluate cards like this. You're like, well, what is the actual value of taking an extra turn? It's just breaking down everything you get in a turn. So I would read this as like 10 mana, gain 2 points, untap all of your mana, untap all of your units, ready to energy. Or like channel to energy or something. And like
draw a card.
Yeah, and draw a card. And when you break it all the way down like that, it's just like absurd for what it does.
You score your holds extra, you get, you can score both points again, right? Like, yeah, it's crazy. Unchecked Power. This is like one of the very few sweepers in this game, like actually good sweepers, because it actually sweeps. There's really nothing that survives this.
There's one unit in the game, I believe, unless I'm wrong, which I could be. And if in the comments, let me know if I'm wrong. This deals 12.
Yeah,
and the one unit is Mundo, which is
Mundo
surprisingly your color. So you can move your unit to a battlefield, or if you're holding and they just try and super stack on the other one, this is one of the ways, the only way you can actually still board wipe and hold at the same time.
Yep. I mean, I think this card is good because it's very unique in what it's able to do, and the downside is it's there, it exists, but I don't think it is like crushing. I think I'll give Unchecked Power a 5. I think this card is just it's actually really strong. It's weird because 5s usually are reserved more for like, oh, this is always in your deck, this is always good. But I think that like if you want to play a sweeper in blue, this is your sweeper. This is what you want to go to, and you want to be able to construct your deck to play this. And I think that this is a 5 for me.
Yeah, you've convinced me. I'll give it a 4, not quite a 5. But I'll give it a, it's pretty close to 5. I'll give it a 5. Whatever. You convinced me, Cass. You're a salesman right there. Mostly because at the very worst, if this isn't in your main deck, you're putting it in your sideboard you are playing it as a 10, because you're playing it against decks that are shoving 20 million power onto somewhere, and you're like, nice Aurora, dude, nice power, kill your stuff.
All right, moving on. Now we got body, orange, arena bar. That's first. Originally, this was like the only way to give buffs to anything for set and for like so the orange colors, but they've revealed so much like better stuff at this point. And I think arena bar is still pretty good, but I don't think it's going to be played nearly at the frequency or in the numbers. Because I still think playing like jamming 3 of these, you kind of need to for consistency, but I don't want to double draw it, and you don't rummage nearly as much in orange. So for that reason, and mainly because there's, I think, better ways to give buffs, I'm going to give it a 2.
Yeah, I'll give it a 3. I think you still kind of play like 1 or 2, which then sucks because you're only playing 1 or 2. But I like playing it in tandem with the better like buff cards because this is a consistent buff. So what this does is let you just buff something every single turn, which is something you kind of need when you're doing set stuff.
Bilgewater Bully. This was definitely an all-star early on with just a good stat line. And then when I buffed, I get yanking, which is a good keyword. But I do think this has fallen off in the favor of just like better cards that have been revealed. This is a vanilla like all-star for limited. It's 1. I don't think it gets played.
Oh, really? I think like this card is so close to a 3. Like I'd almost put it in my set decks. Like I'd always consider this card. Just 6 mana 6 is fine. 6 mana 7 ganking keyword and stuff. That's like fairly hard to deal with, and that's before you have all your combat-y tricks and stuff. So I'll give it a 3. Like I think it's probably underrated right now.
I think that's probably fair. Moving on to Body Rune.
10.
5.
Yeah, it's a 5. Right now, 5. One of the best colors for sure.
All right. Cannon Barrage. This is a reaction speed deal damage, which is pretty nice because you can respond to actions that are targeting their units to give a buff or to give something, and then boom, just reaction speed. But it does have to be in combat. It is hitting everything, which is nice as well. I think this is like also, you know, there's also just the idea that this works with Warwick. There's some combo potential for this. But I have not seen the like Warwick combo stuff really show up yet. It feels like it's maybe too committal. I'll still give this a 3. I think this card's really playable.
Yeah, I'll give it a 2 just because it says combat. If it just said deal 2 damage to all units out of battlefield, it'd be like a 4 or something. But combat is just so specific that I'm not a huge fan.
That makes sense. All right. Next, challenge. It's 5.
It's a 5.
Doesn't have battlefield clause on it. That's a really important thing. Usually, you're playing big things in orange. You
2
get
mana
to
kill spell.
just pick off. Yeah, 2 mana kill. It is so good, and it's at action speed, so you can play it on your opponent's turn if you need to, which is just crazy. It does everything you need. This is like 3 copies in almost every orange deck.
Yeah, for sure. It's like, I don't know, like it's just so crazy. You can use it in showdowns and stuff. Like your opponent attacks into you, you can bait them with a medium attack, and you just win.
Next up is Confront. Units you play this turn enter ready. I was super low on this card, but I know a lot of people have been actually having success with it, and I'm not going to deny their success. My rating would have been like a 1, but I think this is actually just a 3. It's pretty playable, especially when you're playing like very low to the ground decks, because like sometimes later in the game, you just like confront and play a bunch of things ready and win the game, which I think is quite good.
Yeah, we sound like we have fairly the same story. I wasn't a huge fan. I didn't really see it. I played someone else's deck that built maybe around Confront, or just happened to be playing a deck that Confront was good in, and it showed me the power. You play things like the not Jagged Butcher, but Jagged Butcher. It says like enter unit another, or ready another unit, but then this comes in ready because of Confront. So now you just have double accelerate for fun. Crazy power.
Yep. It's quite good. Next up, we've got Crackshot Corsair. I actually love this card in lore. I've played a lot of burn decks, so this art is really sick to me. Some fun lore is there was an LPP thing where they had like challenges for us to do during COVID, and one was like do a cosplay, and I did like a little closet cosplay of this where I had like a scarf being the hair, and I was hanging on like this anti-gravity fitness hammock that was in my my mom's apartment.
That's amazing.
It's so sick. But deal 1 to an enemy unit here, I think, is relatively soft, and the 3/3, I think it's a playable card, but it's not going to fit in that many decks. I'll put it at a 2.
Yeah, I'll put it at 2. It's really close. It's basic. It's like a pseudo 3 energy 4 might unit. Sometimes better, sometimes not nearly as good because you can't challenge with it. So it's a 2. It'll fit in a deck somewhere, I think.
Dune Drake. This is a dragon 5 for 5. This was an absolute monster on reveal for Volibear decks as a 5-drop that could just be a 7 when someone has been holding. So for that, I will give it a 4. I actually think it's a pretty strong kind of vanilla 5 because it ends up being a 7 more often than not in the decks that want to play it.
Yeah, I'm going to start doing this thing specifically in this orange color, and I want to explain it first, is I'm going to give cards like this multiple ratings. One is not in Volibear decks, and then one is in Volibear decks. This card not in Volibear decks to me is probably like a 2, maybe a 3. It's just it's just like not a bad card, but you don't really want to play it. But this in Volibear decks is a 4, and I'm gonna give it a 4 just because when you're playing it, it's very good. It is a turn 2 play that is ramping you a mana for free.
Yep. All right, up next we've got First Mate. This is a 5. This card is incredible.
Yep. This is a 5. This is the Jagged Butcher I was mentioning earlier, again from Legends of Runeterra. I can just never remember this card's name. I'm not trying to be a boomer. I'll let things die and stuff. I just genuinely cannot remember this card's name. But this card's amazing.
It's okay. Boomer podcast of a lot of lore players anyway, so we're constantly doing that. Flurry of Blades. I guess this is kind of just like the better version of the other one, except for it does less damage, but it is better as a combo piece with like Warwick because it's cheaper. Pinging for 1 at reaction speed is nice, but also this is just tech for recruit spam decks. So it's kind of an important card in that way. Because it's very niche, I do think it is just a 3. I actually don't think this is a 4 for me, but yeah, I think it's a 3.
Yeah, 3 is good. It's essentially reads 1 mana, gain 3 points, or like stop your opponent from having 3 points because you are essentially only playing this in the sideboard, or if it's in the main board, it's only for the victor matchups, and it's just to kill 2 units on turn 1, or turn 2, basically.
Mobilize. This is a very cheap ramp spell. I do think it does what you want it to do. You can play it on your first turn of the game every time, so because of that, I'll give it a 4.
Yep. Yeah, 4 is good. If you're going second and have 3 mana, you can there's a 1 mana spell we'll look at that says 1 mana, look at the top 3 draw cards, so you can play that into a Mobilize, which is good. Being 2 mana is nice. Randomly drawing you a card in the end game is like fine. So 4 is good.
Yeah, it just cycles, which is nice that it has that text, so it's not just a dead draw.
Yep.
Next we got Paka Cub. I haven't really seen this played at all. I think Hidden is a real value for it because it can just be like a free 3 that's surprising. But I just don't think it's good enough to see play personally. So because of that, I am just gonna put it at a 1, but it's maybe a 2. It's not like the worst card ever, but I think it's a 1 for me.
Yeah, I'm like fairly close to giving it a 3. I'll give it a 3. I think it's just a really good aggro card. I just don't think aggro orange necessarily exists yet. This is super good for Master Yi specifically because what it allows you to do is hide the unit on the battlefield with your other unit, so you're still only technically blocking with 1. But then if they ever try to kill that unit with some sort of like spell or ability, you can react with Packet Club, so that way your unit dies, but you still have this 1 unit as a blocker, which is interesting. Every other deck is just not going to play this card, really.
That makes
Unless
sense.
you're like some weird aggro deck to dodge removal or something.
Pit Pookie, Pit Rookie. This is a 5. This is another just like staple card for orange. It's like fine if you just play it as on your first turn, but it just gets massive upside if you don't. So
it's a 5.
Great card.
Its floor is on rate. Its ceiling is absurd. Its ceiling is like +4 might on an orange set for fun for 2 mana. And like, okay. So.
Yeah. Great card. Stormclaw Ursine. This ramps you twice in Volibear. It has tank, which is cool, but it's understated because it has this ramp effect. I actually think this card ends up just getting cut a ton, and I don't think it's very good. So I will give it a 1. I just don't think it like reads good the first time you read it, and then you kind of start seeing it in action, and it's not as good as a lot of cards you can play.
Yeah, it's a 1. It's a 1. It's good in your starter pre-con deck if they make those, and then it's one of the first cards you cut once you start investing money to put real cards in your pre-con deck.
Catalyst Aeons.
5.
I think this is... Wow, okay, interesting.
I think it's a 5.
I think it's worse than Mobilize a lot of the time, but
That's so
maybe
crazy.
it's in the context of Volibear. that Mobilize is cooler because you usually your second turn you're gonna just play like a 5-drop anyway.
Yeah.
But in the context of any other
Of
orange
every
deck that
other
wants to play Dazzling Aurora,
Yeah.
they have to play this instead.
Yes.
And for that, I will give it a 4. I'm not gonna give it a 5. I don't.
I'll give it
Dazzling
a
Aurora
5.
Is pretty good, so.
Yeah, this card kind of just makes Dazzling Aurora broken because it makes it to where you can play Dazzling in every other deck. Going second, you play this on turn 2 instead of like 2 mobilizes, and you are just Dazzling Aurora on turn 3 every time. And then, like, do you know how many decks in the game can beat a turn 3 Dazzling Aurora? It's like one. Like, one deck can beat a turn 3 Dazzling Aurora.
Sith3 of Cloudfield. I'd rather just play Pit Rookie. I don't know if she gets there. I think the buff synergies don't work as well with her. I mean, they're okay, but like you don't want to set her back as a 1. And then the stuff that like steals buffs actually just don't make the cut very often. So I will just put her as a 1.
Yeah, I'm more inclined to make her a 3. She's closer to 2, but I'll give her a 3 just so I can say I disagree with you because it's kind of fun. But yeah, it's mostly that you are using this card as an engine for all of the cards that say expend a buff instead of paying my cost. And but there used to be only one. Now there's actually quite a few you can play. So having an engine like that is good. But if you don't draw those cards, then this card is just really bad. So this is only a 3 because it's getting carried by the better cards that are 0. Like 0 mana cards are good. So
Herald of Scales, mana rock just for dragons, but a very good mana rock for dragons because it's 2. I don't think there's a deck right now that is like full in on dragons playing Herald of Scales. There might not be enough dragons that are really, really good to make this good yet. But I will say, just like looking at it in a vacuum, if there are good enough dragons, you will always play 3 copies of this. You will always want to play this. So I'll give it a 4 because I actually think the card is good, but I just don't know that it's playable right now.
Yeah, I'll give it a 4. Same reasons. Card's good, just not right now. Maybe even in the set it can be a 4. It's just having to figure out how to build said deck.
Yep. Kinku Monk. I haven't played with this card, but I read this card and I'm like, this card is amazing. This is like a 5 in my brain. But it's like the way I see it is it's just like 4 for 6. Because the decks that you're playing this in, you're playing like some enough lower to the ground stuff that this is always targeting 2 things, right? And I just think that because of that value and then buff synergies on top of that, it's just a 5.
Yeah, I'll give it a 4 just because Orange is... this is how good Orange is right now, is that for 4 mana, you can almost be doing better stuff even. Like you can do Pit Rookie plus more mana.
Yeah.
Like you can do, for 1 extra mana here, you do Pit Rookie plus a Jagged Butcher. And it's like you buffed something and then just readied it so it can attack. And it's like, it's still good. Don't get me wrong. Like 4 for 6 is amazing. Buffing 2 things, amazing.
All right, here's a dragon.
Yeah.
It's a 2. It's nearly playable, but it's just like, there's better cards that you can play at your top end.
Yep. I played 1 for a while in Volibear, and then I realized I could just legitimately play second red Volibear in my main deck if I wanted to. Like
dragon keyword is, they've shown that it is a real thing that will happen, but yeah. When you ready a friendly unit, give it +1 this turn as just a static effect on a gear. And Orange does a lot of readying. I'm curious if this gets like kind of abusable. It's a lot of extra might. But often it's just like +1 might per turn, and is that something that I actually want to play? Sometimes it doesn't even give you +1 might on a turn.
Well, it'll give
for
you
those reasons.
a might if you like have a unit that untaps at the start of your turn, I guess. I would think.
Oh, does it work like that?
I would think so, because you're readying your units.
Timings.
Yeah, I would think it works like that. It's still not good. I'll give it a 1, but like I don't know. Like I'll give it 2.
Because it triggers like that. Actually, no, I think it's pretty playable. I think if there's like got to be like an aggro deck out there where you have like a wide board and then you untap at start of turn and just it's like +4 might on your board
for fun.
Yeah. So because of that, it's like at least a 3. I'll give it a 3 because I don't know yet.
I'll give it a 2.
Potential to be a 4 or a 5 if it's like if there's a deck that really abuses it.
And this is also assuming that it works with units that readied for your turn.
Yeah, if it doesn't work like that, it's a 1. Yeah, if it doesn't work like that, it's a 1.
Yeah, agreed.
But I agree with you in that assumption. All right. Spoils of War. if an enemy has died this turn, it costs 2 less, and then it's draw 2.
Yeah.
At reaction speed, I don't know if that really matters that much. 2 for draw 2 is good costed for draw 2, and if you're in orange with no other draw outlets, I think Spoils is maybe the most appealing one that I've seen. So with that being said, I want to give it a 3 because it's a pretty appealing draw.
Yeah, it's just the issue. Your orange decks now are orange yellow, orange red, and then orange purple. Orange yellow has card draw because of yellow. Orange red has card draw because of Cadrigan, and then like red if you want to. Orange purple doesn't really exist well, and you have some card draw with like merchants and other stuff like that. Anyways, I just can't see ever putting 4 mana draw 2 in my deck, even if it does sometimes draw. Like if I'm being able to kill units at this point, I'm probably far enough ahead to where the draw 2 is nice, but I could just put a good card in my deck. So I'll give it a 2.
Understandable. I thought you were gonna go 1 there, but yeah, I guess draw 2 is a strong enough effect.
Yeah, like
just
it a 1. Yeah, just draw 2 is fine. You know.
Unyielding Spirit. They took an 8 mana card and made it 1, and then target everything instead of just one thing.
Say it with me. 1, 2, 3, 5.
1. No, 5. Yeah, it's for sure a 5.
I don't know what they were thinking.
This card's messed up.
Yeah. Legitimately don't know how this card's balanced.
It'd be really funny if this card's like bad, actually, but I just can't see, see it.
I can't either. I just have no idea. This reminds me of just like 6 Seraphine when she got printed. It's just like, how is this a good idea?
I'm not a Magic player, but that's basically just like Teferi's protection, right? Like you're just like, you just can't. Nothing can get hurt.
Nothing.
Wallop. As you play, this is another. You can spend a buff card, and it's just a ready at action speed, which I think is good. It's funny how there feels like a lot of like better ways to do this effect in the deck, but I do think spending a buff is a like strong way to do it. So it's free to ready something. And for that, I will give this a 3. It's a playable card, but I actually don't think it's like that good, and I think there are better ways to do this.
Yeah, 3 is good. 0 mana cards are good. Like baseline, there you go. It's a 3. 0 mana cards are good.
Great. All right. Wildclaw Shaman. This is another one of the expenditures, and readying is good. It also just takes the buff, so you actually don't even lose the buff. It transfers the buff over to the Wildclaw Shaman. However, the Wildclaw Shaman is under rate, so it becomes on rate and moves a buff to itself. The fact that it is 4 for 4 ready in most cases, because you wouldn't play it if you don't have a buff on the board, makes it fine, but I'm not like rushing to put this in my deck, so it's a 3.
Yeah, it's like a close to a 2. Like the only thing making this card somewhat playable is its interaction with Cithria, making it to where they both keep their buff.
Yeah, but then you're playing 2 bad cards.
Yeah, so you're doing the thing where you're playing a second bad card to justify your first bad card to make them both literally just fine on rate cards. Like you just have a 2 mana 2 and then a 4 mana 4 at the end of it.
You've convinced me. It's a 1.
Yeah, it's this card's not good.
It's a 1.
Yeah,
it's a 1. All right, Anivia. This card I was too low on early on. I think this card's pretty great, especially with how easy it is to like ready things in these decks, and then also just like dazzling makes this better.
Purple dazzling.
Yeah, the effect is great against like Victor, right?
Yeah, the effect's just good. I'm just gonna give it a 4. Not necessarily a 5 because it does cost 2 power. But every deck you play this in is so silly. Like you put this in purple, like Misfortune Dazzling. Purple has a 2 mana card that just says move your unit at action speed for some reason. So mid fight, you can move it to the other battlefield, and now you're just attacking your opponent's battlefield in the middle of their turn. It readies it afterwards, so you can, for 9 mana, or if you have this in play, 2 mana, move the Anivia up, it untaps it, Misfortune gives it ganking, you move the Anivia over, you've just done 30 damage for no reason, and just take over all the battlefields.
I mean, it's a good. 4. It's not good enough on its own to just like be a 5, but it is a 4. I'm sorry, Anivia, I didn't recognize your game when you first came out. I think I used the words unplayable, or like it's a maybe a sideboard card or something. But Snapvine is a 5. I mean, it is yet again. I mean, this one is removal at battlefield, so it does make it a bit worse. But because you're getting this good body out, you're getting it on turn 2 sometimes to just deal with like pretty valuable threats against a lot of decks. Like you can deal with a Leona, you can deal with a Ari, you can deal just like a lot of really powerful cards that are usually difficult to deal with. Snapvine can like invalidate. Therefore, it's just a 5. It's one of the reasons orange is so hard to deal with.
Yeah, it gives you this thing where you can remove/interact with units on a battlefield without combat, whereas a lot of units want you to combat them, whether they have shield or like action cards or +2 from Yi or anything. Like all of that stuff just doesn't matter if you don't have to combat the unit. If you just have play unit, deal damage to unit. So.
Yep, it's very good. Kraken Hunter. This is just like a wild. This card, it makes no sense how it was printed.
This card is illegal.
I think it's just a 5 as well because just statistically, it's just so messed up. The power cost is pretty real, but some like Lee Sin can just spend the buffs pretty easily, and then like
Volibear just gets it
fine.
1 back. So
yeah,
Volibear just reads it as 3 mana, 1 power. Like
and Voli can just like play it going second on the first turn of the game. It's just
and then you still have 4 mana on your following turn to then play like something else. My theory is a dev was at a poker game and there was a rule that said if you lost to 7 deuce, then you got to just like keep adding keywords onto a card, and they lost to 7 deuce twice and just had to keep adding keywords onto the card.
Yeah, why does this have assault? Why does this have accelerate? All right.
Yeah.
Lee Sin, this Lee Sin is worse than the other ones. I think the Anthem effect is like it's good, but usually it's just gonna be like +2 on somebody. Like you're usually not gonna have more than 2 units or more than one other unit. And the fact that it has it accelerate as the optional cost, and then it is just like a baseline 6 for 6. It's like a super reasonable card, but I just don't think it's like that good. So I will give it a 3. I think this card is playable. If you have a more swarmy focused Lee Sin deck, this is really good, but I haven't really seen that deck yet. So
card is a 3. It is literally just on raid in every possible way, unless you are committing a second buffed like ally with you. The way combat damage works, though, is it's not actually too crazy that we learned recently from a dev. The 2 damage from the buff the 2 might from the buff will move before units heal. So, for example, if you can put a unit within 2 might of dying, and then because of the Lee Sin buff, and then Lee Sin dies, goes to the trash, that unit will then lose the 2 buff and then just die also. Because it'll check itself and say, I have 4 damage on me. Without the +2, I go to 4 might, therefore I die before I heal. So
I didn't even know that rule, so that does make these kind of effects a little bit worse.
Yeah, these effects are much worse than we think they are.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Still a 3. It doesn't reduce it.
It's still on right fine card.
Okay, Mistfall. This card has like the potential to straight up be a 5. I haven't seen the deck that's made it a 5, but I want to give this effect a 5 because it just stays in play as well as a gear. And it can just like with Lee Sin, this is just like pay. You actually just give accelerate to everything.
Yes.
Because you pay 1 and tap Lee Sin for the buff, and then you pay 1 power and exhaust the Mistfall, and that you just accelerate anything. So
yes, this at the floor is just give everything in your deck accelerate because you just played in Lee Sin, so it's a 4. Like very easily a 4 for me.
Yep, I'll give it the 5. We'll see if it can actually hold up to being a 5. But I think the card's great. Up next, we have Overt Operation. This is a combo card that I have yet to see the combo for.
Yeah.
Spending the buffs to ready a bunch of stuff. This is kind of supposed to be like you do like a full combat thing. You move your stuff around and then you like ready everything again. Or you just buff a giant board.
Yeah.
I don't think this ever does enough to be worth the cost. So I'm going to say it's unplayable. And then when someone combos me with it, that's cool. It's a 1.
I'll agree and say it's a 1 for 5 cost 2 might. You know what I would much rather play on that exact mana curve is a nice 6 might Snapvine. So I don't know.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
All right. Primal Strength. Giving unit +7. This card I do think is pretty good because it is just like make something god for a turn.
Yes.
Really weak into kill spells. However,
For sure.
you just need to be safe against decks that have kill spells that will be able to like respond at action speed with this.
Yep.
Other than that, it's a 4.
Yeah. It's great.
It's a good card.
Yeah, it's just a great card. it's so hard to play around. Like you're holding 4 mana open in your deck. Like I don't know how you play around that.
This is another card that has too many lines of text on it, and
Yeah.
I do think it deserves a 5. I think it's just so good. It's flexible with its conquer. Having deflect also is just really messed up.
Why have deflect, Riot Game?
Ramps you, deramps your opponent.
I don't know.
Or card draw if you need it. It's
Like,
fun.
just remove the deflect keyword, 4 mana, 4 on rate, but then it draws you cards or ramp you. That's good. People play it and then randomly have deflect. Why Riot? Why game? Why Riot Game do that?
Yeah. It's
Why?
good.
Who lost to a 7-2 hand?
Sabotage, this is your like duress from Magic the Gathering. This is an amazing card. Probably sideboard staple. It's in
I just
like
think it's
most
a main
orange
board
sideboard
staple.
cards.
Like, I think this card is
it
that
depends,
good.
right? You could mainboard it, but there are decks where this like you actually sometimes will whiff with this, and then you look like an idiot. I think.
For sure.
It's pretty cheap opportunity cost though. Maybe it makes your main board because you're like saving slots for other matchups, and it's fine enough. But here's your Dazzling Aurora answer in the deck.
Yes.
So
here's a 1 mana Dazzling Aurora answer, 1 mana. What is that? Stratagem answer, like 1 mana Cathian Rain answer. Like this card's a 5. It's just answers everything in the entire game, and the only color that can combat it is green because they also have a 1 mana answer. So. But then they rip it out of here, and then now they don't have 1 mana answer for challenge. So like,
having deny that is pretty rough. It's not your favorite. Udyr, I haven't experimented with Udyr enough, but I do think that the versatility on this card and the fact that it's just barely underrate, it makes it good enough that I think this is a 4. I think in Lee Sin you can actually just get like a lot of mileage out of the stun, the ready, the ganking, like. True damage is sometimes going to be used, but I just think this card is very good and flexible.
I'll go the opposite way and give it a 1, because when you draw this card and you don't, it's not turn 7 or where you have like 7 or 8 mana or something. It feels bad. It feels really bad. Like super duper duper bad. Like I'd rather draw any other of my 38 cards bad. So I'm going to give it a 1. And just
that's fair.
I'd be down for it to not be a 1, but I have not seen people play it well enough. Speaking of 1s,
this card is unplayable except in Dazzling Aurora decks because the only way that it's playable is when it pops out of your deck for free.
Yeah.
So it is a 1. The caveat is if you're playing Dazzling Aurora, this is a card you can include because.
And even then, though, you'd rather just have like a unit with an effect instead of just this card. Your card essentially just has 10 might, sometimes 13 might, but 10 might, and then they can either remove it, therefore it's not a factor, or they can't remove it and you win. But most things, like at that point, if they can't remove, you're going to win. So
yeah, I'd rather play cards I can actually cast if I don't have the Dazzling Aurora, right?
Yeah.
Warwick, I think, has underperformed a lot for me because it is like a combo piece, and often you like don't have enough cards, you don't have the combo the exact turn that you need it, or they're not overextending into the combo the exact turn you need it.
If player good, Warwick not good.
Yeah, so because of that, I'll put Warwick at like a 2 because I do think it's still like not a horrible card.
It's
like I actually think it has some value. The combo is very strong, and sometimes your opponent can't play around it, or it's just going to kill something big instead. So that is still very good, but does he warrant spots in your deck, especially because it's probably 6 slots in your deck that you're warranting to play the Warwick? Probably not. And so it's a 2.
It's a 2. Everything Cass said is correct. It's just an on-rate card that you are going to have to put bad cards in your deck to make bad cards slightly less bad.
If Victor's running all over the place, I think Warwick gets better because you might main deck the other combo piece to deal with Victor, and then you play the Warwick because it helps with the other. It like makes the combo piece better, but it's not ideal. 5.
Free cards are good. I don't know. Draw and
War Mother's Call on 4 is messed up.
Or 3. Like okay.
3.
I drew an 8 might unit and played 8 might unit for free every turn. That's cool. Yeah. Speaking of 8 might unit and playing 8 might unit, 5. I don't know.
Yeah, like Deadbloom Predator being able to be played directly on a battlefield and start combat, and then just having deflect. So when they try and answer in that combat, it's like
I don't know.
It makes its power cost like not feel like it is 2 power on the cost because like your opponent is also going to have to deramp to deal with it. So
Yep.
I agree. It's probably 5.
It's above rate even number wise. Like 8 mana for 8 accelerate is just above rate. So
Yep.
like,
We're
it's
just
good.
getting to the 5s.
Yeah, so,
this Misfortune is incredible.
5. Yeah.
5.
This ramps you a mana or gives anything accelerate for free just by moving, and also has accelerate. Is 5.
Yep. Can ready gears, can ready whatever.
Yeah.
1.
5.
There we go. Hey.
No, I'm just kidding.
We
Yeah,
found a bad
1.
card in orange.
Yeah.
It's the seal.
Yeah, it's a 1. I don't know. You just don't need it. You just don't.
Yeah.
You have to play this card.
That's pretty trash. Yeah, we're seal haters here.
Yeah.
God, it's just another 5. This card's so messed up.
Yeah, I was
card is
debating
so
to
messed
I was trying to figure out how to give it a 4 just to
it's
make
so
people
broken.
upset, but
It's so broken.
why can use multiple times in a turn? Like, why is that a thing?
Yeah, this thing for 12 in Lee Sin, right? It's not even in set. This thing is like the most disgusting. This is the most disgusting in Lee Sin.
For
oh my
3
God,
mana, you can make this thing a 16 might unit for fun. Because like you play it on turn 5, and then you like untap, and then you go spend a buff, make it 8. Lee Sin 1 mana, make it 12. Pit Rookie for 2 mana, make it 16. And like what you spent a singular card and 3 total mana to make this 16. And then he rebuffs whenever he conquers. It uses challenge really well. Like this, why use multiple times? This card is illegal.
It's so messed up.
Yeah.
All right. Woo!
Oh, finally some
Moving
bad
on.
cards.
Moving
There we
on
go.
to purple. You hate this dog? You hate my dog? I think it's like a 2. It's nearly playable.
2. I think we have so many better ways to interact with units and our trash at this point that it's hard to play.
They printed better things. I do like 3 mana, draw the exact card I want. But there are just kind of like better things now.
Yeah, and
Ember Monk,
2 mana.
this card is really good, I think.
Yep. This
The
is
decks
4
that wanna
mana
play
6.
It's a 4.
Yeah. It's 4 mana 6. I'll give it a 4. At baseline, it's 4 mana 6 always because you play this for 4 mana and then you recycle a power to play the hidden card. So you can just actually play this on turn 4 as a 6 if you're holding or something. It's cool.
Yeah, it's great.
Solid 4.
Really, really good card. Alrighty. Fighter Flight. This one I actually give a 5.
Yeah,
I think
that's a
this
5.
card is just phenomenal.
It's definitely the best push in the game, I think, because it can be defensive or offensive. It's an action for 2 mana, 0 power, or just hidden for free. And
Yep. And reaction speed mattering a lot when you actually get to hide it, because you can evade like kill spells and stuff. Gust is really good. It doesn't quite get like a 5 or anything from me. It's sometimes hard to fit in your deck, as any 1 cost is, but I do think it's one of the better 1 costs to fit in your deck. It's minus cards, but it is plus a lot of tempo.
A lot of it uptrades really well. It uptrades with like 4 drops for some reason, and you're just like, cool.
And reaction speed, you can respond to buffs before the buff resolves as well. So
you can respond to them trying to conquer, and if it's a token, it's just 1 mana kill spell. If it's a token, So it's good.
I like it as a 4. I think Gust is great.
I'll put it as a 3 because it's kind of hard to fit in a lot of decks. This is better dog, but still a 2 to me.
Yeah, I sometimes I think it's worse dog. It is better dog in some cases. Sometimes it's worse dog. I think it's a 1.
Yeah, it's we have Gorger now. Get out the way, old man.
Gorger.
We have Zoomer cards now.
Mystic Poro, because it's in the same color as Nocturne, this Poro effect is actually kind of okay. It's kind of good. So it's like a 3 for the early drops. It's fine.
Yeah, it's a 3. You play it. If you're not playing Nocturne in your deck, you probably just shouldn't be playing this card. So I'm going to assume you're playing Nocturne in your deck, and it's a 3 for sure.
And a lot of purple decks right now probably should just be playing Nocturne because the Nocturne setups are really good. But I guess at least Teemo type decks. Maybe Misfortune doesn't play it. And Jinx. Okay, just Teemo.
Just Teemo. Just Teemo. That's fair.
Rebuke is very good. The power cost is steep. But this is actually just a bounce to hand effect, which is on any unit, which is really strong in the end game. This will win you a lot of games. I love it as a 1-of in a lot of purple decks. But I don't want to play more copies than that.
Yeah, I'm a Rebuke hater because it's just so expensive. And you have to play it the turn you're winning the game. if you're not winning the game with it, it is just way too expensive. God forbid you target something with deflect.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm gonna give it a 3, or I'll give it a 4, just because if it does, it can win you the game on its own, just straight up. But if you ever draw it not during that point, I hate this card, and you just wish you didn't draw it.
It's so funny. I spoke about it positively, you spoke about it negatively, and then I'm giving it a 3 and you're giving it a 4.
Yeah.
Because I see it as like a one of, it's not being played that frequently, but it can just win you the game. But its floor is like absolutely terrible, and like you rummage this card a lot. Like, but you do want it in your deck. You just aren't always going to play it.
This card's a 10. Like,
Read the Wind is very good.
This card is absurd.
Move End Ready is phenomenal. I think this is just... It's a 4 for me. It's not quite a 5. I think this card is really, really good, but I don't think it's a 5. It's not as good as a lot of the 5s.
I think with the card you're wanting to pair it with, the potential there is just like absurd. Like any unit with ganking or can gain ganking because of the way it's worded is just absurd. And the fact that it's action speed, like I look at this, like it is just almost strictly better Leona signature spell of like you move a friendly unit in the middle of combat because it's an action to another battlefield to start attacking, or back to save it, or you move one of your other units over to help. It's just like has a lot of crazy applications. So
it's a great combat trick. Great for any when I attack triggers, especially. I think just really phenomenal.
Solid.
And then the reading it so you can retreat after is awesome. But 4 for me.
Yep, 5 for me. I think it's great.
Up next, Psy Scout. You may play me to an open battlefield, envision. I don't actually value that second line of text that much, and if I really want that effect, I'll play Purple MF.
A 2-drop or something.
Give it to everything. Or a 2-drop that has it, like is a lower cost.
Yeah. Wait, does Misfortune give it to every unit?
Purple MF gives it to all your units.
What?
Yeah, unless I'm crazy.
Oh, that's absurd. I mean, we'll get to it. That's crazy.
She'll show up in a sec, but okay. I like.
Yeah, this card's a 1, by the way. I don't know why it's still on my screen.
It's also a 1. We can move on.
Yeah,
so you're not playing this card. Don't play this card.
I've never seen this card before, but it's just below rate, and you're playing to an open battlefield. Is like, I don't know.
It's also bad and limited.
Yeah.
This is also just a 1 because it's just like. There's no reason to play this card in your deck.
Yeah, I'd like almost give it a 2 just because it's an on-rate aggro card if you only want to play cards that cost 3 or something. But yeah, it doesn't make sense right now. A 1's very solid. Yeah.
All right. If you need to play this effect, play this one instead. So I'll give it 1 more star. No, really? I won't. It's a 1.
Okay.
No, it's a 1.
You think this is a 1? I would put this as like 3 almost. Like this card is single-handedly the reason that purple aggro decks exist and can exist.
Really?
Yeah, because like if you're trying to play an aggro deck that contains the purple color, this card is just like an accelerate. It's just a 6th copy of an accelerator. So you play rear guard, that's accelerate. This card is just accelerate. It's like worse than literal accelerate after turns like 1 and 2, but it is just as good as better than accelerate on turns 1 and 2 because you don't have to recycle a power. So I think it's very good.
Okay. Just for the early cap, sure.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm not changing my rating though. I don't like these cards at all. Yeah. Stealthy Pursuer is really fun in the trial decks, but I don't think it holds on for constructed play. Because you can just do some really absurd things with moving it multiple times per turn. End of the day, though, it's probably not playable in constructed, in my opinion.
That's I think it's a 1 right now. And then, like, in a set or 2, we're going to be asking, why was this card printed? Because we'll have, like, 1 mana move a unit across or something. And then we're just, like, shuffling an extra 4 might around for fun. But, yeah.
All right. Undercover Agent. Death Knell, discard 2, then draw 2. I just think there's better discard and better draw effects overall, and paying 5 is a lot. You get the 5 Might Body. The discard and draw are things that you want to be doing. I just think I'd struggle to fit this in the deck somewhere that I'm feeling happy with.
Yeah, there are better cards. Better cards at 5 mana. There are better cards at drawing cards. There are better cards at discarding cards. There's just no reason to play this card. It's a
Yep,
1.
yep, one for me. Acceptable losses. It's one of the better gear killing cards because it's just for 1.
Yeah.
It is symmetrical though, so you will have to kill your own gear if you're playing gear.
And the upside is this will hit like most Aurora. That's not even true. Sorry. The upside is this will hit Aurora and Volibear. Dazzling Set and Dazzling Misfortune play seals. So, because the opponent gets to choose which gear, they will simply kill the gear or kill the seal, and you just
Actually,
lose
really
your
good point.
Aurora.
I've seen the most impressive version, or at least the version I liked the most out of the Misfortunes that was playing Dazzling, was playing Treasure Trove. And this is just actively losing you the game.
That's amazing. That is amazing.
That was the most impressive one to me. I really like the Treasure Trove idea.
Yeah.
So this is unplayable.
I think it's like a 2 because you have to play gear removal. And like if you're in purple and this is going to be better than any other color, I think. Other than yellow, but purple yellow doesn't exist.
2 it is.
Yeah.
Fading Memories.
This card I actually put in my sideboard in Misfortune Aurora for the mirror matches because it's like kind of removal because your opponent can't hold with the unit that's on the battlefield. So as long as you don't attack into it, it's basically removal because you stop them from getting the hold point. And then if it's on a gear, like in the Aurora mirror match, you can put it on their Aurora and it dies at the start of their turn, which is cool. But then I realized that I have a 1 mana card that also just kind of kills Aurora and Sabotage, so that I realized I don't need this because I can just play Sabotage.
I do think this card is very playable. It is a sideboard card. I think when you can get value out of both sides of it, right? Where you do have gear that you're going to want to destroy, but also like if they haven't played the gear, then you can just use this as a kill spell. So for that reason, it's definitely a 3. Maybe this card actually could creep into 4 territory because it's actually very fairly costed. But it's not as good as actually kill a unit. So for that,
because you can't capture the point, so it's like it'd be like 4 mana, like sacrifice a point in a way, kill a unit. So it's all right. It's definitely playable.
Pack of Wonders. I think this has some phenomenal combo potential. I think as of right now, it is a 2 gear combo that is the most impressive to me with the Treasure Trove that I actually think is pretty compelling, and I want to explore it more myself. I am going to give Pack of Wonders a 4 because I think they are going to continue to add leave the arena triggers because we see very few already, and I think this card is going to be able to abuse the hell out of that. And it is pretty cheap, fairly costed, and you do it once per turn. I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, I'll give it a 3. Basically everything you said, except this card doesn't do anything by itself. So, like, if you play this card and then don't draw your Mind Splitter, don't draw your Gorger, don't draw your Treasure Trove, like, you're -1 card until you do find something like that. And also have the mana and time to replay stuff like that over and over and over again.
Scrap Heap for me is also quite good. We were even discussing some, like, combo potential as well with Malzahar, because I learned today that you can destroy a gear, not just units, which Scrap Heap is a pretty compelling thing to want to destroy with Malzahar. So Teemo got some cool tools in that way. And then any other Mind Chaos in the future can play this. And then Scrap Heap just also discard synergy when you're playing any discard card. This is not one that you generally want to play, but if you play it for 2, it's fine, and if you discard it, it's great. So I'll give it a 4. I like this gear.
Yeah, low-key, I'll give it a 5. Like, I think the decks you want to play it in, this card like makes your deck absurd. This card makes your deck lose all of its downsides if you're playing a discard deck, and ways to bounce it. It's just kind of like another 2 mana filter your hand and get to whatever combo or whatever thing you're looking for. And then sometimes you can just like play it and then kill it, or play it and then bounce it. Or sorry, you don't draw off of bouncing it, but you play it and then kill it with something and you get double value. I think it just helps a lot of decks do what they want to do more consistently.
Stack Deck is a 5. I think it's a 4 if you're not playing Nocturne. It's a 5 if you are playing Nocturne, because it's like a mini tutor. Pay 1, it's very mini tutor because you're looking at only 3 cards. However, with Nocturne, sometimes you just get to play a 4 might body for free, and then you're also still cycling and drawing a card. And we've talked about stacking your deck with recycling. This is a way that you're going to continue to do that while playing very on-rate card draw.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to give it a 5 as well. It's just like you look at so many cards. Like 3 cards is not a lot when you think of the 3 number. When you think of the fact you have 39 cards in your deck, you start with 4. If you mulligan to 2, you've seen 6. You draw a card for turn, you see 7. By the time you play Stack to Deck on turn 1, you've seen 10% of your deck, which is like an absurd number.
The Siren, this gives you kind of Yasuo ability in any purple deck, but it's less flexible, of course, right? It's from battlefield to base. It is at slow speed. I think there's probably some cool applications for this, but right now I don't see it outside of purple Yasuo combo. And so for that, I just want to give it a 2. But I could be surprised by this card.
Yeah, I'd give it like a 1. Like in Misfortune decks, if your goal is to move a unit back while not tapping it so you can gank it over, you can just give it ganking. There are other cards that just move units over better. I don't see a reason to play this unless you're playing specifically Yasuo combo.
5.
Next question.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, we can explain it shortly, where it's like rummaging is just very good, and purple is the color with reanimate stuff, so you actually actively want to fill the bin with things, synergy with things like Scrap Heap, but also just filtering your hand to find the cards that you want and throwing away any card that is not good for the time being. It's just beautiful on your turn 1 drop.
Yeah, you're in a color where discarding cards is not usually a bad thing, so you don't have a downside. If you ever have 0 cards in hand, it is just literally draw 1. Card is stable. It's also on rate, 2 mana 2. Why? Like, good.
Trove is incredible when it is paired with the I literally forgot the name of the card. We just talked about it. Pack of Wonders.
And you gave it a 4. You don't even remember the name.
And I gave it a 4. Yeah. But Treasure Trove, I think, also has like a lot of really good potential. You don't usually want to use the second part of this, but you want to use it with other ways that you can destroy gear or bounce gear. If you can bounce this and keep playing it and bouncing it, it is crazy. It is very efficient. So if you get a Pack of Wonders on board and get 1 Treasure Trove, card is phenomenal. I'm going to give it... God, I'm a little biased because I got really impressed by that Misfortune deck earlier that was doing this.
Yep.
So I'm just going to give it a 4, but I think I'm a little bit... saw a deck do really cool things with it and think it's probably good now, but
I'm more inclined to just give it a 5. Like if you're randomly playing seals in your deck, if you're playing purple seals for some reason, you can just, this card is 0 power, draw 1, channel a rune straight up at its floor, which is like fine. Like at its very, very floor, it is just a 2 mana draw a card, which is not the worst,
All right. Whirlwind, this is symmetrical bounce. Your opponent picks first and then you can bounce.
It's a 1, I guess.
Fine, but I just don't want to put it in my deck. I'll play Rebuke over this and just, similar costed, and I just pick their unit.
The fact that it says may means that it's not even a 4 for 2, because you can be like, oh, you have 2 units in place, so I'll Whirlwind, you have to bounce 1 to your hand, then I'll bounce the other one to your hand. And then so like I'm bouncing 2 of your units for 4, but it says may. So your opponent just chooses to not to. And it's 4 mana bounce 1 unit, which is not good.
Yeah, that's a 1.
Yeah, 1. Not playable.
Zonite Bouncer. Here's another way that you can bounce a unit. The cost is super steep on this guy. However, there's some interesting combo applications of like portal jumping him back, or portal rescuing him to bounce another thing. Reanimating him is a little bit steeper because you actually still have to pay the power cost.
Yeah, which is the reason it's expensive.
Which is the reason it's a problem. Yeah. I do think I could see play in this card as like a one of kind of similar vein to Rebuke, especially if you are playing like Portal Rescue or some other reason that you could kind of repeat the effect. But overall, he's a little bit tough to play. effect is strong. I'll give him a 3, but I think he's a little bit overcosted for what he does.
Yeah, I'll give him a 3 to a 4, like 3.5. Everything you said sounds accurate. I value bouncing on a unit more just because of the better ways to play it over and over again than a rebuke.
Yeah, of course. I think that makes sense. Give them both 3.
Yeah.
Kane, I do like this card, but it is just a Yasuo card in my opinion. I don't think you can play it anywhere else.
And even in Yasuo, I think it's like a 2, man, or like a 3. Like Yasuo decks don't even play this card, so that tells you how not needed he is. Because Yasuo decks aren't trying to play fair. They're not trying to play this like combat you, do this other stuff. Like if they're spending that much mana in a turn, it's to do something more than just move my unit over so he doesn't die. With this effect.
I think the caveat is I do think purple Yasuo lists should be playing this. Like ones that are trying to score points with purple Yasuo. This should be like your main late game threat that you are like when you're not just moving Yasuo for points, you're using the moves to use Kane to clear out locations. Because you're like using this power without losing him. So I'll give him a 3. I'm not going to give him more than a 3, but I do think that this card is like underplayed and underexplored.
Sure.
Kog'Maw, this card's pretty fantastic in my opinion, but it is a sideboard card through and through. I don't think you can really main deck it, so I will give it a 3, but I think it is a necessary like board wipe for purple.
Yeah, I'll give it like a pretty close to a 1, like a 2. I'll give it a 2 just because the effect is good. You can kill like mid-sized stuff and you can clear boards. The meta right now is not really hold. You can play around this card really easily. If you've got Godbite or know they're playing it, you just don't stack. It's all right. It's not a bad card.
Right. Maddening Marauder. This is another kind of push effect. Push something from battlefield to a base. It has tank, which is it's a pretty good keyword. But it's at 5 cost. I think this card is again pretty playable, but it's not phenomenal. Sometimes it gets to win you the game. Sometimes it feels like it really doesn't do anything. So I will give it a 3 as a playable card, but I am not always excited about this one going in a deck.
Yeah, I'll give it like a 3 because if you are playing it in aggro deck, it's probably winning you the game sometimes. But I'm not excited to put this in just about any deck I play. It's one of those you have to play it because you have to play 3s.
5.
Yeah,
Thought
5.
Seizing is good.
Thought Seizing is good. Thought Seizing over and over again is good. Thought Seizing for free because you hit it off in Aurora randomly is good.
Yep. It's good in Aurora decks. It's good in Reanimator decks. It is good in Portal Rescue decks. It is good. It is good. It is really good. It's a dragon, so dragon decks that play Chaos later on are going to want it. And if they ever do a dragon deck that can play all dragons for any color, then that would be sick as well. Yeah. Here's the Purple Misfortune we were talking about. All friendly units can be played open battlefields. I think this card is better than people think. It's actually a pretty good card.
Card's amazing. I did not realize it. I played Purple Misfortune Champion in my Misfortune Dazzling deck in tournament last weekend and did not realize that's how that worked. I'm sure I could have won a lot more games than I won with that effect. Like, if you have a Misfortune and there's an open battlefield, you can just play your unit off of Aurora to that battlefield, or a unit you reanimate onto that battlefield. And I just did not know that. That's really silly. I'm giving this card like a 4, like borderline 5. I think this card's amazing.
I think Purple Misfortune is a 4, and the reason she's not talked about is because Orange Misfortune is incredible. Yeah. And this card is not as good as that.
Yeah, and Purple in general is looked at as weaker. Definitely before we got all the reveals recently, it was a lot weaker. So you just didn't play Purple in general. So no reason to play the Misfortune.
Now I really like Purple.
Yeah,
Nocturne
Purple's
to
amazing.
Me is actually a 5.
Yes.
I actually just think Nocturne is incredibly powerful, and the more effects that like allow you to abuse Nocturne are great. Even if you can just like churn through your deck and recycle him back in and play him like 6 times a game is sometimes sick. We've mentioned the combo decks you can do with it, but just baseline when you're playing a deck that can do the Nocturne thing, it's just so good.
I'm sure someone in the comments will have a counter by the end of this video, but I've said it before. I'll probably say it again by the end of this video, I think. But 0 mana cards are good. It's a 5. Like, 0 mana unit good, 0 mana spell good, 0 mana cards are good.
Yep. Nocturne
and free because it's not even in your hand. So it's just like a 0 mana card that you accidentally drew for free.
So Rasa, which is it's great. I love this art. I miss this card. This card's so cool.
In China, it doesn't have the skull on it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. But we get the skull here.
We get the cool art.
I've been actually incredibly impressed by this card. I was really liking it in my Reanimator Teemo list, and then I just was like, what if I just play like normal Jinx and I include 3 Rosas? And wow, it was way better than I think you would expect.
When discarding cards fast. When discarding cards fast, you can play this for, like you said, 3 extremely early. And less than that
3
in the mid,
early.
so.
Sometimes you play it for free. And I think I might just give it a 5. I was thinking it's probably like a very cut and dry 4, but I just think this card is really incredible.
I'm sure. I'm sure
discard decks are playing like Get Excited as well, so it is like 10.
Yeah, it's just 10 for fun. Yeah. And then you can reanimate it for 1 power, so you can like reanimate a 6 smite and not have to pay the super steep power cost that a lot of other cards do. But yeah, I mean, it's a 5. I've said it before. Someone in the comments will probably put a comment about a counter, but free cards are good.
Yep.
0 mana cards are good.
Soul Gorger, I think this is currently the best way to reanimate because you also get the 5 might body, and I think that reanimate is so strong right now. There's a lot of ways to kind of abuse it with on-play effects. I'm going to give Soul Gorger a 5. I think its power cost is a little steep. Its cost overall is a little steep, and it probably doesn't stay a 5 if we can find some better effects. But I think the Reanimator decks are strong, so Soul Gorger is a 5.
I'll give it a 4 just because of the power cost. Like this isn't something you can do on turn 4 every game because you might not have something discarded. Even if you do, the really good stuff's also going to have 2 might. So the really broken things you can do with it don't come until later. But when you get to later, you get to do some broken, like Soul Gorger, reanimate, like Mind Splitter. Yes, that's 6 might, but you just put 17 might into play and ripped a card out of their hand. So have fun with that opponent. So 4, I think it's a 4 for now, but close to a 5.
That's fair. The most fun I've been playing Riftbound so far, though, is like the Reanimator stuff. I'm loving it. I'm enjoying it so much.
Yeah, it's just nice.
This Teemo is just kind of free for power, so I do think it is like good in that way, but it's not super impressive to me all the time. And I think often you really like playing blue Teemo. So in like Teemo decks, you want to play that, and then in non-Teemo decks, do I want to play this card is the big question. Maybe some aggressive decks don't hate it, but it's only 4 for that 1 turn.
Yeah, I like it. I'm going to give it a 4 personally because in aggressive decks, it is like you really only need things for 1 turn because of the way the point system works. You are just gated at how many you can gain in a turn. So if this unit goes from being like a 1,000 might unit for 1 turn and then dies the next turn, that's fine because you only need it 1 turn to either capture because you're moving it immediately or you're accelerating it somehow or readying it, which is good, or you're hiding it, which is allowing you to hold because you randomly have 4 might to hold. It's good. But like you said, if you're playing Teemo, you'd rather just play blue Teemo. But in the aggro decks, it's typically fine, just as like a 2 mana 4.
I'll give it a 3. I think it's. I agree. It's fine. It's a playable card. The Harrowing. This is another Reanimator ability, but unlike Soul Gorger, you're paying 2 less energy and not getting the 5 might body.
Yeah.
And then you have every other like downside of it, where it's like the 2 power costs. So I do think it's worse. And you can't loop it. Yeah. So I do think it's worse. You can Harrowing your Soul Gorger for 6 and then get something else. But it's hard to fit, like when you're already like jamming 3 Soul Gorgers in the deck and then like some other top end, it's hard to fit this card. I don't think it's unplayable, and I think there's probably still going to be more ways to like abuse Reanimator in the future. For now, I will give it a 2. I don't really want to play this, but I do want to play Reanimate stuff.
Yeah, I'll give it a 2. In my Reanimator Misfortune Dazzling deck, I actually is like, I'm about to cut it. Like, I'm making revisions to the deck right now, and I realize that it has to go just because it's not good enough. And when your Reanimate deck is cutting one of the few ways to, like, legitimately reanimate, you know it's not good enough.
Tide Turner. this is a really cheeky hidden card. The swap is quite cool. I don't feel like it is that good. It is surprising to like try and, if you're like holding another, like both places, to like move the most power over to defend or move something from your base that you just played, but you could have played the thing from your base to the location instead if you wanted it to be at that location. So I think Tide Turner ends up not actually being that good, but it's really tricky, and it's still 2 might somewhere. I mean, not even really. It's not 2 might at the battlefield because it leaves.
Yeah.
Probably. So it's like a 2.
It's cute. I'll give it a 3 just because it's on rate. It's a 2-mana 2. If you have to play it on turn 2, you're not upset. And then sometimes you can trick people, because the thing about hidden cards is they always have just like a tax to them of not really knowing what it is. And the more random hidden cards like this that you put in, the better they get, because the more random stuff your opponent has to play around. So it's fine. I think you'll cheese a lot of wins with it because people will play around push, and it's actually just Tide Caller.
All right. Twisted Fate. This is when I attack, reveal the top rune of your rune deck, and then recycle it, and then you get to do stuff. You never get to have an order rune right now, so no stun is going to be available. Have to wait until probably get like literally Twisted Fate as a champion. And then the draw or the deal damage are kind of okay. It's a very mid card. Better if you're playing mono rune, so that you just always know. Other than that, you can stack your rune deck, but that would mean playing Twisted Fate really late game.
Really late game. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's fine. 4 mana 4 is like on rate. If you're playing it in Jinx and like, or an Annie and a mono red deck, it's fine. It's fine. It's a 2. It's fine. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like maybe
I'll give it a 3 because
fine.
when it can be played with order, I think it actually becomes a pretty good card.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Invert Timelines is a 5 for me. This card is incredible at what it does. You play it in Reanimator decks to fill your grave up and dig towards any kinds of like other combo stuff that you're trying to do. Also, if your opponent is a deck that can hold on to big hands and have a lot of options, you just reduce them down to 4. And I mean, it combines with your ability to Thoughtseize, which is pretty sick with Dragon.
Yeah, it does
reduce hand size to 0.
It's great. It's cheap. Digs for your combo pieces if you're playing combo pieces. Fills your graveyard if you're playing reanimator pieces, which is the only time you're really playing this. So it's amazing. Does everything you want it to.
I was liking it even in Jinx before we had all reveals. As a way when you're in the late game and you have a lot of runes, when you draw this, you just play it, and then you can play like all the low cost stuff. It's if your cost curve is extremely low in Jinx, I think it's very good. Speaking of Jinx, here's Purple Jinx, generally seen as the worst Jinx, but I think this card actually does have legs, just because like it is an accelerate at 6 if you can get the discard off, which sometimes in Jinx is actually a big if, because this is 5 energy costs, so you're not going to be able to do a lot afterwards. But it's also not a once per turn thing, so you can continue to ready and discard if you have multiple outlets, which is very strong. And I think more mid-range Jinx can actually use this quite well.
Yeah, I'll give it a 5. I think the best Jinx build in the game right now is actually a mid-range discard reanimate style Jinx. And because you have so much access to discard, this card is just very easily accelerated, too big, bring it back, attack the other one for like 8. It's just like does so much in the late game.
I think that's really cool. I'm going to give it a 4. I haven't seen that yet, so I'm excited to see that deck. I've tried to play some Reanimator stuff, but I wasn't including this, so maybe that's the big difference that I got to figure out. So, Possession. God, this card, I want it to be good, but it's... Actually, I don't want it to be good. I'll be honest with you. I actually really don't want this card to be good.
Okay, so I'm going to give it a 5, and it's because I lost to it in tournament last weekend, and it's the only card that could have saved my opponent, so therefore it's a 5 because it beat me. But really, this card's fair. Like a 2, I guess. It's like a 1.
I think it's a 3.
Really? I think
Positions, yeah.
They did buff it. I don't know if you know this or noticed, but in the trial decks, it used to say, like, recall it to your base tapped or exhausted. But now it doesn't say that. So if you're holding, and this is what got me, is I was holding with 2 units readied. And I literally said out loud, you could maybe have possession, but at least that won't work because my unit will be tapped. and it doesn't do that
Yeah.
anymore. And I didn't know that because I literally have not seen this card in 8 months. So
No, I think it's a 3. I think it can win you games, but it is like super slow, and it is
Fair.
it's a clunker. I mean, a lot of these decks get to rummage, so I don't hate these like weird niche effects in your deck as much. I think in a lot of other colors, it's like actual 0. It's so unplayable, but in purple, I think it works.
Yeah.
This one is a 3 for seals. It's very playable.
It's a 3.
Same reasons. You can rummage, and you dig through your deck really fast.
Yep. 3 is good.
And you have a lot of power costs you want to play.
Yeah, for sure.
Wind Rider is, I mean, it's an alternate win con. It's a really unique card. The power for cost is really abysmal.
Bad.
Doesn't enter ready. But it is an alternate win con like
it does have game
combo deck. It does have game.
Yeah.
Alternate win con combo deck. That it seems to be playable from what I've seen, but not incredible. And because it enables an archetype and it is necessary for the archetype, I'm still just gonna give it a 3 because I don't think it's that strong yet. But
yeah, it's a 3 because while this card is good, your deck has to be full of not good cards to make not good card good. Which means even if you do get the 1 point, you're probably losing because your deck bad, and you're gonna be at like 2 points after you do this thing.
Yeah, it's a tough one. All right, on to the final color. It is Order, or yellow, and we are starting off with a combat trick. I mean, yellow kind of has everything, but back-to-back, 2 friendly units getting +2, reaction speed for 3. It's slightly above rate as far as like the amount of might that it gives you, but 2 targets is sometimes actually just like worse than being able to buff a single target. I do think this spell is like pretty good though. It doesn't fit in a ton of lists, but I like it in like Leona, and maybe it can fit in like Set and Darius. I'll give it a 3. I think it's fine.
Yeah, I'll give it a 3. It's basically just like a slightly above rate pump spell, but you'll be putting it in specific decks. So in the decks you're putting it in, you should be having multiple units a lot of the time. So it probably works out above rate most of the time.
Call to Glory is an easy 5 for me. The Mo counter of free cards good continues, but this is above rate because it's for free most of the time. And then even when it's not for free, it's actually fine. It's like an on-rate pump.
Yeah, it's a 5. It's just on rate and then sometimes free for no reason. So it's very cool, I guess.
Good spell.
Yeah, good spell. 0 cost good.
Cruel Patron, above rate, you just need a guy, a recruit. This feels like it fits in just like a ton of the Victor deck. I've seen it cut from time to time, but I do think this card is pretty good overall. I could see this phase out just in general. Like I could see this just like slowly not be played as much as there's just kind of better cards to play. So for that reason, I'll give it a 3, but I think that maybe a 4 would be reasonable in this card as well.
Yeah, I will give it a 4. I think this like fixes Victor's issues of you can't deal with a unit that's bigger than 2 because all of Victor's units are 1 or 2. You have to work really hard for 3 might. And Cruel Patron just really fixes that issue that Victor has, as well as just if you combine this with a 1 cost unit, a token, it's just a 4 might 6, or sorry, a 5 cost 6, which 5 cost 6 is still above rate, and then you get like death knell triggers, all this other stuff.
Cull of the Week, for me, this is still an easy 5. I think somehow this card is worse than it used to be, and yet it's still a 5, with people respecting it more and more. But I mean, obviously, it's kind of just it's just a Victor card. I think any deck that's playing enough recruit spam can play it anyway. But obviously, its main home is Victor. It not being action speed matters, but it is still very good.
Yeah, I'll give it a 5 as well. I actually think it can be in not Victor decks. But if it's in a not Victor deck, it's going to be in a control deck where you just don't have a unit because you don't have to have a unit to play it. But yeah, you're not putting this in like Set, really, Leona, like any other unit-based deck.
Yep. Daring Poro for me is one of the better Poros overall. So for that, I guess I'll give it a 3 as an early drop that's pretty reasonable to play. You like to have it in some of your decks.
Yeah, it's like close to a 4 for me. It's easily a 3. I think if you are playing a yellow deck, you are playing Daring Poro. That might just be a right now thing, but just a 3 might unit for 2 is really nice. Being able to conquer early in a lot of decks is really nice, and that's what this does because it's above rate while attacking. So just if you're playing yellow deck, you're probably playing this card. Super solid.
Up next, Faithful Manufacturer. This is 3 for 3, but it is 2 bodies. It's a very medium recruit spam unit. It gets like some increase with the just like overall sacrificial and resummon archetypes that can come through with like the hook and stuff, because this can come in off of a recruit from that. I think it's very fine, but it is definitely on the chopping block when it comes to cards in the Victor decks, and so I just give it a 3.
Yeah, it's a 3. It fits. It makes a lot of not good cards good, but then it doesn't really fix anything. If you want to be spamming recruits, there are better cards you can play. If you want a turn 3 unit, there's better cards you can play.
Forge of the Future is a tech card. I think the most important line of text is the second, the kill this, recycle up to 4 cards from trashes, doing stuff like denying phoenixes, hurting reanimator decks, and then the opportunity cost is very low because you're just paying 1 extra for a recruit. So I think this card is good, but I don't think it's like better than a 3. It's just a tech card that feels pretty comfortable to fit in the list.
Yeah, 3, it's a very solid card. It's on the power level of like a majority of the cards in your deck. It is really good in Aurora. Like, you can only play this in set Aurora right now because it gives you an early unit without actually being an early unit, so it doesn't mess up your Aurora numbers. But other than that, it is just kind of a tech card.
Hidden Blade, this card, for its flexibility, to me is a 5. I think in Victor decks, this often says draw 2. It's like a glimpse beyond from Legends of Runeterra. But then also just the ability to kill a big thing and give your opponent 2 cards, because it's like winning you the game to kill that big thing. It's just incredible. It's hidden, so it's free basically, which is nuts.
2 mana kill. 2 mana kill anything really good. 0 mana kill anything super broken. 0 mana kill your own thing to stop what your opponent is doing and draw at least 2 cards is like absurd. You get so much value out of just going make a recruit, take a battlefield, hide a hidden blade. Oh, you're attacking into my recruit. I'll kill it and draw 2 cards, and you just like go up in 1 value. It's a card advantage, and it's just this card's silly.
Very, very good card. 5.
Order ends a 5 for sure.
Yellow is good.
Yep.
Petty Officer, I just, this is another one of those vanilla cards that's like mostly for limited. This is like your pack filler type stuff. It's fine. Yep. 5 for 6 on offense. It's a 1 because it doesn't go into decks, but yeah, I mean, if you're playing commoner, this deck is it's good, I guess.
Sure. Yeah, it's like not bad stats, but you can be doing so much better for 5, which is just the story for all of those types of cards.
Soaring Scout's pretty interesting because this is ramp in order, which is definitely good and cool to have that. But same problem as I always forget his name.
Watchful
the blue
Sentry.
one. Yep, Watchful Sentry. That is going to draw you a card. The issue is that 1 might. This often just kind of dies. It doesn't really do anything. I hesitate to give it worse than a 3 though, because I think there are some like synergy pieces that can make this a lot better. And I think that ramping in general is fine to good. So I'll give it a 3.
Yeah, it's a 3. You're essentially paying 2 mana to ramp 1, but then you can randomly get a point sometimes or randomly kill a unit. So as long as you don't need that mana on the very next turn, the card's fine.
All right. Treferian Glory Seeker. This is just a normal on-rate play on 1 that has a very small upside later in the game when you have to play it. But the thing is with Legion decks, the 2 is usually the thing you want to play first and then play the better Legion effect afterwards. I still will give this a 3 because it is just like a normal 2-drop that can be better, but it's not particularly strong.
Yeah, you just like said everything perfectly. It's a 3. I feel like I'm just agreeing with you a lot at these points because the points you're making are really good. But yeah, basically what you said, you don't want your Legion payoff to just be a 3 might 2 cost card. That's usually not very good. And then other than that, it is just simply on rate or slightly above rate at best.
I think this is actually a very good Legion card. I think the payoff is very good. It makes the card above rate, and the extra bodies in order are very good for things like Cull. And because of that, this card to me is a 4. It somewhat could push 5 in some circumstances, but I'll give it a 4.
Yeah, 4 is very reasonable. If you draw this card, you're not just like auto winning the game, because you need ways to, like, this is your payoff card for the 5s. Like, the cards we'll get into, the stratagem, siphon power, stuff like that are 5s, are only 5s because cards like this exist, and this doesn't need stratagem to be good. Just a 3-mana 5 is on rate. 3-mana 5 spread across 2 bodies is on. It's really good because you can sack those bodies, kill them to draw cards, kill them to play 6 might units, stuff like that. It's just very solid.
Yep. If you didn't have to Legion for this to happen, it's the easiest 5 ever.
Oh, yeah.
But it's silly. Actually a real cost having to be able to activate Legion for it. It's not always easy. You want to be able to play this on like early turns, and that's not always possible. Easy one. This is just a common. It's fine.
Yep. Everything
these cards aren't supposed to be good.
Ones. Yeah.
Yep.
I would rather play other cards.
Facebreaker. This card I actually find really difficult to evaluate because I think it is well costed for its effect. Stunning your own unit, obviously not great, but if you have a small unit and big units and they're just sending one big unit to clear, this is actually really good. Like, you stun your recruit and stun their big thing, and then you're able to actually win the fight. Or it just gives you a hold because you stun both things and then you're defending. So this card's actually like really fine, but I haven't found a spot where I look at this card and I like really want to play it. So for that reason, I'm going to give it a 2, but I think that's probably a little too harsh on this card.
Yeah, I'll give it a 3 just because of the applications it can have all seem very strong. And I think it's just more on us not having found how to play it yet because we've only had the cards for about a week at this time. So, or exactly a week at this time. So I think once we find the applications in it, whether it's in aggressive decks to be able to hold well or in defensive decks to stop your opponent from attacking well, either way, I think the card will be very solid. You could put in your decks.
I think that's fair. Imperial Decree. This is another card where I have struggled to find how I want to play it, but the effect is undoubtedly very strong. It basically gives all of your recruits Death Touch, which is really good. And the way that this works and how you assign damage in Riftbound is if they have 3 big things at a location and you send 3 recruits, you can assign one damage to each of those things, and kill all of them. So, yeah, I mean, this has to be really good. I just don't know how I want to fit it into decks.
Yeah, the counter argument, so I'm going to give it a 2. And the counter argument to giving it a 2 for me is any spot where this card is, not any spot, there is a singular spot where this card is just simply better or not worse than Grand Stratagem. Because Grand Stratagem costs 1 more mana, and for that, the effect you get and the just like pure power you get kind of does the same thing as Imperial Decree. The only time it doesn't is when you have like exactly the right number of units and the units they have are just way too big. So like you said, if they have 3 big units, like let's say all of them are 8, that's 24 might, and you have 3 recruits, Grand Stratagem, that's only 18 might at best, which is still not that you're killing 2 of their 3 units. So that's when it's better. Every other like board state, I think we can just be doing something better for this amount of mana.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, for me, it's like a way to beat Dazzling Aurora and like a way to deal with just like the really super massive threats. I don't know. I'm going to give it a 4. I think this effect is probably just very good. And the way that you assign damage also, if there's 3 units there and I send in a 3 might unit, I can assign 1 to each unit, right? I don't have to assign 3 in one place, do I? I think I can assign.
Yeah, because it's not like your unit is fighting their unit. It's just that you look at your number. Yeah, you look at your number of 3 total might, and then you look at their number of 10 total might, and you say where you want your 3 total might or damage to go.
with that in mind as well, I think like for me, it's definitely a 4. I think this effect is really powerful, and it's a matter of correct meta. It's not like going in your deck all the time, but it's like a sideboard piece maybe that is really effective. So I like it at a 4.
Yeah, okay, you've convinced me. I'll go from a 2 to a 3. That's fair. I'll make it a 3. Salesman Cass over here.
I'm really good at selling you on these cards. And
you are. You're good on selling me on cards I've literally never seen before.
Yeah,
which is impressive.
Noxon Drummer. When I move to a battlefield, play a recruit there. I like this card a lot, actually. I'm a really big fan of this card.
Yeah,
I think it's like 3 for 3. Usually becomes 3 for 4, and then sometimes you get even more value.
Yeah, I like this card if I'm playing exactly the ganking battlefield, or have ways to move it. Other than that, I mean, a 3 for 4 is fine, except if you're using it to attack. Well, I don't know. It's just I think this card is super overhyped. If anything, I think it's played way too much. I don't think it's a bad card. I think it's a 3. I think it's the most 3 card I've ever seen.
I agree, it's a 3.
And it's like, as soon as I can cut this card out of my deck, I am. And oftentimes it barely makes it into my deck anyways. Not because it's bad, it's just not super great in the role it fills or anything.
Yep. I tend to like this one more than the one that just creates a recruit and is 2 might.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's fair.
Yep. Peak Guardian. When you play me, buff me, and if I'm at a battlefield, buff all the friendly units there. This card, I see it as being like very slow and really tough to actually make the effect feel like it matters. Because you need it to be like, I guess if it's just 1 unit there, you're kind of like on rate. And then if there's more than 1 unit, you're above rate with this. But I also feel like by the time I'm playing 6 cost cards, I can do more. And so for that reason, I will give this a 2. I don't think it's unplayably bad, but I think it's not very good.
I think it's pretty unplayably bad. I'm going to give it a 1 because I have to give it a star and I can't choose 0. Production yelled at me when I tried to give 0 last time. So
they got so mad at you.
Yeah, they got so mad. But it's I just don't see it. Like you only get the second effect, and it is only on rate if you already control the battlefield. So you can't buff your units to then have a good attack. You have to have already had a good attack or already be holding. And this card's kind of just win more. But if you want to play a win more card at 6 mana, boy, do I have the card for you.
it's coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, not this one. Not this one.
Yeah, no, not this one. Salvage. You may kill a gear, draw 1. So it's just the best gear removal is in by a large margin.
By the way?
Target kill a gear for 2 and it cycles.
Yeah.
It's actually, so I know this is like crazy to say, but this is a 5 because when you actually need gear destruction, which in the current meta, you need gear destruction for Dazzling Aurora.
Yep.
This card is incredible for it. It is the best way to do it, bar none. It's not even close. So it's a 5.
Yeah, it's a 5 for everything you just said, on top of the fact that it's main deckable, basically. Like, just 2 mana draw 1 is also on rate. You have to pay a power, so I guess it's slightly behind rate. But the fact that you can main deck 2 of these, if not 3 of these, if you really want to, it really pushes it to a 5 for me. Everything else is like, yeah, it's probably just a 4. It's really strong. That's the thing. But the fact that you can play it main deck, which means you're beating these Dazzling Aurora decks potentially, or beating whatever gear you're needing in game 1, which no one plays around and no one really, like, no other deck can do because you have to sideboard them in. So then you play the game of like, oh, now they sideboard in their gear disruption, so now I sideboard in my anti-gear disruption and all that type of stuff. It's like, it's just such an absurd card.
All right, Solari Chief up next. This was one of the earliest like stun synergies we saw. Now with more stun synergies, it does actually improve a little bit, but also this card is a little bit below rate. Its effect is good. Stun in general is good, and then it being like a pseudo kill spell is nice, but the way that it actually functions and the way that stuns want to function means that it doesn't get to work as a kill spell too frequently. I do think it's still very playable. I just don't think it's incredible, so I'll give it a 3.
Really? I'm just going to give this card a 2. Even in my stun-heavy decks, which don't really exist, but if you are playing mono-stun the deck, I don't want to spend 5 mana, 5 energy on my 4 and a power on my 4 might unit that is a conditional kill. The cheapest you can activate this card realistically without wasting a Leona attack is 2 mana. Paired with it, either the 2 mana follower or the 2 mana rune prisoned. So this turns into a 7 mana 2 power kill unit with 4 might. You can just play Yellow Dragon, which we'll get to that eventually, and it's essentially the same except it only costs 1 card. It is a 1 card combo of put a decent body in play and kill something.
All right, up next is Spectral Matron. This is one of the other Reanimator things that's not in Chaos. In fact, there's very few Reanimator things that are not in Chaos. Maybe this is the only one, but it's only for low drops. However, one of the biggest things about this one is it makes that other card we were talking about, the 3 for 5, right, even better because it triggers Legion already. So if you have, let me just find the name of the card real quick. Vanguard Captain if you have Vanguard Captain in your grave, you get to just play this, and then you get the Captain from your grave, and it triggers the Legion, and that's 9 might for 4.
Yeah.
And
like
2 power,
why?
which is crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, this card is amazing. I think that it only gets better as more cards get released. It's already incredible. I'll give it a 5. I think this card's just phenomenal.
Yep, agree with you. It's a 5. Not only like that is a very strong thing you could do, which is just do 4 might for 9, but you can kind of bring back anything. If there's a card you need for the matchup, you bring it back. If there's a card you need for that's a toolbox or an engine, you bring it back. Like having a cost of 3 and 1 power doesn't really matter because there's plenty of good cards at that or less than that cost that you can be playing.
Yep, and just good future proofing on it as well, right? It just gets better and better. Symbol of the Solari. This is a gear that basically makes it so that if you're the attacker, you can send back their defender as well when you stun. Because it's recall all units instead of just the attacking units. So it's a good way to push big things off of a location if you have the ability to send something in and stun, because then you'll just tie and send it back. But I feel like if that's your strategy, your deck is not very good. And so because of that, this gets a 1 for me. I just don't think it's worth playing this because it's basically saying that your deck's just not very good.
Yeah, it's very interesting because I don't know the rulings on it. The way it's worded very clearly to me says like, when you are in a combat and you attack, recall all units at that battlefield or recall all units in that combat. However, it doesn't actually say that. It just says recall all units in all caps. So potentially if it does recall all units even on the other battlefield, and then all of a sudden you just opened up that battlefield for free essentially, this card could be extremely playable. But until I get a ruling or someone that tells me it does do that, I'm just going to give it a 1 because
I assume it does not do that. By the way, it's referring to the combat that you're in.
Yeah, I assume that as well. But just saying, if that is how it works, could be silly.
Here's another gear. When a buff friendly unit dies, buff another friendly unit. Vanguard Helm.
Okay,
it's not worth it. I don't think.
It's a 1.
It's for set. I think. Realistically, it's like you can like chain a buff from a weak unit, and instead of like set abilitying, you give it to a good unit. But like you have other ways to get buffs, and I think that you have other ways in gears to get buffs that are better gears. So this is a 1 for me.
Yeah.
Vengeance, kill a unit. This is anywhere, not a battlefield. This is a great callback to Legends of Runeterra, where it's just the same art and the same name and the same effect. Similar cost as well.
I was going to say pretty close to the same cost by the time people realized, well, it used to be 6 mana. Well, by the time people realized 6 mana Vengeance was bad.
Yeah, I think it was 7.
Was 7 and probably went to 6 then, I guess. I know it got really cheap towards the end because people realized big expensive cards are not that good.
But this cost is definitely worth the effect. I think Vengeance is very strong. It not being at action speed does matter. I think I still just want to give it a 5, though. I think this is a really important card.
I'll give it a 4 because I think it's pretty much the same as the other card we reviewed from Proving Grounds, which just says, like, I think it's 5 mana, kill a unit at a battlefield at action speed, or it might be 6 mana, kill a unit at action speed.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's less power and it's action speed. So that kind of makes up for the lower cost in Anywhere Vengeance has. So I think they're basically the same card, just slightly different applications or roles being filled.
Albus Pharos. This is, you can spend any number of buffs when you play them to channel an exhausted rune. I do think there's combo potential for this. Specifically, I think there's that like Karma with the Gemcraft Seer deck that can make infinite, like, it's not infinite, but you just make all of your recruits come in buffed. And then you could follow up with an Albus Pharos and just create, like, basically just have 12 runes, because you could just fill out your entire rune deck off of that. The question is like, first off, that's pretty slow. So, like, how good is that actually? And as of now, that's the best combo potential I see for this. I think setting up this for combo is really hard, so I'll just give it a 2.
Yeah, I'll give it a 1. I think this card is just, like, not playable. I think in these situations that you have to build your deck to where this is good, your deck is just really bad. Like, your deck's really bad. I think you're capped in the amount of mana or runes you can have. So you get to a point to where you're like, cool, I have 12 runes, but your deck is full of cards like Albus, so, like, what are you actually doing with those 12 runes?
Yep. Here is a big boy. I loved Ladros in lore. This is actually just, like, one of my... It just felt so cool to play Ladros in lore, so it's cool that we get him back. But this is you can kill any number of friendly units as additional cost to reduce the power cost of this, because it does cost 4 power, which is extremely steep. But only 6 energy to play an 8 might body that has ganking deflect is pretty crazy. I think, especially if you can find some good ways for the cost reduction to feel really beneficial. There are, death knell effects, but there's not a ton of them yet. And then also you get recruits. I don't think I want to pay 4 power for this, but I'd maybe pay 2 power or something like that, and it feel pretty good. So I'll give it a 3. I think this card's probably playable to good.
Yeah, I think this card's, like, really close to a 5. Like, no cap. I think this card's so good. I also am very aware that I don't value power as much as I've seen other people value it. Like, I'm always down to just recycle cards or play big power cards, because to me, big power typically means above rate, really good, high tempo. So I like this card. I think it's extremely good. 8 might, we know, is very good. It's considered a big unit in this game. And then keywords like deflect ganking. I look at this as, like, we know of another 8 might deflect unit in the game, and it's the orange Dead Bloom
Predator.
So it's like 8 mana, 8 energy, 2 power, 8 with essentially accelerate in a way. So for this, if you can sack 2 units and just make it a 6 energy, 2 power, 8 might with deflect and ganking also, it's just broken. Even at 3, it's still above rate and good. You're probably not slamming it for 4 power. In some matchups, you can, like against Kaisa. How does Kaisa deal with this on turn, like, 2 or turn 3 or whatever? They just can't really. So you can in some matchups, but oftentimes if you just sack 1 to 2 units, this card is bonkers. So yeah, I think it's a 5. I'll put it at a 5.
Yeah, hard to understate ganking as well. It's a good card. This is another good card in my opinion. I think Fiora is really good. I think making her mighty is just getting her 1 buff, which in many decks is pretty easy. Especially, I mean, for example, Leona, I think, is the easiest one to just kind of make this active. And so Fiora, when mighty, gets deflect, ganking, and shield. So if she has that buff, she's also just like a 6 on defense with deflect and ganking. I really like this card. I think it's a 4. I don't think this card's a 5. I don't think it's, like, good enough as a unit, and it needs, like, assistance. It has to get buffed, right? But I think it's a really strong 4-drop.
Yeah, I'll give it a 4. I think the only thing really giving it a 4 is the deflect keyword. Everything else is, like, fine and good. Like, a 5 mana, we assume buffs are 1 energy's worth of value because of Lee Sin makes it really easy. So essentially, you're saying this is a 5 energy, 5 might unit, which is just an on-rate unit with some keywords. Sometimes it's a 5 mana 6, but the fact that it has the deflect keyword specifically makes it hard to deal with.
All right, Grand Stratagem. We've talked about it a couple times. It's kind of informs you the strength of order, especially Victor decks. It's a 5. This is your win condition. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, if you just read the card, it says give friendly units +5 might this turn. If you just have two little recruits out there, this is +10 might. You're doing 6 energy for 10. You know, a 6 energy 10 is kind of silly. And the fact that you can split up where it goes, it's not just a 10 that you have to attack with. It's like 6 here, 6 here. You know, it's crazy.
Harness Dragon. I think this card is also very good. This is removal just like Vengeance is, but it comes with a body. However, it's 4 additional energy for that. And while cost-wise extremely efficient, if you just add a 6 might body to Vengeance, this is really good. You can't play it until super late in the game. There's some synergy pieces that make this card disgusting, but on its own, for me, it's like a 4. And then there's some synergy pieces that make it a 5, make it a 20, right? But
yeah. I'll also be giving it a 4 just because of what you said. It's kind of like an 8 energy, instead of being like, oh, it's an 8 energy 6. You also just add the value of whatever you killed. So if you kill a 6, like another mid-sized unit, it's kind of like an 8 energy 12, which is a really good way to put it, but better because you're getting rid of your opponent's stuff.
Karma, I think Karma is a combo piece. I think you need some kind of good way to set this up. It's a decent value engine. I've seen Karma, for instance, even with Dazzling Aurora, because that recycles every turn, so you just start buffing things. But is that super necessary when you have Dazzling Aurora on board? You probably are winning already. You don't really need the buff. It's not very useful, so it's kind of cute. So it's more like Gemcraft Seer, Karma stuff, maybe some other recycles. I think it's good, but finding the best payoffs for it are pretty tough. I will give it a 3. I think in general the card is pretty decent. It does give itself a buff, so it's a 6 for 7 already. But yeah.
Yeah, I'll give it a 4, a 6 for 7 above rate, and then there are times where it is kind of just above rate. Like anytime you recycle something, you can make your deck good. You know, there's the fish bait or baited fish hook or something will come across it here. That's a way you can recycle. You play the unit off of there, and then you can buff it with the karma because everything has to resolve before karma trigger goes on. So like that's kind of cool. You're making everything above rate. I think it's a 4. I think I just don't know how to play it yet, or we don't have all the cards to play it yet, but the card strength is there for sure.
Karthus. This effect to me is a 5, but I don't think it's a 5 in Origins. But I think that this card is actually disgusting. Because its cost is so low as well.
It's a turn 1 play for some reason. And like not really, because I think even right now it's a 5, because you can still just go turn 1, play the Death Knell draw card, or the bird that says Death Knell ramp 1, right? And then you play that on turn 1, and then turn 2 you play a Karthus, you put your unit on a battlefield, and now not only do you get something back from them killing your unit, where it used to just be, cool, I got a point and I drew a card, it replaced itself. That's like all it did, and I'm already happy enough putting that in my deck, that now it's like they actively don't want to attack you. So you're just going to sit there and just hold points, because now it turns into, I got a free point, but now I'm drawing 2 cards. You kill your own unit with Hidden Blade and you draw 4 cards. Like it gets absurd, so 5.
King's Edict. This is definitely a 4-player card. Starting with the next player, each other player chooses a unit you don't control that hasn't been chosen for this spell. Kill those units. But it is each other player, so you don't choose one at any point during this, is my understanding.
Yeah. I guess.
So this is like your opponent chooses a unit that they want to lose, and then from there it would go around, and basically you would clear 3 things that are not yours from the board in 4-player. So this card I think is great in 4-player, but I actually think it's really unplayable at its cost in 1v1. So I'll give it a 1.
Super unplayable at its cost. Like just don't put me a star up there, and don't beat me for asking for that this time. Yeah, I think it's a 1. I don't know how you play this card with all the yellow removal in the game.
But goes into like most yellow decks in 4-player.
In 4, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, because it's amazing. So Leona, I actually think, God, this card is like a 5 in Leona, and then everywhere else it's like maybe not playable. It's I don't want to say not playable, because it's pretty good still. But
it's pretty good, yeah.
It's hard to fit it into any deck that's not Leona.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go with the context of Leona. We can put the asterisk. It's a 5, because that's where you want to play this card anyway. So it's a 5 there.
Yeah, I'll give it a 4 because I'm not going to put it in just the context of Leona, but I also think it's fairly good in not Leona. I think it's one of your only ways to deal with really big units. I think it can help you get back into games that you're behind in. It's solo some decks like Master Yi just cannot deal with this card. This card solo beats Master Yi the deck. So I think a 4 is very solid.
That's true. More people in the tournaments should sideboard Leona for in their yellow decks to just play it into their E matchups. Machine Evangel. This one feels like kind of a combo card for the Victor decks. Because like we saw the meme baited hook deck that someone made for
the Riot thing.
For the Riot thing, and
Gen
it's
Con.
like, yeah, this is really sick when you're doing that. Like,
Yeah.
But I think it's a little high costed, so sometimes it's a struggle to get this out. But then you have things like Karthus that make this really crazy. So I think I'll give it a 3, but it's a combo piece. So
Yeah, I'll give it a 3 because it's a combo piece, but it's not even like the worst part of combo pieces, because oftentimes when you have a combo piece, one is typically bad without the other, and one is like can be fine without the other, and this one's just fine without the other.
Yeah, it is.
So
I agree. Yellow set. I think this is worse set, but he is just above rate. Or a little bit above rate, right? Because he has the tank keyword as well here, and then gives some additional buffs to himself. If there are other buffed units, he's fine. He's a 3, I think.
yeah, he's a 3. Like the fact that your set decks aren't playing more than one tells you how not strong this card is, / how much better other orange and yellow cards are.
Yeah.
So it's just a very solid 3. If you have a way to buff it, it's like 7 power when attacking or 7 might when attacking and defending, but it's just fine. Like you don't even play it as your champion, so I don't know. It's not the best set.
Yeah, it's like orange set exists, and that card is like one of the most fucked up cards in the game. Speaking of really fucked up cards in this game, here's Shen.
Yeah.
I think Shen has continued to like go lower on people's opinion of him, and I still kind of disagree. I have found sometimes it's hard for me to figure out where I want to put Shen in for specific strategies of decks, but when it comes to just power level, I'm going to stay consistent and say Shen's a 5, because I think his power level is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, ideally you're playing this as a 3 mana 5, which 3 mana 5s are very, very, very good. The issue is it's very extremely telegraphed when you're trying to play a 3 mana 5, so it doesn't have the most value. I'll give it a 3. I think it should be played more. I don't think it's like a game-winning card by itself in most spots, but I don't think it's bad, so 3 is I think it's solid.
I think I'm also a little higher on Shen because like I play Shen in Leona decks that get to run Sona as well. And it's really not telegraphed when your Sona is just giving you 4 runes back every time. And then it's like, okay, it'd be anything. And then it's, it's Shen.
And then it's 5. It's like, do I play around 2 mana pump spell or 5 my
or
Shen?
Here's Shen at the location. It's like, well, all right. All right, Baited Hook, Birthing Pod comparison has been made multiple times. That's a banned card. It's definitely worse than Birthing Pod because it might not cost. But this card is going to break someday, so I'll give it a 5 now and get ahead of it.
I'll give it a 5 because I think even right now it might not be broken, but just the amount of value you get out of it by chaining. Like, I don't think people realize how many cards 5 is when you're playing a 39 card deck, but really you're playing like 5, 6. You're playing like a 32 card deck because you've probably mulliganed 2 and start with 4, start with 7 cards. So in a 30 card deck, by the time you can play this, usually 5 cards is a lot. Like that's a lot of percentile of your deck you can see. So just the raw power, obviously not as good as literal Birthing Pod, but one of the best Birthing Pod-esque cards I've seen across any card game.
Here we got Yellow Darius. This is, being able to ready with the Legion effect is quite good. So Darius coming in ready is great. And then has an Anthem effect in yellow, which is, I think Darius actually can play some amount of like recruit generation that does actually make Yellow Darius like pretty enticing. So I think this card is actually very good. More so in Darius, like I think Red Darius is really good in a lot of other red decks. And then in Darius specifically, because he has access to order, I actually really like this Darius. I'll give it a 4.
Yeah, I'll give it a 4 as well. It's just an above rate card, assuming you have the mana for Legion, which is the only time you're really playing this card. You can look at it as just a 6/6 accelerated unit with an Anthem effect. So if you're attacking with at least one other unit, it's kind of just like a 6/7 accelerated unit, which is usually not even how you're playing. Like the ceiling is more like a 6/10 or something like that.
All right, Divine Judgment. This is one of the crazier cards, a little bit harder to evaluate.
Yeah.
This is the 2 units, 2 gear, 2 runes, 2 cards in your hand, and then recycle everything else. And it's both players do it. It's a symmetrical effect. When you're already winning, this is crazy for like closing the game. It makes it really hard for your opponent to like actually do anything to come back. Especially if they like don't even have units or they have very weak units and you have 2 really strong units.
Yep.
But I have not seen this played ever yet, and I'm really interested in how good it actually is. I'm gonna say it is at least playable, and but I think a 3 is playing it too safe. I'm gonna say it's actually good, but not. It's not a 5. I'm gonna say it's a 4.
Well, yeah, I'm going to put it at a 2. I'm going to go the opposite way and say it is playable, but I think it's playable in exactly one deck right now and one style of deck, which is Dazzling Aurora set, because you can get a Dazzling Aurora in play. And then now you have to sack 2 units, or down to 2 units doesn't matter because you probably don't have that many units to play anyways, but then you're just permanently drawing and playing a unit every turn. So losing cards doesn't matter because you're drawing a card every turn. Losing units don't matter because you're playing a unit every turn.
Makes sense. Seal of Unity. Some decks play it, but I don't like it in general. It's a 2. I don't know. Sometimes you kind of play it.
I'll give it a 1 just because you shouldn't be playing this in set. You shouldn't be playing this in Darius. The only deck you really should be playing this in is Victor, but Victor also just has access to Malzahar, which is just like better seal. And you should just be playing Malzahar in my opinion.
Yellow Victor, this guy's pretty good. I don't think he's a 5 actually. I do think he's a 4 though. I think it's a good Victor.
I think it's a 3 probably. I think he's better than the other Victor, but again, your deck is not even playing more than one of these. So if you're not playing more than one of these, it feels like you're kind of having to play one. If you have to play the card, I don't think I can give it much higher than a 3. But it's good. Like, it's not bad. It's not a bad card. It's just I would cut him if I could, which is what a 3 is.
All right, now we're actually through all of the different domains, and we're gonna do the legends now. How do you want to do our rating for this, Mo? Because like there's obviously like you can do tier lists of like yes, these decks are good, but do you just want to do colors plus ability? Is that the idea?
Yeah.
Or do we just want to do ability? Like strictly ability?
No, I think you have to take color into consideration. Otherwise, Leona would be like tier 9 when she really isn't, because you're playing yellow and green, and like how bad can that be? So I'm down to look at the colors, down to look at the abilities, not be too concerned with the meta. I don't want to look at the meta right now. I just want to look at the raw strength of your colors, and we can take into account like what cards your colors have. You know, that's what that means. Sure. And then just the raw strength of your ability.
Okay. All right. So for Kai'Sa, I think this ability is very good. I think it's just a lot of extra like energy that you're gonna have throughout the game because you're not having to pay power costs on your spells, or at least 1 less on those. And then I do think that red is a very strong. I think red blue is a pretty decent combination of colors, but it does miss access to some tech tools. Specifically, gear destruction is the hard one for it. So, Kai'Sa for me is like a 4, though. I actually think it's really good.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and give her a 5. I think you are missing gear disruption. I find it really hard for me personally to count that against decks when in reality there are 2 colors that have what I would call real gear removal. So I'll go ahead and give it a 5 because, like you said, red, very good. Blue, very good. The ability on here is very good. All of your 1 power cards are just 0 power cards now, which is silly. All the 2 power cards removed half of the downside, which half is a really big number. So that's really good. And then red and blue actually complement each other extremely well when it comes to spell slinging decks. So all around, this is probably, if not the best designed legend, in my opinion, in the entire set 1.
Okay. All right. We'll get Kai'Sa's signature spell now, which is Acathian Rain. I think this card is disgusting, but the cost is very high, but you are playing it in Kai'Sa, so you reduce some of that power cost as well. And because of the fact that you're reducing power costs throughout the entire game, it's a little bit less taxing that this is so high costed. Because of this, I think this card gets a 4, maybe it's borderline 5 because of the fact that it targets backline as well. I might just give it a 5. I think this card's great.
Yeah, what I'll do then is I'll give it a 4 because I think it's just like a very strict 4.5. Like it's just so in between that if you give it a 5 and I give it a 4, it balances out.
There we go. It's a 4. Yeah, it's a 4.5.
There you go, 4.5. But yeah, everything you
Yeah.
said's right. 7 mana doesn't matter because you hit 7 energy easily because of the fact that you are saving energy throughout the whole game.
Yep. All right, Volibear. It's been a long time coming.
Yeah.
Colors are good. Ability is good.
Good. Yeah.
It's a 5.
It's just, this is the easiest 5. The second easiest 5. We'll get to the easiest 5 later on. This is the second easiest 5 in the whole Legend set. Colors are, one of your colors is beyond broken. And then not losing tempo on playing your big units is huge. That's what's letting you ramp into the big things that these broken orange and red colors are doing. I don't know. This card was so crazy. At the biggest glow up, went from the worst legend and worst deck in the trial decks by a mile. No one wanted to play it, to being, in my opinion, the strongest. I know we're not taking meta. I'm not putting meta into my 5. It's just all around good. But right now, it is the strongest deck in the entire game.
Yep.
And it's so
I agree. It's crazy. All right. Volibear, spell, Stormbringer. So funny that we get the 5. And then it's crazy. I don't want to give it a 1 because I actually do think that the spell is like reasonable. But it just doesn't go in the deck. Because you don't. No. This is not part of the game plan. Stormbringer's not part of the game plan at all. I will give it a 3 because I do think the card is extremely playable. It is completely fine. And honestly, one of Stormbringer, I think, is actually like correct because I think that people not knowing whether you have Stormbringer and then you having it when they don't play around it is so backbreaking. So I'll give it a 3.
It also is like, I'll give it a 3 as well for everything you said. One of is correct because they either cannot play around it and then you have it and you win, or they don't respect it and you have it and you win. It's very hard. Like, as long as you're not actively trying to play around the card and telegraphing it, the card in the spots it's drawn is very good. You just never want to draw 2. You don't want to draw consistently. And the biggest actually plus for me for not giving it a 2, the only reason I'm not giving it a 2 is because it's almost a mirror breaker. It's like one of the cards you can consider to be a mirror breaker. If your opponent is holding a lot or does a big attack and stuff, then you can Stormbringer your unit. You're playing the same unit, so they're all the same might, and you just clear a battlefield for 1 mana or for one card, and you just get huge advantage that way.
Loose Cannon, Jinx. I'm really big on the Legend ability itself. I do think red purple is not actually the craziest combo. It's okay. It does some really good things. The discard synergies are pretty great, especially in conjunction with Jinx's ability. I'm wondering if I'm gonna give any legends like really bad scores because Jinx to me is like also a 4. I actually think that I really like Loose Cannon's ability.
Yeah, I don't think there are any legends when you look at them in a vacuum like this where you take their colors into consideration with their ability that's going to get lower than a 3. I have one that I know I'm going to give a 3, which is why I'm saying that, but I don't think any of them go below a 3. I think Jinx is a 3.5, but I'll give her a 4 because it's closer to 4. I think the biggest thing is purple sucks, in my opinion. Like doesn't suck to where it's unplayable, but it's kind of just the weakest color of them all. It's very disjointed in the different things it wants to do, but her ability is just so fire, just drawing extra cards every turn. Red is crazy, and then you do get to draw into reanimate stuff. That's what you're discarding goes into Jinx. Like, she just is smoothed out very well by her colors. It's just that I don't think her color combination is OP. What is OP is Super Mega Death Rocket.
Is Death Rocket. It's a 5. This card is so good.
This card's a 5.
Everything you want in the Jinx deck as well, right? Where it's like you just discard it early. You say you don't even care about it, and then you conquer later, and it lets you discard other things while just being able to recur. And then 5 is a good break point.
Yes,
it can hit backline units, and backline units are almost always below 5. So it's just so good.
Yes, and it comes in before your other 5s come in, meaning you played something on turn 1, your opponent went second, 5 mana, say you're on Volibear, for example, so you just slam a 5 might unit down. Jinx just goes, okay, untap 4 energy, kill your 5 might guy, and you just time walk your opponent. And then it's not even like you went 1 card for 1, because you will get that rocket back at least 2 to 3 more times throughout the game.
You might even get it that turn, right? Like you just then go conquer and just grab it.
You will. Yeah, you will get it back that turn. So you just have it next turn. So if your opponent, I know this is like such a long tangent, but the card is so good. I could talk a whole episode on just that card and the things you can do.
All right, over to Darius. Color combo crazy. This is a Hand of Noxus. His ability is fine. It's just, we talked about how good Kaisa's is. It's very similar in how it works. It's not quite as good as Kaisa's in my opinion. But it's still strong. And I just, once again, I'm going to stick Darius out of 4, even though I think Order is like pretty broken, and it paired with Red, it's very good, but I think it's a 4.
Yeah, I'll give this one a 5. I think basically everything you said, I think I value yellow too high, probably. I think I'm just too biased. So I think I value yellow too high, and I value resources too high, because the Kaisa's is better because it doesn't set you back a mana or in energy, whereas this one doesn't necessarily not set you back in energy. It just kind of helps you play faster. But the color combination, like you said, amazing. 1 mana is great. Free resources great. Whether it's drawing a card, getting a mana, getting a power, it's great. So I'll put it at a 5. I really like it. I like yellow a lot.
Right. Guillotine. I think this card is great. The action speed is a little tough because playing 2 cards on opponent turn is sometimes pretty difficult to actually do. I know we talked earlier in the video about the cleave as like having a synergy for this, but I mean that's like playing a cleave just to activate this, which is not very good.
Yeah.
So I essentially look at this as like a slow speed kill spell at 4. So it's actually just better Vengeance. And I did give Vengeance a 5, so I have to give this a 5.
Yeah, I'll give it a 5.
It's a little more conditional than Vengeance, though.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give it a 5. I think, again, color combination is great, so you're playing the yellow and red cards. I think when or if, I actually don't know if red has a singular hidden card. I don't think it does.
I don't think it does.
And then yellow has 1, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Hidden Blade, which is
at least one that I know of. So I think I'm going to give this a 5 because proactively, if we get more hidden cards in yellow and red, this card just gets even more insane than it is now, which 4 mana kill anything is still insane. Like, I don't know. It's silly.
Yeah. All right, Ari. This is Nine-Tailed Fox, -1, and it's for the whole turn. So you can actually like get multiple triggers of this if they're trying to like cap multiple things, which is only relevant in very few matchups, but it is technically a thing that happens.
Yes.
This ability I thought was a lot better than I think it ended up, and I also think the color combo actually is maybe one of the main issues with Ari, is I think that these 2 colors actually don't complement each other as much as you would hope. You would think, they've got a lot of tricks, they've got these like buffs, these different things. They're very tricky. But they're like too tricky and not just like powerful enough. And I think that's been my issue with Ari. Maybe Ari's actually a 3 because of the color issue. Because I think her ability is good, actually. I think the ability is actually quite fine.
Yeah, I'm giving her a 3. This is the one champion, or the one legend, sorry, that I'll put at a 3. I think it is the worst legend in a vacuum than all the others. This deck cannot win games. These colors cannot win games, and that is my only issue with Ari. These colors and her ability even have a lot of I can't lose the game energy. Like that's the aura this gives me, is I can't lose. But how are you winning? Like all your deck does is buff and counter and stuff. And as soon as the opponent plays 1 sticky unit, which sticky just means hard to remove or can't remove in some instances, or outvalues you once, you just fall behind really bad.
Yeah. All right, Foxfire. I know a lot of people are way lower on this card than I am. I think it's completely fine, but I think it is very fine. I think it's a 3. Like I think it's way better in certain matchups. But you also have a lot of ways to reduce might, and then this can kill a lot like bigger things. So 2-card combo is not always the best, but when you're a spell deck, you kind of have to do that. And this deck draws a lot of cards, so it's kind of okay. And then it's good against like Victor, but it's a 3. It's not crazy, but it's a fine card.
Yeah, I'll give it a 4. I think it's super underplayed. I think 4 might or less for those of you that might read this and think, oh, it's broken. It's 3 mana board wipe, 0 power. It doesn't work like that. It kills units up to 4 might. So that means you can kill 2 might units, 4 1 might units, a 4 might unit. It's not just kill every unit that has 4 or less might. But with that being said, if they're attacking into you, and you have the RA ability triggering, this can do work. If you do have to use it as a 2-card combo, this can combo with Smokescreen and just kill an 8 might unit for 5 mana. Like, yes, it's 5 mana and you're getting 2 for 1. It's hard to not get 2 for 1 against an 8 might unit, period.
It is.
And this is the best way to do it. And sometimes it's 0 mana because it's hidden, and it's great.
Yeah, hidden, and you're playing Blue Ari if you're playing this deck. And it's really great with Blue Ari, right? So.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's solid. Lee Sin. This is like the opposite when it comes to the color combos, like synergizing. The color combos synergizes really well between orange and green. It's why Master Yi has been good, and I still maintain I think Master Yi is like not good. Like the legend ability is not very good. But these
Can I
colors
show you some
together-
tournament results, my friend?
I know. But these colors together are amazing. And I actually think that with the buff synergies that keep coming out, I actually just think Lee's ability is very good. I was super low on his ability on the initial reveal season, just thinking it was like very vanilla and not that strong to just give the +1. But I've been wrong because of the way they use buffs in this game and how they're spent. I'm going to give Lee a 5. I think the color combo is pretty crazy as well.
Yeah, I think Lee is an extremely easy 5. I think these colors complement each other potentially the best in the entire game, orange and purple. Orange is very much, this is how you're winning the game. These are your threats. You have some combat tricks, but really I'm bringing all of the power. I'm bringing all the like this is your bodyguard. And this is your bodyguard. And then the green deck, or the green parts of the deck are your like, I'm going to help you win the game. Like, I'll beef you up. I'll make sure they can't kill you with that kill spell. I'll deny that kill spell. I'll defy you the little stuff. I'll charm their unit away or into you or whatever. I think this is the best color combination, and having the buff just be 1 mana, all of the cards that require buffs, use buffs, can spend buffs, are just super easily evaluated at 1 mana cards at the minimum, and it's great.
All right, Dragon's Rage. I know in Lee decks this is a little bit underplayed. I think it is very powerful. I do think it's kind of like cheeky. It's like a funny card where it's like very flavor win, but then sometimes it create spots where it's not incredible. But it is kind of just a 4 energy kill spell because the way that it is played is like that. It just requires there to be 2 units for it to work like that. The big plus though is it can also just be a push to win the game if you need it. So there's like a lot of good flexibility with it. I'll give it a 4. I actually really like this card. But I know it's not been the most popular in lead decks.
Yeah, I'm really close to giving it a 5 because I gave Foxfire a 4. I'll give it a 5 because to me, this card is Foxfire, but just strictly better. Foxfire is 3 mana, kill a unit with 4 might. This is 4 mana, depending on your opponent's deck and how it's built and the units they have in play. It can read as 4 mana, kill 2 units. If your opponent, there's so many units that have the same amount of might because they play the same breakpoints, the same mana cost, all this stuff, that being able to just move it somewhere and say like, okay, they deal damage equal to each other. Oops, they're both at 4 might. Okay, they both die. And this is just 4 mana, kill 2 things, which is nice. Or it's just a push to win the game in late game, like you said, and that's super nice.
Flexibility is really good in these spells. I think signature spells in general are like all very good.
Well designed, for sure.
I love the flavor on them too. It's great. I mean, Dragon's Rage is perfect. All right, Yasuo. This one is another issue of the colors not complementing each other that well. This is a lot of, it's like over-indexed into move. God, I love Yasuo, but this is
in game
one that goes under a 3.
In game. No, I don't think it can. I don't think it can go under a 3 because one, you are playing Green Region, and Green Region is the strongest supporting color. I categorize regions as either a supporting color or the like main color in my head. So I think green's the best supporting region color. And then 2 energy. Give something accelerate, or 2 energy untap a unit is what his ability reads. we're playing, cards like what is the orange spell that's 2 mana, untap a unit. Oftentimes it is 0, which is why it's good. But at the floor, it's 2 mana, untap a unit. That's what this is. You move your unit back without exhausting it, so you can then attack again immediately. Or this is simply 2 energy, give something accelerate, but you don't have to pay the power cost. So you just pay, or you play a unit 1 turn behind curve, and then all of a sudden it's coming in without your opponent expecting it for a lot. Very solid. I'll give it a 3. I just think the color combination is what's holding this card back, and the fact that you don't have cards to win the game. And that's really it. You're playing 2 supporting colors.
It's hard to go under 3s here. Last Breath, I think this is also very good. Ready a unit, deal damage. I mean, it requires you to have a strong unit, right? Which is hard for green and purple sometimes. If this is in a lot of other colors, this is like the best card in the game. Can you
imagine this card in orange, by the way?
Yeah, I mean, it's just broken, right? Because it is specific in green purple, it's like a 3, but really this card is like a 4 or a 5. I'll give it a 4. It can't be a 5 for me because of the colors.
Yeah, I'm just going to give it a 3 because it's the same level as Yasuo, unfortunately, because you can't play it without having to play Yasuo, so you are just capped at a 3 for me. But card is strong, you just have to play it in Yasuo and have to play it in green-purple.
All right, Leona, another messed up color combo. Might be second best color combo next to orange-green. Because of that, and actually the ability is way better than I think it reads. It reads like, oh, what, you get this like 3 times a game? It's like, no, sometimes you buff like multiple times in a turn and you get a lot of buffs out. Usually your entire board is buffed when you're playing Leona. It's very rare that you don't have the whole board kind of buffed up, which is why like Green Leads 10 kind of sneaks into the deck sometimes, so you can put your excess buffs somewhere to go. I'll give her a 4. I don't think she can hit a 5 because I just don't think the ability is good enough to be a 5. But I think the ability is fine, and then the color combo is really insane.
Yeah, this is a very solid and easy 4. Color combination's insane. You have your support color being orange. Yellow is like the only color that's, in my opinion, it's kind of a mix between being a support color and a main color. But you can use it as your main color because yellow has so many just powerful cards that help you win the game. But the thing holding her back is the legend ability. When you compare this legend ability to the other legend abilities, you understand why this is, I say, only a 4, obviously better than 3s and better than those, but not nearly as good as some of the ones we have seen and are going to see.
Yep, I think it's fair.
5.
Zenith Blade, this card's a 5. It's just this card is so messed up. It's like the Yasuo one, but it's in good colors, and it's actually like better.
That's so perfect. I've never thought of it like that specifically, but that is perfect. That's exactly correct. Yeah. You get to play Yasuo spell, but if it were in good colors.
And also better, because instead of readying, it moves you there. So it like
gives ganking to things without ganking even. That's
and then it gives the attack trigger when it moves you there. It's so messed. That card is
plus
so
1 might because you're playing Leona. So.
A lot of people have not played Leona because like they're not interested. She's maybe not exciting. Leona's never been the most popular champion in any like League of Legends game. If you haven't played Leona, go like just try a Leona deck for a bit just to play that card, and you will understand how fucked up that card is.
The dopamine you get from casting that card is just makes you second guess, like, wait, is this legend not actually broken? Then you play more and realize it's not.
I'm gonna rant for just 1 second longer.
Sure.
When your opponent tries to conquer, you can just play it in response and conquer instead and kill their unit.
Kill their unit. Yeah, like this so card's good. Hilarious.
All right. Anyways, Teemo. I think Teemo has the same. It's like a color issue a little bit. However, the one thing that these colors do in Teemo that is different from anyone else, because he's the only one in these colors, is it enables Nocturne as a deck.
Nocturne, yep.
And
Nocturne.
Because of that existence, I don't even like his text box. I don't even like, but it is like
his text box does not really exist. God. Like it's cool, I guess, but
I actually just want to give him a 3 because I hate his text box. I actually think his text box is just not very good.
Yeah, I'm actually going to give him a 4 because if his text box was good, he'd be an easy 5. You look at these colors and you say, how win game? You said purple can't win game. The asterisk is purple plays a 0 mana ganking unit that only Teemo can play, really. And then blue has this Mundo card that only Teemo can play, really. So Teemo is the only color, or is the only deck that can play the winning cards in both of those colors, which makes him good. But his text box is like non-existent. You just shouldn't have one, and he would be a 4. Like,
I agree. His text box, it's like I barely even play hidden cards in Teemo right now because I just think that the other cards are better. But yeah, okay, I'll stick with 3 because he doesn't have a text box.
Yeah. Fair.
And then therefore he doesn't have a signature spell because it's
I don't even know what this card does. Return up to 2 units with hidden from your trash to your hand. Yeah. Oh, I think there's a typo. That's interesting. They're like,
wait, what do you mean?
They mixed the words around. It's supposed to say return up to 2 trash hidden cards to your hand.
Oh, 2. Yeah, two trash
cards to your hand. I've never seen this card. It's a 1. I like that ass. I don't know.
I think that the effect is pretty reasonable because of the like you ignore the costs, but then like the card's only good if you're like controlling multiple points. So because of that, like I think it is still actually a 1 because you also need like a bunch of hidden synergy for this to be good. The hidden cards are a little underwhelming right now.
The deck building tax, I didn't think about that too. Like,
there's a lot of issues with it.
Gross.
5.
Yeah, 5. I don't know. What is this color combination? What is this?
Also, just the buff to the recruit. Because I believe was it in the trial decks that it was 2?
It was 2.
It just the very earliest decks that it was buffing it to 1 was like this deck's so insane now.
Yeah, because you go second, you have 3 mana, and you just go play your 2-cost unit that you were already going to play, but now you also randomly get a 1 might unit, which I know you're thinking, how good could a 1 might unit be? It doesn't matter. It could be a 0 might unit as long as it can conquer on turn 1. That's all that matters. Or turn 2, I guess. That's all that matters.
Siphon power lasts the entire turn. This is pretty crazy. It's a 5. I mean, this card is one of the reasons Victor's so good. It's that reaction speed, which is also very, very good. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a 5. You attack with 3 units, and this reads as a 2 mana 3 at least, assuming your opponent's defending with only 1. It's a 2 mana 4, which like a 2 mana 4 is just twice as much on rate, like value, as a normal 2 mana pump spell is getting you. So it's crazy. It's good.
Up next, MF. I'm actually pretty low on MF. Even though she's orange, it's like hard to give orange a low rating. But I will give MF specifically a 3. I think that this deck has struggled a lot in deck construction, but I think people have gotten close to figuring out how she's supposed to be played, especially with all the new cards coming out, especially with purple helping support more than it was before.
Yeah, I'm actually really close to giving her a 5, so I'll go ahead and just give her a 5, and this might just be biased to playing a lot of MF and feeling like me so good, me gapping people on MF, therefore it's because of MF, but it's like, you're in orange, like you said, you can only rate orange so low. Purple gives you a lot of good supporting colors that go well with her abilities as well as the deck she wants to make. Again, outside of the meta and everything, whatever the meta is, a year from now, you can play Dazzling Aurora in this color combination, and playing Dazzling Aurora, playing Purple Misfortune as your champion, being able to play the units from Dazzling Aurora to battlefields immediately, assuming your opponent doesn't control them, and then untap them, give them ganking. This is like so close to just being better Volibear, in the sense of Volibear's main weakness is you have to attack a lot or try and hold a lot on one battlefield, but because you don't play accelerate units, if your opponent is close to winning, they just say, okay, stack 12, 15, 16 might on this second battlefield. And you just like can't really deal with that because you either have to start putting units in the back, well, now your hold is weaker, or you just don't have the accelerate units to get there, and it's hard. Misfortune doesn't have that problem because you can just put them to hold and then also just move them over at the same time with ganking.
Yep. All right, bullet time. This one's tough. I think it just costs way too much power to actually like do anything that you want. It's like originally a combo piece with Warwick, but the Warwick combo has like even better things to do with it now because you can play them at reaction speed. I feel like it's almost a 1. It is a really, really tough card.
Yeah, it's a 2. In theory, this card's like a 4 or a 5. In practice, that never happens. The only time you're getting 4-star or 5-star value is specifically against Victor, specifically the turn he casts Stratagem, and then attacks you with a decent amount of units. Outside of like that exact play pattern, this card is fine. It's almost just like worse than the other board wipe-esque cards you can be playing in orange.
Yep, and it has to be like as a finisher on those turns anyway. It has to win you the game because you're gonna spend 6-7 power and then you don't have any runes for the rest of the game. So
exactly.
Yeah. All right, set 5, easy.
Yeah.
I mean, 2 best colors in the game, and they work well together. And then he has this text box, which is
my text box,
just insane. Being able to get card advantage by not having any of your units die. And then also, for some reason, you get to ready this when you conquer. I don't know why it needs that extra line.
Yeah, it doesn't. I think someone lost a poker hand to 7 deuce, and then so they had to add an additional line of text to the card. This is so insane that you can do this crazy stuff on your turn, swing into the opponent, and then go, okay, I'll tap my set to make my unit not die, right? I just spent a lot of resources or might and my unit and my power, because you have to recycle a power to set. I tapped my set, all this. So in theory, even without the second line of text, that's his downside. And so you go, okay, I punish you because now on my turn, you don't have set ability, so I can like do stuff to you because your shields are down. But he probably did all of that to get to a point to where he can conquer, and then now set conquers and then just readies himself for fun, I guess. And then his shields are no longer down. And also, the fact that that doesn't even come up often because of how broken set is, I have opponents that didn't know that or just completely forget that he readies because it just doesn't come up that often because you don't need it to.
You can just leave the 5s as well. Go into Showstopper.
Go into Showstopper. 1 mana, like, accelerate plus buff plus kill something plus worst case scenario, you have interaction, and I just say, oops, okay, tap my set legend and it doesn't die. Like,
it's crazy. There's a reason this guy's probably the best deck in the game, or one of them, like top 2, top 3. I mean, there's like argument for Volibear. There's argument for Victor based on results, right? But like, it's like, I mean, look, this is not a surprise. We called this out on the pod from like the reveal of set that like probably like Origins. If you just want to skill diff your locals, you can probably just bring a set pile and win like all your games if you're just better than them. So,
color combo good. The fact that you just accidentally get bailed out by your legend ability saying my unit don't die. Like, I don't care how much mana you spent. I don't care what you did. I don't care about anything. I just go, oops, my plan no work. Tap set. Just like,
there we go. Cool. All right, so that's it for the legends. We're gonna move on to battlefields. Battlefields, we cannot like just give star values to because it's like the battlefields are just entirely contextual as to what you're playing. So I think like we'll just kind of say a couple legends or like the conditions that you would want to play these battlefields, and we'll try and go fast because there's a lot of them here. So Altar of Unity or Altar to Unity. Immediately for me, actually, the main use case for this is if the meta is heavy towards yellow decks playing Cull. I actually think you're supposed to put this in your deck. And then in those games, you just aggressively try and hold this and defend yourself from Cull in that way. That's my opinion on this one. I actually don't even think this is like that amazing as a Victor thing. I mean, it's fine. You probably play it in Victor, but
yeah, I think it's the opposite. I think you just like don't play this card in Victor because you're giving your opponent, like, Victor is a Cull deck, and this is a counter to Cull. So don't put this in your Victor deck. Put this in every deck that struggles into Cull. If your deck has a problem with Cull, and you think you have a reasonable way to try and deal or try and fight for this early, put it in your deck to try and get that anti-Cull card. And you just leave that token in your base. Don't attack with that token ever. Just leave it in your base. Just have it sit there to be anti-Cull.
Yeah, I fully agree. That's good. We can go to the next one. Let's see. Let me scroll down here. All right, next up is Aspirant's Climb. This is just, it makes the game 9 instead of 8. If your deck is slow, play this.
Yeah, I mean, I know we're not giving stars to Battlefields. If we were, I would give this one a 5 if you are playing a slow deck, because this is genuinely good. It helps all of your slow strategies. Even if you're just like a mid-range style deck or a deck that could possibly struggle with aggro, just put this in your deck, because the later the game goes, the more your deck should outscale the aggro style decks.
Yeah, the one point I've seen a lot of games come down to that actual like last point. The aggro deck just can't quite get it. So
exactly, or you need one turn to stabilize with your Dazzling Aurora because you'll miss out on a lot of early tempo, and this gets you that one turn, that 1 point.
Up next, we got Back Alley Bar. When a unit moves from here, give it +1 this turn. This is like just ganking. Misfortune can kind of play this one, and I really don't think anyone else wants to play this.
I don't
even
think
if
anyone
you run ganking in your deck, it's just like MF always can use this.
Yeah, I don't think anyone wants to. You could put this in Yasuo, because you can move Yasuo back and then attack with him. Like, you have a lot of move in purple style decks. Orange can play it because you have a lot of ways to ready units, which could be a thing. I just think there's probably better things that your specific deck could be doing. But as far as specific decks, probably Yasuo and Misfortune. You can put this in there.
That's fair. Yeah, that makes sense. Up next, Bandletree. The short answer is just don't play this.
Yeah, just don't.
But I do think if your Teemo deck actually does lean into hidden, then you should play this, right? Of course. Or if your Ahri deck leans into hidden, I don't think those strategies are good right now personally, but I do think this battlefield's obviously very strong if your deck plays a lot of hidden.
Yep, put this in your hidden based decks.
So this one, when you defend, choose a unit, it gets shield to this combat. This one is tough. It's because it's kind of a double-edged sword, where if your deck wants to defend and is good at like holding a location, this will make you so tough to take the location from. But if your deck is good at that and not so good at attacking, you might make it so you can never capture this from your opponent.
Yeah, so obviously the very easy answer when you first look at this, level 0, is put this in Master Yi. Master Yi wants to defend with 1 unit. This buffs 1 unit. Just do that. But like Cass said, if a Master Yi doesn't attack well, that's the main downside to the deck. So it's hard. I've seen this getting cut a lot in Master Yi. I don't play it in my Master Yi deck. You have the idea of like, well, any aggro deck could play this and make it hard for the mid-range opponent to attack into your aggro stuff. Well, as soon as they take it, or if they take it before you because you miss your turn 1 play, you're never taking this back without going negative. So put this in your decks that are good at holding, want to hold, but also don't have issues attacking. Maybe Ahri, I guess.
It's a Leona.
Yeah, Leona.
I think Leona actually plays it very well. Grove of the God Willow. When you hold here, draw 1. Any hold focused deck, I think, is happy to play this, because even though your opponent can get the value from it, I think you still just like are willing. If you're good at holding, you're willing to just like have this be on the field.
Yep, any deck that can hold, play it. Which is a lot of decks. Even like I would almost say aggressive decks can play it because you can hold on turn 1 often, or turn 2. But yeah.
All right, Hallowed Tomb. This is return the chosen champion from your trash to your champion zone. If it's empty, I think this one is not super incredible, but I do think that if you are playing like one of champion, because the champion is like good for your deck, but you don't want to draw it in multiples, there's like maybe an idea to play this, because then when you play your champion from your champion zone on curve, because that's what you want to do with it, and then it gets hard removed, you can actually just get it back and be able to play it again. So I think it's reasonable in that way, especially when if you're a deck that wants to play your champion on curve from the champion zone, this is good.
Yep. Yeah, it's good in like mono Yasuo decks. It's good in probably Lee Sin decks, where I don't know if Lee Sin actually wants to put multiple Lee Sins in their deck, but even if they do, having another Lee Sin can't really hurt you in the late game. So those types of decks where your deck is built around your champion, or your champion uses your deck very well.
All right. There we go. The next, Monastery of Hirana. When you conquer here, you may spend a buff to draw 1. Set can like this, even though you usually don't want to spend the buffs, but it is a way to get card draw. Lee Sin, obviously. This is amazing in Lee Sin. Yeah.
Set Lee Sin. You can do it in Leona because Leona will have buffs, and it fixes the issue of buffing too much but not having enough units to buff. And in Set, it's great because you can play Cithria, and you conquer this with Cithria on turn 2. Like the play patterns, you played Cithria on 1, pass, turn 2, you played a unit, buff Cithria, attack, spin the buff, and then if your Cithria doesn't die, you can rebuff it later or something. That's kind of how you want to play it. It's just any deck that plays buff can play this card.
All right, we're fighting pit. When you hold here, buff a unit here. This one I think is way better in set. It's a way to get more buffs onto set's units to play the set ability. I think it's absolutely insane. Other than that, any hold deck theoretically can, but it just is not. I think you want Godwillow's Grove, and you might have other options that are better alongside it instead of playing this one.
Yeah, we'll get other hold effects here that we'll see eventually, and most decks would rather those if you're playing hold. Set, I think this only goes into set because you want ways to buff. Lee Sin has ways to buff, doesn't use buffs super duper often. Set would like to have all the ways to buff because he wants to spin buffs constantly.
Makes sense. All right, up next, we've got Obelisk of Power. This is both players ramping. I think if you're a deck that can use the ramp better, if you think you can use the ramp better than any other deck, then you put this in your deck. So like Volibear puts it in the deck, right?
Yeah.
If you're playing Dazzling Aurora in any deck, you probably just put this in the deck because you're going to use the ramp better than anyone else can.
Yeah, I think this is kind of stuck to just being if your deck has Dazzling Aurora, you put this in. The only exception is Victor, because Victor uses the 3 mana on turn 1 really well because of the legend ability, where you can play a 2-cost unit and then also play a 1 energy, or the 1 energy for a recruit. And so you don't get punished as hard. Any other deck that is not Dazzling Aurora or Victor, just don't play this because you're doing nothing but making your Dazzling Aurora and Victor matchups harder for just no reason. I don't care what you think you're doing with this cool 3 mana turn 1 or the cool 4 mana turn 2. As soon as you play into Dazzling Aurora or a Victor, they're just doing it better than you. And those decks are already very good. Why are we making them better?
I agree. Reaver's Row, this is a great aggro location. You usually are playing like assault units so that you can play above rate. So you send your assault units in, you cap, and then when they come to take it back, you say, go ahead, that's yours. I'll just retreat my units, and then I can keep conquering it later. Even though your opponent can then retreat and not like lose their units to you, you're just like, okay, I got the point that I came here for. So
yeah, and
really,
that's all
really
aggro cares about. Like they don't care about anything. Like they are getting points faster than you and probably first and before you, which is why they're okay with just saying, oh, you get 2 points this turn? Okay, I get 2 points this turn. I'm okay if you get 2 points as long as I get my 2 points because they will get their points faster than you. So any aggro deck, this is good in.
Yep. Reavers is great. Moving on to Reckoner's Arena. This is when you hold here, activate the conquer effects of units here. There's not a ton of decks that actually like this right now. Ones that I can think of, like conquer effects that you'd want to trigger another time, are like Kiana. So decks with Kiana can think about this, but usually there's better battlefields that you can do. Red Kaisa is like the other conquer effect that's pretty common right now, but Blue Kaisa as well. But I also feel like Kaisa probably has some better battlefields than this one. There's definitely consideration for it, though. I would think it's if you have a lot of conquer effects is maybe a reason.
Yeah, I would play this in my Kaisa deck, and probably that's it.
Sigil of the Storm. When you conquer here, recycle one of your runes. This historically has been very good in Volibear, just making your opponent recycle their runes. Dazzling decks theoretically can just play this because they're not fighting for board that much early until they get their Dazzling down anyway. So
this is a very nice anti-aggro battlefield because it caps your aggro opponent to only getting 1 point a turn because aggro decks can't afford to conquer this. A lot of the aggro deck's power comes from playing above tempo cards that usually have power costs built into their spell or their cards because that's what's making them good and what's making them strong early. So having to then recycle another rune, and unlike power costs where you can tap a seal, this you can't. This doesn't say pay a power, it says recycle a rune. So it's just very good against aggro if you are wanting that, and then specifically Volibear, Dazzling Aurora decks.
Star-tipped Peak, when you hold your channel 1 rune exhausted. This is kind of what we were talking about, by there's like some better hold effects than 1 buff. I think this one is significantly better in a lot of decks that you're going to be looking to hold, getting extra runes so that you can just play more spells to defend is just very good. This is just any hold deck.
Yeah, legitimately any deck that can hold, you play it. And if your deck costs power and you're good at holding, this is just right up that deck's alley. Basically Master Yi at the moment, but any deck that can hold wants to play it. Very strong.
Yep. Targon's Peak. When you conquer here, ready 2 runes at the end of this turn. Basically, if you're in green, this is really good because you just conquer it, and then you get to defend your unit with combat tricks that often cost 2. I think the other deck that can kind of like it is Kaisa, because when you go in and conquer this, you now potentially have one of your action speed removal spells available to help hold it.
Yeah.
So I think that's pretty good.
Yeah, basically just spell heavy decks, which right now is just green with the exception of Kaisa.
Arena's Greatest. This is the opposite of the Aspirants. It's one less point basically. It's specifically you gain a point, which matters for a few things in the game. But it just means that you're only going to have to score 7 total points afterwards to get this done.
Yeah, any aggro deck, any deck that has trouble into Aurora, you can play this and just play it as your battlefield, and you just try to not play it in the not Aurora matchup, so you save it as your game 3 or whenever you're going first, and then into Aurora, this actually helps you because you can not let them have that one. We said how important it is for Aurora to get 1 turn sometimes or 1 point sometimes. This is like the opposite, where it's hurting that.
All right, up next, Candlelit Sanctum. If you're playing Nocturne or a combo deck.
Or a combo deck,
Those are the two. Really insane with Nocturne. Absolutely crazy. But
realistically, you could put this in any deck. This is probably the most just overall balanced card. Yes, it helps your opponent sometimes, but unless they are playing a Nocturne deck or combo deck, it's not helping them any more than it's helping you. So if you get the first look at it, that could help you out not as much as getting the second look at it. So I actually really prefer this card if I'm going second or being able to conquer it after my opponent, because what that allows me to do is stack my cards in a way to see what they've played a turn ahead of me. So I have better planning. Whereas if you have to blind choose how you're scrying 2 cards on turn 2, essentially, before you even know what my unit is on turn 2 or anything like that, it's still good, but just not as good. So this can go in any deck.
Yep. Definitely don't underrate Candlelit Sanctum. Pretty good.
Yep.
Battlefield to play in a lot of spaces. Dreaming Tree. First time you choose a friendly unit with a spell each turn, draw 1. Green decks.
Green decks.
Green decks that like to play around buffs.
Yeah, I think green is like the only color that even really does that. I guess purple targets
yellow has
your
some
own
buffs.
Yellow has some buffs, true. Okay, yeah, but yeah, mostly green decks. Good.
I think it works for with like challenge as well, like orange decks.
Yeah, I guess there are a lot of colors that have cards that do this effect, but green just has so many, and that is typically your game plan when you're playing green.
Exactly.
Which makes it so much better.
Yeah.
Yep.
So green decks really like it. Grand Plaza. I mean, this is Victor or Garen.
Sure. Victor or Garen. I'll actually put an asterisk and say I have ran this in a lot of my decks because it is just a textless battlefield often. So if you're playing a deck that you think is just generally stronger than the field, and you don't want to give your opponent any amount of percentile of advantage potentially with battlefields, you simply play this battlefield because it does not have text against any deck that isn't Victor. And even against Victor, like, this is never happening. I have literally never seen this happen ever in my life.
It's really hard.
So,
I did win with it in trial decks, but I think trial deck power level like allows for it more often than like normal build decks. I have not seen it in like a constructed game.
Yeah, that's fair. So yeah, I think you play this if your deck is that broken that you don't need a battlefield.
Victor. Victor really likes this one.
Victor and Ari. Ari also really likes this one. This is Ari's main battlefield because it's one of the only ways she can beat Victor. Because of her ability giving things -1 might, she essentially gets all of the advantage from it and then negates the advantage from the opponent if they're not on 1 might units. And then if they are on 1 might units, it actually makes your legend ability real while buffing your units at the same time.
Yeah, very good. Very good in that way. Vilemaw's Lair. I think this is really good against aggro decks. Because it keeps them on the field. They can't retreat to then attack again with Accelerate. And then if you have removal that says on a battlefield more than anywhere else, this is good because it just keeps things on the field.
Yeah, anti-aggro, I think deck specifically is, I think Kaisa uses this well because of the removal point you said. I think any deck with orange uses this well because of Snapvine. So if your opponent has to move a unit here, you can Snapvine it. And then I think Misfortune uses this deck, or this battlefield, extremely well because ganking is good. Ganking lets you just move off of it into the other one. And Misfortune, every unit has ganking, or you can make the units you want to have ganking. So those are the specific decks.
This one also, I think, is way better than people think it is. I think Valmaz is pretty good.
Yeah. Kaisa.
Voidgate, Kaisa. Yeah. I mean, surely there'll be decks at some point that also want this. I mean, Annie, right? Like if we're
Annie.
Sure. Lux, maybe, or probably not Lux actually.
I don't know if making her 8 cost spell deal 9 is that much better.
No. Definitely Kaisa, definitely Annie. Probably no one else.
You could make a case for like Volibear because of the Volibear trigger, the attack trigger, but it's actually not as good as you think it is because it's not 5 instances of damage. It is just 5 damage split. So it's not that good. Yeah. You play like Get Excited and stuff, but mostly just your spell removal decks.
Windswept Hillock. I think decks that are good at defending and then also attacking, like Hillock, where they can take the Hillock, hold it, and then when their opponent tries to hold the other place, they just move over from it to try and attack from there. But also just anyone with big units that likes to hold that struggles to maybe like with mobility, then Hillock is pretty nice.
Yeah, I've gone back and forth on this type of card. I've both said I think this is a really good aggro card because you can go like, play my unit on turn 1, attack here, untap, move it over, get 2 points immediately, do stuff like that, which is crazy. But then I realized that it's a really good anti-aggro card because you move your bigger units here, like Cass was saying, your units that are good at holding here, and now the opponents just can't take the other battlefield because they know for a fact you're going to gank over. If you ever control both at the same time, you have the game locked down. So this is very much a snowball-y, if you're playing mid-range or big units, as soon as you lock down both, or especially lock down Hillock, you've just locked the game down completely, and you're going to run away with the game.
I do think it's better with Slidex. I don't think it is an aggro card, personally. Zon Warrens, when you conquer here, discard 1, then draw 1. This is really great in any like Reanimator type deck or a deck that needs to filter. Just getting a Rummage on the conquer is really strong. And there's some cards that actually, or some decks like kind of don't want to Rummage that much. And this is actually annoying for them when they have to Rummage. So if your deck likes Rummage, I actually think it's just really worth playing.
This is a counter to really good decks, like your set decks, where my hand is just 5 genuinely amazing cards. Like, I don't really want to discard any of them. On top of that, this is good in aggro decks to help filter your hand. If you are a discard-specific deck, obviously it's amazing in that, so this goes in Jinx very easily. But any combo deck where you're trying to dig to your combo, this also is very good because it is just a free, loot, essentially. So, very good.
Yep. It's specifically annoying for decks because it is discard, then draw, right? It's not like draw, then discard. It's not like the good way to Rummage. So that's why you have to be a deck that is cool with just like, I'm going to dump something and go.
Or if you have 0 cards in hand, it just turns into draw 1.
It does. So. It is just a draw. Yeah. It's a draw when you spend everything. So it's good. But that is the last thing on this review. Definitely, it was crazy of us to record this all in one day, one sitting.
1 day, even.
Yeah. 1
Many
hour
moons
that
have
we recorded it all.
Yeah,
but that's everything. That is the entire set reviewed. Hopefully you enjoy it. If you did, even if you didn't enjoy it, just subscribe and like the video. Tell us what you think in the comments below. Tell us if you disagreed with our takes. Tell us how dumb we are or how brilliant we are. And share what decks you're playing, because we're always really interested in what people are having success with. But that's it for me and Mo on Turn 'em Sideways and for the Winning Point podcast. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you on the next episode. Sweet. Hopefully that's enough.